Section 20 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomcho. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. Exploration of the World by Jules Verne. First part, Chapter 8, Part 1b. The Viceroy Kolitam, who imagined he was dealing with Mussulmen, came on board several times, and was magnificently entertained. He returned the civility by sending presents, and even furnished Gama with 2 skilful pilots. But when some Moorish merchants who had traded in Europe told him that these foreigners, far from being Turks, were in reality the worst enemies of the Mohammedans, the Viceroy, disgusted at his mistake, made preparations for seizing the Portuguese by treachery, and killing them. Gama was obliged to point his artillery at the town, and threatened to reduce it to ashes before he could obtain the water needed for the prosecution of his voyage. Blood flowed, and Paul de Gama captured 2 barques, whose rich cargo was divided amongst the sailors. The ships quitted this inhospitable town on the 29th of March, and the voyage continued, a close surveillance being kept over the Arab pilots, whom Gama was obliged to cause to be flogged. On the 4th of April the coast was seen, and on the 8th Mombasa or Mombaz was reached, a town, according to the pilots, inhabited by Christians and Mussulmen. The fleet dropped anchor outside the harbor, and did not enter it, notwithstanding the enthusiastic reception given to them. Already the Portuguese were reckoning upon meeting at mass the next day with the Christians of the island, when during the night the flagship was approached by a Sakra, having on board 100 armed men, who endeavored to enter the ships in a body, which was refused them. The King of Mombaz was informed of all that had occurred at Mozambique, but pretending ignorance, he sent presents to Gama, proposing to him to establish a factory in his capital, and assuring him that so soon as he should have entered the port he might take on board a cargo of spices and aromatics. The Captain Moore, suspecting nothing, immediately sent 2 men to announce his entry for the morrow. Already they were weighing anchor, when the flagship refusing to tack, the anchor was let fall again. In graceful and poetic fiction, Camoens affirms that it was the Nereids, led by Venus, the protectress of the Portuguese, who stayed their ships when on the point of entering the port. At this moment all the Moors on board the fleet quitted it simultaneously, whilst the Mozambique pilots threw themselves into the sea. 2 Moors who were put to the question with a drop of hot oil confessed that the intention was to take all the Portuguese prisoners as soon as they should be inside the harbor. During the night the Moors endeavored several times to climb on board and to cut the cables in order to run the ships aground, but each time they were discovered. Under these circumstances no prolonged stay was possible at Mombaz, but it had been long enough for all those ill of scurvy to recover their health. At the distance of 24 miles from land, the fleet captured a barque richly laden with gold, silver, and provisions. The next day Gama arrived at Melinda, a rich and flourishing city, whose gilded minarets, sparkling in the sunshine, and whose mosques of dazzling whiteness, stood out against a sky of the most intense blue. The reception of the Portuguese at Melinda was at first very cold, the capture of the barque the evening before being already known there, but as soon as explanations had been given, the people became cordial. The king's son came to visit the admiral, accompanied by a train of courtiers, splendidly dressed, and a choir of musicians, who played upon various instruments. The greatest astonishment was shown at the artillery practice, for the invention of gunpowder was not yet known on the east coast of Africa. A solemn treaty was made, ratified by oaths upon the Gospel and the Koran, and cemented by an interchange of presents. From this moment the ill will, the treachery, the difficulties of all kind which had hitherto beset the expedition, ceased as if by magic. This must be attributed to the generosity of the King of Melinda and to the aid which he furnished to the Portuguese. Faithful to the promise which he had made to Vasco da Gama, the king sent him a Gujarat pilot named Malimo Khanna, a man well instructed in navigation, understanding the use of charts, of the compass and the quadrant, and who rendered the most important service to the expedition. After a stay of 9 days, the fleet weighed anchor for Calicut. The coasting plan hitherto pursued was now to be abandoned, and the time was come when, in reliance upon the blessing of God, the Portuguese must venture out upon the wide ocean, without other guide than an unknown pilot furnished by a king whose kind welcome had not sufficed to lull to sleep the suspicions of the foreigners. And yet, thanks to the ability and loyalty of this pilot, thanks also to the clemency of the sea, and to the wind being constantly in its favour, the fleet, after a 23 days' voyage, reached the land on the 17th May, and the next day anchored at the distance of 6 miles below Calicut. The enthusiasm on board was great. At last they had arrived in those rich and wonderful countries. Fatigues, dangers, sickness, all were forgotten. The object of their long labours was attained, or rather it seemed to be so, for there was still needed the possession of the treasures and rich productions of India. Scarcely were the anchors dropped when 4 boats came off from the shore, performing evolutions around the fleet, and apparently inviting the sailors to disembark. But Gama, rendered cautious by the occurrences at Mozambique and Mombaz, sent on shore one of the criminals who were on board to act as a scout, ordering him to walk through the town and endeavour to ascertain the temper of its inhabitants. Surrounded by an inquisitive crowd, assailed by questions to which he could not reply, this man was conducted to the house of a Moor named Mouçaïda, who spoke Spanish, and to whom he gave a short account of the voyage of the fleet. Mouçaïda returned with him on board, and his first words on setting foot on the ship were, "Good luck, good luck, quantities of rubies, quantities of emeralds," whereupon Mouçaïda was at once engaged as interpreter. The King of Calicut was at this time at a distance of 45 miles from his capital, so the Capitam Mor dispatched 2 men to announce the arrival of an ambassador from the King of Portugal, being the bearer of letters to him from his sovereign. The king at once sent a pilot, with orders to take the Portuguese ships into the safer roadstead of Pandarani, and promised to return himself on the morrow to Calicut. This he did, and ordered his intendant or Catoual to invite Gama to land and open negotiations. In spite of the supplications of his brother Paul da Gama, who represented to him the dangers which he might incur, and to those to which his death would expose the expedition, the Capitam Mor set out for the shore, upon which an enormous crowd of people were awaiting him. The idea that they were in the midst of a Christian population was so rooted in the minds of all the members of the expedition that Gama, on passing by a pagoda on the way, entered it to perform his devotions. One of his companions, however, Juan de Saa, noticing the hideous pictures upon the walls, was less credulous, and whilst throwing himself upon his knees, said aloud, "If that be a devil, I intend nevertheless to adore only the true God," a mental reservation which caused amusement to the admiral. Near the gates of the town the crowd was even more closely packed. Gama and his companions, under the guidance of the Catoual, had some difficulty in reaching the palace, where the king, who in the narrative is called the Zamorin, was awaiting them with extreme impatience. Ushered into halls splendidly decorated with silken stuffs and carpets, and in which burned the most exquisite perfumes, the Portuguese found themselves in the presence of the Zamorin. He was magnificently attired, and loaded with jewels, the pearls and diamonds which he wore being of extraordinary size. The king ordered refreshments to be served to the strangers, and permitted them to be seated, a peculiar mark of favour in a country where the sovereign is usually only addressed with the most lowly prostrations. The Zamorin afterwards passed into another apartment, to bear with his own ears, as was proudly demanded by Gama, the reasons for the embassy, and the desire felt by the King of Portugal to conclude a treaty of commerce and alliance with the King of Calicut. The Zamorin listened to Gama's discourse, and replied that he should be happy to consider himself the friend and brother of King Emmanuel, and that he would, by the aid of Gama, send ambassadors to Portugal. There are certain proverbs of which the force is not affected by change of latitude, and the truth of that one which says, "The days succeed each other and have no similarity," was proved the next day at Calicut. The enthusiasm which had been aroused in the mind of the Zamorin by the ingenious discourse of Gama, and the hope it had awakened of the establishment of a profitable trade with Portugal, vanished at the sight of the presents which were to be given him. 12 pieces of striped cloth, 12 cloaks with scarlet hoods, 6 hats, and 4 branches of coral, accompanied by a box containing 6 large basins, a chest of sugar, and 4 kegs, 2 filled with oil and 2 with honey, certainly did not constitute a very magnificent offering. At sight of it, the Prime Minister laughed, declaring that the poorest merchant from Mecca brought richer presents, and that the king would never accept of such ridiculous trifles. After this affront, Gama again visited the Zamorin, but it was only after long waiting in the midst of a mocking crowd that he was admitted to the presence of the king. The latter reproached him in a contemptuous manner for having nothing to offer him, while pretending to be the subject of a rich and powerful king. Gama replied with boldness, and produced the letters of Emmanuel, which were couched in flattering terms, and contained a formal promise to send merchandise to Calicut. The Zamorin, pleased at this prospect, then inquired with interest about the productions and resources of Portugal, and gave permission to Gama to disembark and sell his goods. But this abrupt change in the humour of the Zamorin was not at all agreeable to the Moorish and Arab traders, whose dealings made the prosperity of Calicut. They could not look on quietly whilst foreigners were endeavouring for their own advantage to turn aside the commerce which had been hitherto entirely in their hands. They resolved, therefore, to leave no stone unturned to drive away, once for all, these formidable rivals from the shores of India. Their first care was to gain the ear of the Catoual. Then they painted in the blackest colours these insatiable adventurers, these bold robbers, whose only object was to spy out the strength and resources of the town, that they might return in force to pillage it, and to massacre those who should venture to oppose their designs. Upon arriving at the roadstead of Pandarani, Gama found no boat to take him off to the ships, and was forced to sleep on shore. The Catoual never left him, continually seeking to prove to him the necessity of bringing the ships nearer to the land, and when the admiral positively refused to consent to this, he declared him to be his prisoner. He had very little idea as yet of the firmness of Gama's character. Some armed boats were sent to surprise the ships, but the Portuguese, having received secret intelligence from the admiral of all that had happened, were on their guard, and their enemies dared not use open force. Gama, still a prisoner, threatened the Catoual with the anger of the Zamorin, whom he imagined could never thus have violated the duties of hospitality. But seeing that his menaces produced no effect, he tried bribery, presenting the minister with several pieces of stuff, who thereupon at once altered his demeanour. "If the Portuguese," said he, "had but kept the promise they had made to the king of disembarking their merchandise, the admiral would long ago have returned on board his ships." Gama at once sent an order to bring the goods to land, opened a shop for their sale, of which the superintendence was given to Diego Diaz, brother to the discoverer of the Cape of Good Hope, and was then allowed to go back to his ships. The Mussulman placed obstacles in the way of the sale of the merchandise by depreciating its value. Gama sent his agent Diaz to the Zamorin to complain of the perfidy of the Moors and of the bad treatment to which he had been subjected, requesting at the same time permission to move his place of sale to Calicut, where he hoped that the goods would be more easily disposed of. This request was favourably received, and friendly relations were maintained, in spite of the Moorish intrigues, until the 10th of August, 1498. On that day Diaz went to announce Gama's impending departure to the king, reminding him of his promise to send an embassy to Portugal, and asking him to allow Gama a specimen of each of the productions of the country. These were to be paid for on the first sale of goods, which should take place after the departure of the fleet, it being intended that the employees of the factory should remain at Calicut during Gama's absence. The Zamorin, instigated by the Arab traders, not only refused to execute his promise, but demanded the payment of 600 seraphins as customs duty, ordering at the same time the seizure of the merchandise and making prisoners of the men employed in the factory. Such an outrage, such contempt for the rights of nations, called for prompt vengeance, but Gama understood the art of dissimulation. However, on receiving a visit on board from some rich merchants, he detained them and sent to the Zamorin to demand an exchange of prisoners. The king's reply not being sent within the time specified by the admiral, the latter set sail and anchored at the distance of 16 miles from Calicut. After another fruitless attack by the Hindus, the two agents returned on board, and a portion of the hostages whom Gama had secured were given up. Diaz brought back with him a curious letter from the Zamorin to the King of Portugal. It was written upon a palm leaf, and shall be quoted in all its strange laconicism, so different from the usual grandiloquence of the Oriental style. Vasco da Gama, a noble of thy palace, is come into my country, which I have permitted. In my kingdom there is much cinnamon, cloves, and pepper, with many precious stones, and what I desire from thy country is gold, silver, coral, and scarlet. Adieu. On the morrow, Mouçaïda, the Moor of Tunis, who had served as interpreter to the Portuguese, and had been a great assistance to them in their negotiations with the Zamorin, came to seek an asylum on board the ships. The merchandise had not been brought back on the appointed day, and the Capitan Moor now resolved to carry away with him the men whom he had kept as hostages. But the fleet was becalmed at several miles' distance from Calicut, and was attacked by 20 armed boats, which were with difficulty kept at a distance by the artillery, until they were forced by a violent storm to take shelter under the coast. The admiral was sailing along the coast of the Deccan, and had permitted some of the sailors to go on shore to gather fruit and collect cinnamon bark, when he perceived 8 boats, which appeared to be coming towards him. Gama recalled the men, and sailed forward to meet the Hindus, who made the greatest haste to flee from him, but not without leaving a boat laden with cocoa and provisions in the hands of the Portuguese. On arriving at the Laccadive archipelago, Gama had the Berrio recalked, and his own ship drawn up on shore for repairs. The sailors were busy over this work when they were again attacked, but without more success than heretofore. The next day witnessed the arrival of an individual 40 years of age, dressed in Hindu style, who began to speak to the Portuguese in excellent Italian, telling them that he was a native of Venice, and had been torn from his country while still young, that he was a Christian, but without the possibility of practicing his religion. He was in a high position at the court of the king of the country, who had sent him to them, to place at their disposal all that the country contained which could minister to their comfort. These offers of service, so different from the welcome accorded to him hitherto, excited the suspicions of the Portuguese, and they were not long in discovering that this adventurer was in command of the boats which had attacked them the day before. Upon this they had him scourged until he confessed that he had come to discover whether it were possible to attack the fleet with advantage, and he ended by affirming that all the inhabitants of the seashore were in league to destroy the Portuguese. He was retained on board, the work upon the ships was hurried forward, and as soon as water and provisions had been taken in, sail was made for a return to Europe. In consequence of dead calms and contrary winds, the expedition was 3 months, all but 3 days, in reaching the African coast. During this long voyage the crew suffered terribly from scurvy, and 30 sailors perished. In each ship only 7 or 8 men were in a condition to work the vessel, and very often the officers themselves were forced to lend a hand. "Whence I can affirm," says Velho, "that if the time in which we sailed across those seas had been prolonged a fortnight, nobody from hence would have navigated them after us." And the captains having held a council upon the matter, it was resolved that in case of similar winds catching us again, to return towards India, there to take refuge. On the 2nd of February, 1499, the Portuguese found themselves at least abreast of a great town on the coast of Ajan, called Magadoxo, distant 300 miles from Melinda. Gama, dreading another reception like the one given to him at Mozambique, would not stop here, but while passing within sight of the town, ordered a general discharge of the guns. A few days afterwards the rich and salubrious plains of Melinda came in sight, and here they cast anchor. The king hastened to send off fresh provisions and oranges for the invalids on board. The reception given by him to the Portuguese was in every particular most affectionate, and the friendship which had arisen during Gama's first visit to Melinda was greatly strengthened. The Sheik of Melinda sent for the King of Portugal a horn made of ivory and a number of other presents, entreating Gama at the same time to receive a young Moor on board his ship, that through him the king might learn how earnestly he desired his friendship. The 5 days' rest at Melinda was of the greatest benefit to the Portuguese. At its expiration they again set sail. Soon after passing Mombaz they were obliged to burn the Sam Raphael, the crews being too much reduced to be able to work 3 ships. They discovered the island of Zanzibar, anchored in the bay of Sam Braz, and on the 20th February a favourable wind enabled them to double the Cape of Good Hope, when they again found themselves upon the Atlantic Ocean. The breeze remaining favourable helped forward the return of the mariners, and at the end of 27 days they had arrived in the neighbourhood of the island of Santiago. On the 25th of April, Nicholas Coelho, captain of the Berrio, eager to be the first to carry to Emmanuel the news of the discovery of the Indies, separated himself from his chief, and without touching, as had been arranged, at the Cape de Verde Islands, made sail direct for Portugal, arriving there on the 10th of July. During this time the unfortunate Gama was plunged in the most profound sorrow, for his brother Paul de Gama, who had shared his fatigues and sufferings and who was to be a partaker of his glory, seemed to be slowly dying. At Santiago, Vasco da Gama, now returned to well-known and much frequented seas, gave up the command of his ships to João de Sá, and chartered a fast-sailing caravel to hasten as much as possible his beloved invalid's return to his native country. But all hope was vain, and the caravel only arrived at Terceira in time to inter there the body of the brave and sympathizing Paul de Gama. Upon his arrival in Portugal, which must have taken place during the early part of September, the admiral was received with stately festivals. Of the 160 Portuguese whom he had taken with him, 55 only returned with him. The loss was great certainly, but what was it compared with the great advantages to be hoped for? The public realized this, and gave the most enthusiastic reception to Gama. The king, Emmanuel II, added to his own titles that of Lord of the Conquests and of the navigation of Ethiopia, Arabia, Persia, and the Indies. But he allowed 2 years to pass before rewarding Gama. He then bestowed upon him the title of Admiral of the Indies, and authorized him to use the prefix of Dom before his name, a privilege then rarely granted. Also doubtless to make Vasco da Gama forget the tardiness with which his services had been rewarded, the king gave him 1,000 crowns, a considerable sum for that period, and also conceded to him certain privileges in connection with the commerce of the Indies, which were likely speedily to make his fortune. End of first part, Chapter 8, Part 1b. Recording by William Tomcho.
Section 21 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.J. Franck. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1, Exploration of the World, by Jules Verne. First Part, Chapter 8, Part 2a. On the 9th of March, 1500, a fleet of 13 vessels left Rastello under the command of Pedro Alvarez Cabral. On board, as a volunteer, was Luis de Camoens, who, in his poem The Lusiad, was to render illustrious the valour and adventurous spirit of his countrymen. But little is known of Cabral, and nothing of the reason which had gained him the command of this important expedition. Cabral belonged to one of the most illustrious families in Portugal, and his father, Fernando Cabral, lord of Zurara da Beira, was alcalde mor of Belmonte. Pedro Alvarez Cabral had married Isabel de Castro, first lady-in-waiting to the Infanta Dona Maria, daughter of John III. If it be asked whether Cabral had made himself famous by some important maritime discovery, we answer there is no reason to think so, for in that case the historians would have recorded it. But it is difficult to believe that he owed to court favour alone the command of an expedition in which such men as Bartholomew Diaz, Nicolas Coelho, the companion of Gama, and Sancho de Tovar sailed under his orders. Why had not this mission been confided to Gama, who had been at home for 6 months, and whose knowledge of the countries to be visited and of the manners of their inhabitants seemed to point him out as the fittest man for the service? Had he not yet recovered from the fatigues of his first voyage? Or had his grief for the loss of a brother who had died almost within sight of the coasts of Portugal so deeply affected him that he desired to remain in retirement? May it not rather have been that King Emmanuel was jealous of the fame of Gama, and did not wish to give him the opportunity of increasing his renown? These are problems which perhaps history may be forever unable to solve. It is easy to believe in the realization of those things which we ardently desire. Emmanuel imagined that the Samorin of Calicut would not object to the establishment of Portuguese shops and factories in his country, and Cabral, the bearer of presents of such magnificence as to obliterate the memory of the shabbiness of those offered by Gama, received orders to obtain from the Samorin an interdict forbidding any Moor to carry on trade in his capital. The new Capitam Moor was in the first place to visit Melinda, to offer rich presents to its king, and to restore to him the Moor who had come to Portugal with Gama. 16 friars were sent out on board the fleet, charged to carry the knowledge of the gospel to the distant countries of Asia. The fleet had sailed for 13 days and had passed the Cape de Verde Islands, when it was discovered that one of the ships under the command of Vasco da Taide was no longer in company. The rest of the ships lay to for some time to await her, but in vain, and the 12 vessels then continued their navigation upon the open sea, and not, as had been the manner hitherto, steering simply from cape to cape along the shores of Africa. Cabral hoped by this means to avoid the calms in the Gulf of Guinea, which had proved so great a cause of delay to the preceding expeditions. Perhaps even the Capitam Moor, who must, in common with the rest of his countrymen, have been acquainted with the discoveries of Christopher Columbus, may have had the secret hope, by keeping to the west, of arriving at some region unvisited by the great navigator. The fact remains, whether it is to be accounted for by a storm or by some secret design, that the fleet was out of the right way for doubling the Cape of Good Hope, when on the 22nd of April a high mountain was seen, and soon afterwards a long stretch of coast which received the name of Vera Cruz, changed afterwards to that of Santa Cruz. This was Brazil, and the point where now stands Porto Seguro. On the 28th, after a skilful reconnaissance of the coasts had been made by Coelho, the Portuguese sailors landed upon the American shores, and became aware of a delicious mildness of temperature, with a luxuriance of vegetation greatly exceeding anything which they had seen on the coasts of Africa or of Malabar. The natives formed themselves in groups around the sailors, without showing the least sign of fear. They were almost naked, and bore upon the wrist a tame paroquet, after the fashion in which the gentlemen of Europe carry their hawks or their gerfalcons. On Easter Sunday, the 26th of April, a solemn mass was celebrated on the shore in sight of the Indians, whose silence and attitude of respect excited the admiration of the Portuguese. On the 1st of May, a large cross and padrao were erected on the shore, and Cabral formally took possession of the country in the name of the King of Portugal. His first care, after this formality was accomplished, was to despatch Gaspar de Lemos to Lisbon to announce the discovery of this rich and fertile country. Lemos took with him the narrative of the expedition written by Pedro Vaz de Caminha, and an important astronomical document, the work of Master Joao, in which was doubtless stated the exact situation of the new conquest. Before setting out for Asia, Cabral put on land 2 criminals, whom he ordered to ascertain the resources and riches of the country, as well as the manners and customs of the inhabitants. These wise and far-sighted measures speak much for Cabral's prudence and sagacity. It was the 2nd of May when the fleet lost sight of Brazil. All on board, rejoicing over this happy commencement of the voyage, believed in the prospect of an easy and rapid success, when the appearance of a brilliant comet on 8 consecutive days struck the ignorant and simple minds of the sailors with terror. They considered it must be a bad omen, and for this once events appeared to justify superstition. A fearful storm arose. Waves mountains high broke over the ships, whilst the wind blew furiously and rain fell without ceasing. When the sun at length succeeded in piercing the thick curtain of clouds which almost entirely intercepted his rays, a horrible scene was disclosed. The water looked thick and black. Large patches of a livid white colour flecked the foaming, crested waves, while during the night phosphorescent lights, streaking the immense plain of water, marked out the course of the ships with a train of fire. For 22 days, without truce or mercy, the Portuguese ships were battered by the furious elements. The terrified sailors were utterly prostrate. They vainly exhausted their prayers and vows, and obeyed the orders of their officers only from the force of habit. From the first day they had given up any hope of their lives being spared, and only awaited the moment when they should all be submerged. When light at length returned and the billows became calm, each crew, thinking themselves to be perhaps the sole survivors, looked eagerly over the sea in search of their companions. 3 ships met together again with a joy which the sad reality soon abated. 8 vessels were missing. 4 had been engulfed by a gigantic waterspout during the last days of the storm. One of these had been commanded by Bartholomew Diaz, the discoverer of the Cape of Good Hope. He had been drowned by these murderous waves, the defenders, according to Camoens, of the Empire of the East against the nations of the West, who had for so many centuries coveted her marvellous riches. During this long series of storms the Cape had been doubled, and the fleet was approaching the coast of Africa. On the 20th of July Mozambique was signalled. The Moors of this place showed a more agreeable disposition than they had done when Gama was there, and furnished the Portuguese with 2 pilots, who conducted them to Quiloa, an island famed for the trade in gold dust which was carried on with Sofala. There Cabral found 2 of the missing ships, which had been driven to this island by the wind. A plot was on foot in Quiloa for a wholesale massacre of the Europeans, but this was frustrated by a prompt departure from the island, and the ships arrived at Melinda without any untoward incident. The stay of the fleet in this port was the occasion of fêtes and rejoicing without number, and soon, revictualled, repaired, and furnished with excellent pilots, the Portuguese vessels sailed for Calicut, where they arrived on the 13th of December, 1500. This time, thanks to the power of their arms as well as to the richness of the presents offered to the Zamorin, the reception was different, and the versatile prince agreed to all the demands of Cabral, namely, a monopoly of the trade in aromatics and spicery, and the right of seizure upon all vessels which should infringe this privilege. For some time the Moors dissembled their resentment, but when they had succeeded in thoroughly exasperating the population against the foreigners, they rushed at a given signal into the factory which was under the direction of Ayer Correa, and massacred 50 of the Portuguese, whom they surprised in it. Vengeance for this outrage was not slow. 10 boats moored in the port were taken, pillaged, and burnt before the eyes of the Hindoos, who were powerless to render opposition. Afterwards the town was bombarded and was half buried under its ruins. When this affair was concluded, Cabral, continuing the exploration of the Malabar coast, arrived at Cochin, where the Rajah, a vassal of the Zamorin, hastened to conclude an alliance with the Portuguese, eagerly seizing this opportunity to declare himself independent. Although by this time his fleet was richly laden, Cabral made a visit to Cananor, where he entered into a treaty with the Rajah of the country. Then, being impatient to return home, he set sail for Europe. While coasting along that shore of Africa which is washed by the Indian Ocean, he discovered Sofala, a place which had escaped the observation of Gama. On the 13th of July, 1501, Cabral arrived at Lisbon, where he had the joy of finding the 2 remaining ships which he had imagined to be lost. It is pleasant to believe that he received the welcome merited by the important results obtained in this memorable expedition, although contemporary historians are silent upon the incidents of his life after his return. Recent research has been rewarded by the discovery of his tomb at Santarem, and M. Ferdinand Denis has happily proved that, like Vasco da Gama, he received the title of Dom as a reward for his glorious deeds. Whilst he was returning to Europe, Alvarez Cabral might have encountered a fleet of 4 caravels under the command of João de Nova, which King Emmanuel had dispatched to give fresh vigour to the commercial relations which Cabral had been charged to establish in the Indies. This new expedition doubled the Cape of Good Hope without misadventure, discovered between Mozambique and Quiloa an unknown island, which was named after the commander of the fleet, and arrived at Melinda, where de Nova was informed of the events which had taken place at Calicut. He felt that he had not forces at his disposal sufficient to justify him in going to punish the Zamorin, and not wishing to endanger the prestige of Portuguese arms by the risk of a reverse, he steered for Cochin and Cananor, of which the kings, although tributaries of the Zamorin, had entered into alliance with Alvarez Cabral. Da Nova had already taken on board 1,000 hundredweights of pepper, 50 of ginger, and 450 of cinnamon, when he received warning that a considerable fleet, coming apparently from Calicut, was advancing with hostile intentions. If he had hitherto been more concerned with trade than with war, he did not the less in these critical circumstances display a bold and courageous spirit worthy of his predecessors. He accepted the combat, notwithstanding the apparent superiority of the Hindoos, and partly by the skilful arrangements which he made, partly by the power of his guns, he managed to disperse, to take, or to sink the hostile vessels. Perhaps Da Nova ought to have profited by the terror which his victory had spread along the coast, and the temporary exhaustion of the Moorish resources, to strike a great blow by the taking of Calicut. But we are too far removed in time from the events, and know too little of their details, to appreciate with impartiality the reasons which induced the admiral to return immediately to Europe. It was during this latter part of his voyage that Nova discovered the small island of St. Helena in the midst of the Atlantic. A curious story attaches to this discovery. A certain Fernando Lopez had followed Gama to the Indies. This man, wishing to marry a Hindoo, was forced for this purpose to renounce Christianity and become a Mohammedan. Upon Nova's visit, having had enough either of his wife or of her religion, he begged to be taken back to his country, and returned to his old creed. Upon arriving at St. Helena, Lopez, in obedience to a sudden idea, which he regarded as an inspiration from on high, requested to be landed there, in order, as he said, to expiate his detestable apostasy and to atone for it by his devotion to humanity. His will appeared so fixed that de Nova was forced to consent, and he left him there, having given him at his request various seeds of fruits and vegetables. It must be added that this singular hermit worked for 4 years at the clearing and planting of the island with such success that ships were soon able to call there to revictual during their long passage from Europe to the Cape of Good Hope. The successive expeditions of Gama, Cabral, and de Nova had conclusively proved that an uninterrupted commerce must not be reckoned upon, nor a continued exchange of merchandise with the population of the Malabar coast, who, while their own independence and liberty were respected, had each time leagued together against the Portuguese. That trade with Europeans which they so persistently refused must be forced upon them, and for that purpose permanent military establishments must be formed, capable of overawing the malcontents, and even in case of necessity of taking possession of the country. But to whom should such an important mission be entrusted? The choice could scarcely be doubtful, and Vasco da Gama was unanimously chosen to take the command of the powerful armament which was in preparation. Vasco had 10 ships under his own immediate command, while his second brother Stephen da Gama and his cousin Vincent Sodrez had each 5 ships under his orders, but they were both to recognize Vasco da Gama as their chief. The ceremonies which preceded the departure of the fleet from Lisbon were of a particularly grave and solemn character. King Emmanuel, followed by the whole court, repaired to the cathedral in the midst of an enormous crowd, and there called down blessings from heaven upon this expedition, partly religious, partly military, while the archbishop blessed the banner which was entrusted to Gama. The admiral's first care was to visit Sofala and Mozambique, towns of which he had had reason to complain in the course of his first voyage. Being anxious to establish harbours for refuge and revictualling of ships, he established there merchants' offices and laid the foundations of forts. He also levied a heavy tribute upon the Sheikh of Quiloa, and then sailed for the coast of Hindostan. When Gama had arrived off Calicut, he perceived on the 3rd of October a vessel of large tonnage, which appeared to him to be richly laden. It was the Marii, bringing back from Mecca a great number of pilgrims belonging to all countries of Asia. Gama attacked the ship without provocation, captured her, and put to death more than 300 men who were on board. 20 children alone were saved and taken to Lisbon, where they were baptized and entered the army of Portugal. This frightful massacre, besides being quite in accordance with the ideas of the period, was calculated, according to Gama, to strike terror into the Hindoo mind. It did nothing of the sort. This hateful and useless cruelty has left a stain of blood upon the hitherto pure fame of the admiral. As soon as he arrived at Cananore, Gama obtained an audience of the Rajah, who authorized him to establish a counting house and to build a fort. At the same time a treaty of alliance, offensive and defensive, was concluded. After setting the labourers to work and installing his agent, the admiral set sail for Calicut, where he intended to summon the Zamorin to a reckoning for his disloyalty, as well as for the murder of the Portuguese who had been surprised in the factory. Although the Rajah of Calicut had been informed of the arrival in the Indies of his formidable enemies, he had taken no military precautions, and thus, when Gama presented himself before the town, he was able to seize some vessels anchored in the port and to take 100 prisoners without encountering any resistance. Afterwards he granted the Zamorin a respite of 4 days, in which to make atonement to the Portuguese for the murder of Correa, and to refund the value of the merchandise which had been stolen on that occasion. The time specified had scarcely elapsed when the bodies of 50 of the prisoners were strung up at the yardarms of the vessels, where they remained exposed to the view of the town during the whole day. In the evening the feet and hands of these expiatory victims were cut off and taken on shore, with a letter from the admiral declaring that his vengeance would not be limited to this execution. Accordingly, under cover of the night, the broadsides of the vessels were brought to bear upon the town, which was bombarded for the space of 3 days. It will never be known what was the exact number of the slain, but it must have been considerable. Without reckoning those killed by the fire of the cannon and the muskets, a great number of Hindoos were buried beneath the ruins of the buildings, or perished in the conflagration which destroyed a portion of the town of Calicut. The Rajah had been one of the first to take flight, and fortunate was it for him that he had done so, for his palace was amongst the buildings which were demolished. At length, satisfied with having transformed this heretofore rich and populous city into a heap of ruins, and considering his vengeance satiated, and the lesson so taught would be profitable, Gama set sail for Cochin, leaving behind him Vincent Sodrez, with several ships to continue the blockade. Triumpara, the sovereign of Cochin, informed the admiral that he had been eagerly solicited by the Zamorin to take advantage of the confidence reposed in him by the Portuguese, to surprise and seize them, in consequence of which intelligence, and to reward the integrity of the king whose loyalty had exposed him to the enmity of the Rajah of Calicut, Gama, when starting for Lisbon with a valuable cargo, left with Triumpara ships sufficient to enable him to await in safety the arrival of another squadron. During Gama's return voyage the only noteworthy incident that occurred was the defeat of another Malabar fleet. The admiral arrived in Europe on the 20th of December, 1503. Once more the eminent services rendered by this great man went unrecognized, or rather they were not appreciated as they deserved. Gama, who had just laid the foundations of the colonial empire of Portugal and India, remained for 21 years without employment, and it was only through the intercession of the Duke of Braganza that he obtained the title of Count de Vidigueira. A too common instance this of ingratitude, but one which it is never mal à propos to stigmatize as it deserves. Scarcely had Gama set out for Europe before the Zamorin, at the instigation of the Mussulmen, who saw their commercial supremacy more and more compromised, assembled his allies at Pani with the object of attacking the King of Cochin and of punishing him for the counsel and assistance which he had given to the Portuguese. The unfortunate Rajah's fidelity was now put to a hard proof. Besieged in his capital by a large force, he saw himself all at once deprived of the aid of those for whose advantage he had incurred so great a risk. Sodrez and several of his captains had deserted the post, where both honour and gratitude required them to remain, and if need were, to die in the discharge of their duty. They forsook Triumpara to go and cruise in the neighbourhood of Ormuz, and at the entrance to the Red Sea, where they calculated that the annual pilgrimage to Mecca was likely to ensure them some rich booty, the Portuguese agent vainly represented to them the unworthiness of their conduct. They set out in haste to escape from these inconvenient reproaches. The King of Cochin, betrayed by some of the Nairs, military nobles of his palace, who had been gained over by the Zamorin, soon saw his capital carried by assault, and was obliged to seek refuge upon an inaccessible rock in the little island of Viopia, with those Portuguese who had remained faithful to him. When he was reduced to the last extremity, an emissary was sent to him by the Zamorin to promise him pardon and oblivion of his offences if he would give up to him the Portuguese. But Triumpara, whose fidelity cannot be sufficiently commended, answered that the Zamorin might use his rights of victory, that he was not ignorant of the perils by which he was menaced, but that it was not in the power of any man to make him a traitor and a perjurer. No one could have made a nobler return than this for the desertion and cowardice of Sodrez. Vincent Sodrez had arrived at the straits of Bab el Mandeb when a fearful tempest occurred, in which his ship split upon the rocks, and he and his brother perished. The survivors regarded this event as a judgment of Providence for their bad conduct, and they made haste, with all sails set, to return to Cochin. They were detained by contrary winds at the Lacadive Islands, and were there joined by another Portuguese squadron under the command of Francisco d'Albuquerque, who had sailed from Lisbon almost at the same time as his cousin, Alfonso d'Albuquerque, the most distinguished captain of the period, who, with the title of Capitam Mor, had started from Belem at the beginning of April, 1503. The arrival of Francisco d'Albuquerque placed the Portuguese affairs, which had been so gravely compromised by the criminal conduct of Sodrez, upon a better footing, and at the same time effected the rescue of Triumpara, their sole and faithful ally. The besiegers fled at the sight of the Portuguese squadron, without even a show of resistance, and the Europeans, in conjunction with the troops of the King of Cochin, ravaged the Malabar coast. As a consequence of these events, Triumpara allowed his allies to construct a second fortress in his dominions, and authorized an augmentation of the number and importance of their mercantile houses. This was the moment that witnessed the arrival of Alfonso d'Albuquerque, the man destined to be the real creator of the Portuguese Empire in the Indies. Diaz, Cabral, and Gama had prepared the way, but Albuquerque was the leader of large views who was needed to determine which were the principal towns that must be seized in order to place the Portuguese dominion upon a solid and lasting basis. Thus every particular of the history of this man, who showed so great a genius for colonization, is of the deepest interest, and it is well worth while to record some particulars of his family, his education, and his early exploits. Alfonso de Albuquerque, or d'Albuquerque, was born in 1453 at Alhandra, 18 miles from Lisbon. Through his father Gonzalo de Albuquerque, the lord of Villaverde, he was descended, but illegitimately, from King Denis, and through his mother from Meneses, the great explorers. Brought up at the court of Alfonso V, he there received as liberal and thorough an education as was possible at the period. He made an especial study of the great writers of antiquity, whose influence may be traced in the majesty and accuracy of his own style, and of mathematics, of which he knew as much as could be learnt at that time. After staying for some years at Arcila, an African town which was under the dominion of Alfonso V, he returned to Portugal and was appointed Master of the Horse to John II, a prince whose chief anxiety was to extend the name and power of Portugal beyond the seas. It is evident that it was to the constant attendance upon the king imposed upon him by the duties of his office that Albuquerque owed the inclination of his mind towards geographical studies, and his anxious desire to find the means of giving to his country the empire of the Indies. He had already taken part in an expedition sent to the succour of the King of Naples against an incursion of the Turks, and in 1489 had been charged with the commission of revictualling and defending the fortress of Graciosa upon the coast of Larache. We must now return from this digression and take up the history of Albuquerque from the time of his arrival in India in 1503. It took him but a few days to become thoroughly aware of the position of affairs. He perceived that the commerce of Portugal must depend upon conquest for its power of development. But his first enterprise was proportioned to the feebleness of his resources. He laid siege to Raphelim, which he wished to make a military station for his countrymen, and then with 2 ships he undertook a reconnaissance of the coast of Hindostan. Being attacked quite unexpectedly both by land and sea, he was on the point of yielding when the fortunate arrival of his cousin Francisco turned the combat and put the Zamorin's troops to flight. The importance of this victory was considerable. The conquerors remained masters of an immense booty and quantities of precious stones, which had the result of stimulating the Portuguese spirit of covetousness. At the same time it confirmed Albuquerque in his designs, for the execution of which the consent of the king was needful, and also more considerable resources. He therefore set out on his return to Lisbon, where he arrived in July, 1504. This same year, King Emmanuel, wishing to organize a regular government in the Indies, had made Tristan d'Acunha his viceroy, but d'Acunha, having become temporarily blind, was obliged to resign his power before he had exercised it. The king's choice next fell upon Francisco d'Almeida, who set out with his son in 1505. It will be soon seen what were the means which he considered should be employed to assure the triumph of his countrymen. On the 6th of March, 1506, 16 vessels left Lisbon under the command of Tristan d'Acunha, who had by that time regained his health. With him went Alfonso Albuquerque, carrying with him, but unknown to himself, his patent of Viceroy of India. He was ordered not to open the sealed packet until 3 years should have expired, when Almeida would have completed the term of his mission. This numerous fleet, after having stopped at the Cape de Verde Islands and discovered Cape St. Augustine in Brazil, steered directly for the unexplored parts of the South Atlantic, and went so far south that the old chroniclers assert that several sailors, being too lightly clad, died from the cold, while the others were scarcely able to work the ships. In 37 degrees 8 minutes south latitude and 14 degrees 21 minutes west longitude, d'Acunha discovered 3 small uninhabited islands, of which the largest still bears his name. A storm prevented a landing there, and so completely dispersed the fleet that the admiral could not get his vessels together again before he arrived at Mozambique. In sailing along this African coast, he explored the island of Madagascar, or San Lorenzo, which had just been discovered by Soares, who was in command of 8 vessels which Almeida was sending back to Europe. It was not thought advisable to make a settlement upon the island. End of first part, Chapter 8, Part 2A. Recording by M.J. Franck, Portland, Oregon.
Section 22 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellen Preckel. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. Exploration of the World by Jules Verne. First part, Chapter 8, Part 2. After having wintered at Mozambique, Da Cunha landed 3 ambassadors at Melinda, who were to reach Abyssinia by travelling overland. Then he anchored at Brava, which Coutinho, one of his lieutenants, had been unable to subjugate. The Portuguese now laid siege to this town, which resisted bravely, but which yielded in the end, thanks to the courage of the enemy and the perfection of their arms. The population was massacred without mercy, and the town pillaged and burnt. Upon Magadoxo, another town in the African coast, Cunha tried, but in vain, to impose his authority. The strength of the town, and the stubborn resolution shown in the numerous population, as well as the approach of winter, forced him to raise the siege. He then turned his arms against Socotra, at the entrance to the Gulf of Eaton, where he carried the fortress. The whole of the garrison were put to the sword, the only man spared being an old blind soldier who was discovered hidden in a well. When asked how he had been able to get down there, he answered, "The blind only see the road which leads to liberty." At Socotra the 2 Portuguese chiefs constructed the fort of Coco, intended by Albuquerque to command the Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea by the Strait of Bab el Mandeb, thus cutting one of the lines of communication with the Indies, which was the most used by the Venetians. Here Da Cunha and Albuquerque separated, the former going to India to obtain a cargo of spices, the latter officially invested with the title of Capitam Mor, and bent on the realization of his vast schemes, setting out on the 10th of August, 1507, for Ormuz, having left his nephew, Alfonso de Noronha, in charge of the new fortress. He took in succession, and as if to get his hand in for the work, Calayate, where were found immense stores, Curiati and Mascati, which he gave up to pillage, fire, and destruction, in order to avenge a series of acts of treachery, easily understood by those who know the duplicity of these Eastern people. The success which he had just gained at Mascati, important as it was, did not content Albuquerque. He dreamed of other and grander projects, of which the execution was, however, much compromised by the jealousy of the captains under his orders, and notably of João da Nova, who contemplated abandoning his chief, and whom Albuquerque was obliged to place under arrest on board his own ship. After having suppressed these beginnings of disobedience and rebellion, the Capitam Mor reached Orfacati, which was taken after a vigorous resistance. It is a curious fact that Albuquerque had long heard Ormuz spoken of, but that as yet he was ignorant of its position. He knew that this town served as an entrepôt for all the merchandise passing from Asia into Europe. Its riches and power, the number of its inhabitants, and the beauty of its monuments were at that time celebrated throughout the East, so much so that there was a common saying, "If the world be a ring, Ormuz is the precious stone set in it." Albuquerque had resolved to take this town, not only because in itself it was a prize worth having, but also because it commanded the whole of the Persian Gulf, which was the second of the great commercial roads between the East and West. Without saying anything to the captains of his fleet, who without doubt would have rebelled at the idea of attacking so strong a town, and the capital of a powerful empire, Albuquerque gave orders to double Cape Musindom, and the fleet soon entered the Strait of Ormuz, the door of the Persian Gulf, from whence was seen rising in all its magnificence a busy town built upon a rocky island, provided with formidable artillery, and protected by an army amounting to not less than from 15,000 to 20,000 men, while its harbour enclosed a fleet more numerous than could have been suspected at first sight. At this sight the captains made urgent representations upon the danger that Albuquerque would run in attacking so well prepared a town, and made the most of the plea, how very bad an influence a reverse would exercise. To this discourse Albuquerque answered that indeed it was a very great affair, but that it was too late to draw back, and that he had greater need of determination than of good advice. Scarcely was the anchor dropped before Albuquerque declared his ultimatum. Although the forces under his orders were very disproportionate in numbers, the Capitam Mor imperiously demanded that Ormuz should recognize the suzerainty of the King of Portugal, and submit to his envoy, if it did not wish to share the same fate as Mascati. The king, Saif ed-Din, who was then reigning over Ormuz, was still a child, and his prime minister, Kodja Atar, a skilful and cunning diplomatist, governed in the king's name. Without denying in principle the pretensions of Albuquerque, the prime minister wished to gain time, to allow contingents to arrive for the help of the capital; but the admiral, who guessed his object, did not hesitate, after waiting 3 days, to attack the formidable fleet at anchor under the guns of Ormuz, with his 5 vessels and the Fleur de la Mar, the finest and largest ship of that time. The combat was bloody and long undecided, but when they saw fortune was against them, the Moors, abandoning their vessels, endeavoured to swim on shore. The Portuguese upon this jumped into their boats, pursuing the Moors vigorously, and causing horrible carnage. Albuquerque next directed his efforts against a large wooden jetty, defended by numerous guns and by archers, whose well aimed arrows wounded a number of the Portuguese and the general himself, who, however, was not hindered thereby from landing and proceeding to burn the suburbs of the town. Convinced that resistance would soon be impossible, and that their capital was in danger of being destroyed, the Moors hoisted a flag of truce and signed a treaty, by which Seif ed Din declared himself the vassal of King Emmanuel, promised to pay him an annual tribute of 15,000 seraphins or xarafins, and gave to the conquerors a site for a fortress, which, in spite of the repugnance and reproaches of the Portuguese captains, was soon put into a condition of resistance. Unfortunately, some deserters quickly brought these unworthy dissensions to the knowledge of Kodja Atar, who profited by them to avoid, under various pretexts, fulfilling the execution of the articles of the new treaty. Some days afterward, João de Nova and 2 other captains, jealous of the successes of Albuquerque, and trampling in the dust every sentiment of honour, discipline, and patriotism, left him to go to the Indies, while Albuquerque was obliged by this cowardly desertion to withdraw without being able even to guard the fortress which he had been at so much pains to construct. He went to Socotra, where the garrison was in need of help, and then returned to cruise before Ormuz; but thinking himself too weak to undertake anything, he retired for a time to Goa, arriving there at the end of the year 1508. What had been occurring on the Malabar coast during this long and adventurous campaign? The answer may be summed up in a few lines. It will be remembered that Almeida had set out from Belem in 1505 with a fleet of 22 sail, carrying soldiers to the number of 1,500 men. First he seized Quiloa, then Mombaz, of which the cavaliers, as the inhabitants loved to repeat, did not yield as easily as the chicken hearts of Quiloa. Out of the enormous booty which, by the fall of this town, fell into the hands of the Portuguese, Almeida took only 1 arrow as his share of the spoil, thus giving a rare example of disinterestedness. After having stopped at Melinda, he went on to Cochin, where he delivered to the Rajah the golden crown sent to him by Emmanuel, whilst he himself, with the presumptuous vanity of which he gave so many proofs, assumed the title of Viceroy. Then, after commencing a fortress at Sofala, destined to overawe the Mussulmen of that coast, Almeida and his son Lorenzo scoured the Indian seas, destroying the Malabar fleets, capturing some trading vessels, and causing great injury to the enemy, whose accustomed commercial roads were thus intercepted. But for this cruising warfare a numerous fleet of light vessels was needed, for there was scarcely any other harbour of refuge except Cochin upon the Asiatic coast. How preferable was Albuquerque's system of establishing himself in the country in a permanent manner, by constructing fortresses in all directions, by seizing upon the most powerful cities; whence it was easy to branch off into the interior of the country, by rendering himself master of the keys of the straits, and thus ensuring, with much less risk and more solidity, the monopoly of the Indian commerce. Meantime the victories of Almeida and the conquests of Albuquerque had much disquieted the Sultan of Egypt. The abandonment of the Alexandrian route caused great diminution in the amounts of imposts and dues of customs, anchorage, and transit, which were laid upon the merchandise of Asia as it passed through his states. Therefore, with the help of the Venetians, who furnished him with the wood for shipbuilding, as well as with skilful sailors, he fitted out a squadron of 12 large ships, which came as far as Cochin, seeking the fleet of Lorenzo de Almeida, and defeating it in a bloody combat, in which Lorenzo was killed. If the sorrow of the Viceroy were great at this sad news, at least he did not let it appear outwardly, but set to work to make all preparations for taking prompt vengeance upon the Remis, an appellation which shows the lasting terror attached to the name of the Romans, and commonly used at this time upon the Malabar coast for all the Mussulman soldiers coming from Byzantium. With 19 sail Almeida appeared before the fort where his son had been killed, and gained a great victory, but one sullied, it must be confessed, by most frightful cruelties, so much so that it soon became a common saying, "May the anger of the Franks fall upon thee as it fell upon Daboul." Not content with this first success, Almeida some weeks later annihilated the combined forces of the Sultan of Egypt and the Rajah of Calicut before Diu. This victory made a profound impression in India, and put an end to the power of the Mahumetists of Egypt. How de Nova and the other captains who had abandoned Albuquerque before Ormuz had decided to rejoin Almeida. They had excused their disobedience by calumnies, in consequence of which a judicial process was about to be instituted against Albuquerque, when the viceroy received the news of his being replaced in his office by Albuquerque. At first Almeida declared that obedience must be rendered to this sovereign decree, but afterward, influenced by the traitors, who feared that they would be severely punished when the power had passed into the hands of Albuquerque, he repaired to Cochin in the month of March 1509, with the fixed determination not to give up command to his successor. There were disagreeable and painful disputes between these two great men, in which all the wrong done was on the side of Almeida. Albuquerque was about to be sent to Lisbon with chains on his feet, when a fleet of 15 sail entered the harbour under the command of the Grand Marshal of Portugal, Ferdinand Coutinho. The latter took the part of the prisoner, whom he immediately released, notifying again to Almeida the powers held by Albuquerque from the king, and threatening him with the great anger of Emmanuel if he refused to obey. Almeida could do nothing but yield, and he then did it nobly. As for João de Nova, the author of these sad misunderstandings, he died some time afterward, forsaken by everybody, and had scarcely any one to follow him to the grave except the new viceroy, who thus generously forgot the injuries done to Alfonso Albuquerque. Immediately after the departure of Almeida, the Grand Marshal Coutinho declared that, having come to India with the intention of destroying Calicut, he intended to turn to account the absence of the Zamorin from his capital. In vain the new viceroy endeavoured to modify his zeal and induce him to take the wise measures recommended by experience. Coutinho would listen to nothing, and Albuquerque was obliged to follow him. Calicut, taken by surprise, was easily set on fire, but the Portuguese, having lingered to pillage the Zamorin's palace, were fiercely attacked in the rear by the Nairs, who had succeeded in rallying their troops. Coutinho, whose impetuous valour led him into the greatest danger, was killed, and it required all the skill and coolness of the viceroy to effect a re-embarkation of the troops under the enemy's fire, and to preserve the soldiers of the King of Portugal from total destruction. On his return to Cintagara, a seaport which was a dependency of the King of Narsinga, with whom the Portuguese had been able to form an alliance, Albuquerque learnt that Goa, the capital of a powerful kingdom, was a prey to political and religious anarchy. Several chiefs were contending there for power. One of them, Melek Sufergugi, was just on the point of seizing the throne, and it was important to profit by the circumstances of the moment and attack the town before he should have been able to gather a force capable of resisting the Portuguese. The viceroy perceived all the importance of this counsel. The situation of Goa, giving access as it did to the kingdom of Narsinga and to the Deccan, had already struck him forcibly. He did not delay, and soon the Portuguese reckoned one conquest more, Goa the Golden, a cosmopolitan town, where were mingled with all the various sects of Islam Parsees, the worshippers of fire, and even some Christians, submitted to Albuquerque, and soon became, under a wise and strict government which understood how to conciliate the sympathies of opposing sects, the capital, the chief fortress, and the principal seat of trade of the Portuguese Empire of the Indies. By degrees, and with the course of years, the knowledge of these rich countries had increased. Much information had been gathered together by all those who had ploughed these sunny seas in their gallant vessels, and it was now known what was the centre of production of those spices which people went so far to seek, and for whose acquisition they encountered so many perils. It was already several years since Almeida had founded the first Portuguese factories in Ceylon, the ancient Taprobane. The islands of Sunda and the peninsula of Malacca were now exciting the desires of King Emmanuel, who had already been surnamed the Fortunate. He resolved to send a fleet to explore them, for Albuquerque had enough to do in India to restrain the trembling Rajahs and the Mussulmen, Moors as they were then called, who were always ready to shake off the yoke. This new expedition was under the command of Diego Lopez Sequeira, and, according to the traditional policy of the Moors, was at first amicably received at Malacca, But when the suspicions of Lopez Sequeira had been lulled to sleep by reiterated protestations of alliance, the whole population suddenly rose against him, and he was forced to return on board, but not without leaving 30 of his companions in the hands of the Malays. These events had already happened some time, when the news of the taking of Goa arrived at Malacca. The Bendarra, or Minister of Justice, who exercised regal power in the name of his nephew, who was still a child, fearing the vengeance which the Portuguese would doubtless exact for his treachery, resolved to pacify them. He went to visit his prisoners, excused himself to them by swearing that all had been done unknown to him and against his will, for he desired nothing so much as to see the Portuguese establish themselves in Malacca. Also, he was about to order the authors of the treason to be sought and punished. The prisoners naturally gave no credence to these lying declarations, but profiting by the comparative liberty which was henceforth granted to them, they cleverly succeeded in conveying to Albuquerque some valuable information upon the position and strength of the town. Albuquerque, with much trouble, collected a fleet of 19 men of war, carrying 1,400 men, amongst whom there were only 800 Portuguese. This being the case, ought he to venture in obedience to the wish of King Emmanuel to steer for Aden, the king of the Red Sea, which was important to master in preparation for opposing the passage of a new squadron, which the Sultan of Egypt was intending to send to India? Albuquerque hesitated, when a change in the trade winds occurred which put an end to his irresolution. In fact, it was impossible to reach Aden in the teeth of the prevailing wind, while it was favourable for a descent upon Malacca. This town, at that time in its full splendour, did not contain less than 100,000 inhabitants. If many of the houses were built of wood and roofed with the leaves of palm trees, yet they were equalled in number by the more important buildings, such as mosques and towers built of stone, which stretched out in a long panorama for the distance of 3 miles. The ships of India, China, and of the Malay kingdoms of the Sunda Islands met in its harbour, where numerous vessels coming from the Malabar coast, the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, and the coast of Africa, traded in merchandise of all kinds and of every country. When the Rajah of Malacca saw the Portuguese fleet arrive in his waters, he felt that it was necessary to appear to give satisfaction to the foreigners, by sacrificing the minister who had excited their anger and caused their arrival. His ambassador, therefore, came to the viceroy to announce the death of the Bendarra, and to find out what were the intentions of the Portuguese. Albuquerque answered by demanding the prisoners who had remained in the hands of the Rajah, but the latter, desirous of gaining time to allow for the expected change in the trade wind, a change which would force the Portuguese to regain the Malabar coast, or else would oblige them to remain at Malacca, where he hoped to be able to exterminate them, invented 1,000 pretexts for delay, and in the meantime, according to the old narratives, he prepared a battery of 8,000 cannon, and collected troops to the number of 20,000. At length Albuquerque lost his patience, and ordered some houses and several Gujarat vessels to be set on fire, a beginning of execution which speedily brought about the restoration of the prisoners. He then claimed 20,000 crusades as indemnity for the damage caused to the fleet of Lopez Sequeira, and finally he demanded to be allowed to build a fortress within the town itself, which should also serve as a counting house for the merchants. This demand could not be complied with, as Albuquerque well knew, but upon the refusal he resolved to seize the town, fixing upon St. James' Day for the attack. The town was taken quarter by quarter, house by house, after a truly heroic struggle and a most vigorous defence, which lasted for 9 whole days, notwithstanding the employment of extraordinary devices, such as elephants of war, poisoned sabres and arrows, barricades, and skilfully concealed troops. An enormous booty was divided among the soldiers, Albuquerque only reserving to himself 6 lions, of gold according to some accounts, of iron according to others, which he intended for the adornment of his tomb, to perpetuate the memory of his victory. The door which gave access to Oceania and to Upper Asia was henceforth open. Many nations unknown till this time would now have intercourse with the Europeans. The strange manners and fabulous history of many people were about to be disclosed to the astonished West. A new era had commenced, and these great results were due to the unbridled audacity and indomitable courage of a nation whose country was scarcely discernible upon the map of the world. It was in part owing to the religious toleration which Albuquerque displayed, a toleration which contrasts strangely with the cruel fanaticism of the Spaniards, and in part to the skilful measures which he took, that the prosperity of Malacca resisted the rude shock which it had received. In the course of a few months no trace remained of the trials which the town had experienced, except the sight of the Portuguese banner floating proudly over this great city, which had now become the head and vanguard of the colonial empire of this people, small in numbers, but rendered great by their courage and their spirit of enterprise. Great and wonderful as this new conquest might be, it had not made Albuquerque forget his former projects. If he had appeared to have renounced them, it was only because circumstances had not hitherto seemed favourable for their execution. With that tenacity of determination which formed the basis of his character, while still at the southern extremity of the empire which he was founding, his thoughts were fixed upon the northern part of it, upon Ormuz, which the jealousy and treachery of his subordinates had obliged him to abandon at the beginning of his career. At the very moment when success was about to crown his persevering efforts, it was Ormuz which tempted him still. The fame of his exploits, and the terror inspired by his name, had decided Kodja Atar to make some advances to Albuquerque, to ask for a treaty, and to send the arrears of the tribute which had been formerly imposed. Although the viceroy placed no belief on these repeated declarations of friendship, on that Moorish faith which deserves to be as notorious as Punic faith, he nevertheless welcomed them, whilst waiting for the power to establish his dominion after a permanent manner in these countries. In 1513 or 1514, the exact date is not ascertained, when his fleet and soldiers were set at liberty by the conquest of Malacca and the tranquillity of his other possessions, Albuquerque set sail for the Persian Gulf. Immediately upon his arrival, although a series of revolutions had changed the government of Ormuz, and the power was then in the hands of a usurper named Rais Nordim, or Noureddin, Albuquerque demanded that the fortress which had been formerly begun should be immediately placed in his hands. After having had it repaired and finished, he took part against the pretender Rais Named, in the quarrel which was then dividing the town of Ormuz, and preparing it to fall under the dominion of Persia. He seized upon the town, and bestowed it upon the aspirant, who had accepted his conditions beforehand, and who appeared to Albuquerque to present the most solid guarantees of submission and fidelity. Besides, it would not be difficult in the future to make certain, for Albuquerque left in the new fortress a garrison perfectly able to bring Rais Nordim to repentance for the slightest attempt at revolt or the least desire of independence. A well-known anecdote is related of this expedition to Ormuz, but one which, even from its notoriety, we should be blamed for omitting. When the King of Persia sent to Noureddin to demand the tribute which the sovereigns of Ormuz had been in the habit of paying to him, Albuquerque gave orders that a quantity of bullets, cannon balls, and shells should be brought from his ships, and showing them to the ambassadors, he told them such was the coin in which the King of Portugal was accustomed to pay tribute. It does not appear that the Persian ambassadors repeated their demand. With his usual wisdom, the viceroy did not wound the feelings of the inhabitants, who speedily returned to the town. Far from squeezing all he could from them, as his successors were destined soon to do, he established an upright system of government, which caused the Portuguese name to be loved and respected. At the same time that he was himself accomplishing these marvellous labours, Albuquerque had desired some of his lieutenants to explore the unknown regions to which access had been given by the taking of Malacca. For this purpose he gave to Antonio and Francisco de Bro the command of a small squadron, carrying 220 men, with which they explored the whole of the Sunda archipelago, Sumatra, Java, Anjoam, Simbala, Jolor, Galam, etc. Then, being not far from the coast of Australia, they sailed back again to the north, and arrived in the islands of Buro and Amboyna, which form part of the Molucca group. After having made a voyage of more than 1,500 miles amongst dangerous archipelagos strewn with rocks and coral reefs, and amid populations often hostile, and after loading their ships there with cloves, nutmegs, sandalwood, mace, and pearls, they set sail for Malacca in 1512. This time the veritable land of spices had been reached. It now only remained to found establishments there, and to take possession of it definitely, which was not likely to be long postponed. It has been often remarked that the Tarpeian Rock is not far from the capital. Of this Albuquerque was destined to make experience, and his last days were to be saddened by unmerited disgrace, the result of calumnies and lies, and of a skilfully woven plot, which, although it succeeded in temporarily clouding his reputation with King Emmanuel, has not availed to obscure the glory of this great man in the eyes of posterity. Already there had been an effort made to persuade the king that the taking possession of Goa had been a grave error. Its unhealthy climate must, it was said, decimate the European population in a short time. But the king, with perfect confidence in the experience and prudence of his lieutenant, had refused to listen to his enemies, for which Albuquerque had publicly thanked him, saying, "I think more is owing to King Emmanuel for having defended Goa against the Portuguese than to myself for having twice conquered it." But in 1514 Albuquerque had asked the king to bestow upon him as a reward for his services the title of the Duke of Goa, and it was this imprudent step which gave an advantage to his adversaries. Suarez d'Albergavia and Diogo Mendez, whom Albuquerque had sent as prisoners to Portugal after they had publicly declared themselves his enemies, had succeeded not only in clearing themselves from the accusation brought against them by the viceroy, but in persuading Emmanuel that he wished to constitute an independent duchy, of which Goa should be the capital, and they ended by obtaining his disgrace. The news of the appointment of Albergavia to the post of Captain General of Cochin reached Albuquerque as he was issuing from the Strait of Ormuz on his return to the Malabar coast, and at a time when he was suffering much from disease. He raised his hands toward heaven, says M.F. Dennis in his excellent history of Portugal, and pronounced these few words: "Behold, I am in disgrace with the king on account of my love to men, and with men on account of my love to the king. Turn thee, old man, to the church, and prepare to die, for it behooves thine honour that thou shouldest die, and never hast thou neglected to do aught which thine honour demands." Whereupon, being arrived in the roadstead of Goa, Alfonso Albuquerque set in order the affairs of his conscience with the church, caused himself to be clad in the dress of the Order of St. Iago, of which he was a commander, and then, on Sunday the 16th of December, an hour before daybreak, he rendered up his soul to God. Thus ended all his labours, without their ever having brought him any satisfaction. Albuquerque was buried with great pomp. The soldiers who had been the faithful companions of his wonderful adventures, and the witnesses of his manifold tribulations, disputed amidst their tears for the honour of carrying his remains to their last resting place, which their commander had himself chosen. The Hindus in their grief refused to believe that he was dead, declaring that he was gone to command the armies of the sky. A letter of King Emmanuel has been comparatively lately discovered, which proves that although he was deceived for a time by the false reports of the enemies of Albuquerque, he soon discovered his mistake and rendered him full and entire justice. Unfortunately, this letter of reparation never reached the unfortunate second Viceroy of the Indies. It would have sweetened his last moments, whereas he had the pain of dying in the belief that the sovereign for whose glory and the increase of whose power he had consecrated his life had in the end proved ungrateful toward him. With Albuquerque, says Michele, all humanity and all justice disappeared from amongst the conquerors. Long years after his death the Indians would repair to the tomb of the great Albuquerque to demand justice of him against the oppressions of his successors. Many causes may be adduced as bringing about the rapid decay and dismemberment of that great colonial empire, with which Albuquerque had enriched his country, and which even amidst its ruins has left ineffaceable traces upon India. With Michele we may cite the distance and dispersion of the various factories, the smallness of the population of Portugal, but little suited to the wide extension of her establishments, the love of brigandage, and the exactions of a bad government, but beyond all, that indomitable national pride which forbade any mingling of the victors with the vanquished. The fall of the colonial empire was hindered for a time by the influence of two heroic men. The first was Juan de Castro, who, after having had the control of untold riches, remained so poor that he had not even the wherewithal to buy a fowl in his last illness; and the second, Ataïde, who, once again, gave the corrupt Eastern populations an example of the most manly virtues, and of the most upright administration. But after their time the empire began to drop to pieces, and fell by degrees into the hands of the Spaniards and the Dutch, who in their turn were unable to preserve it intact. All passes away, all is changed. What can be said but to repeat the Spanish saw, in applying it to the case of empires? Life is but a dream. End of the first part. End of first part, chapter 8, part 2b.
Section number 23 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1, Exploration of the World by Jules Verne. Part 2, Chapter 1, Part 1a. The Conquerors of Central America. The letters and narratives of Columbus and his companions, especially those dwelling upon the large quantity of gold and pearls found in the recently discovered countries, had inflamed the imagination of eager traders and of numbers of gentlemen who loved adventure. On the 10th of April, 1495, the Spanish government had issued an order allowing anyone who might wish to do so to go and discover new countries. But this privilege was so much abused, and Columbus complained so bitterly of its trenching upon established rights, that the permission was withdrawn on the 2nd of June, 1497, and 4 years later it became necessary to repeat the prohibition with more severe penalties attached to its infringement. The effect of the royal decree was at once to produce a kind of general rush to the Indies, and this was favored by Bishop Fonseca of Badajoz, through whose hands passed all business connected with the Indies, and of whom Columbus had had so much reason to complain. The admiral had but just left Sanlúcar on his third voyage, when 4 expeditions of discovery were fitted out almost at the same moment, at the cost of some rich shipowners, foremost among whom we find Pinzon's and Americas Vespucius. The first of these expeditions, which left the port of Santa Maria on the 20th of May, 1499, consisted of 4 vessels, and was commanded by Alonso Ojeda. Juan de la Cosa sailed with him as pilot. Americas Vespucius was also on board, but without any very clearly defined duties, but he would seem to have been astronomer to the fleet. Before entering on a brief account of this voyage, we will glance for a few moments at the 3 men whom we have just named. The last of the 3 especially plays a most important part in the discovery of the New World, which received its name from him. Ojeda, born at Cuenca about 1465, and brought up in the household of the Duke Medina Celi, had gained his first experience in arms in the wars against the Moors. Columbus enrolled him amongst the adventurers whom he recruited for his second voyage, when Ojeda distinguished himself alike by his cool courage and his readiness in surmounting all difficulties. What caused his complete rupture with Columbus remains a mystery. It appears still more inexplicable when we think of the distinguished services that Ojeda had rendered, especially in 1495, at the Battle of La Vega, when the Caribbean Confederation was annihilated. All we know is that on Ojeda's return to Spain, he found shelter and protection with Bishop Fonseca. It is said even that the Indian ministers supplied him with the journal of the admiral's last voyage, and the map of the countries which Columbus had discovered. The first pilot employed by Ojeda was Juan de la Cosa, born probably in Santona, in the Biscayan country. He had often sailed along the coast of Africa before accompanying Columbus on his first voyage, while in the second expedition he filled the post of hydrographer, maestro de hacer cartas. As specimens of La Cosa's talent in drawing maps may be mentioned 2 very curious ones still extant. One showing all the territory that had been acquired in Africa in 1500, the other on vellum and enriched with color like the first, giving the discoveries made by Columbus and his successors. The second pilot was Bartholomew Roldan, who had likewise sailed with Columbus on his voyage to Paria. As to Americas Vespucius, his duties were not, as we have said, very clearly defined. He was there to aid in making discoveries, Per agitare a descoprire, says the Italian text of his letter to Soderini. Born at Florence on the 9th of March, 1451, Amerigo Vespucci belonged to a family of distinction and wealth. He had made mathematics, natural philosophy, and astrology, as it was then called, his special duties. His knowledge of history and literature, judging from his letters, appears to have been somewhat vague and ill-digested. He left Florence in 1492 without any special aim in view, and went to Spain, where he occupied himself at first in commercial pursuits. We hear of him in Seville acting as factor in the powerful trading house of his fellow countryman Juanoto Berardi. As this house had advanced money to Columbus for his second voyage, it is not unlikely that Vespucius had become acquainted with the admiral at this period of his career. On Juanoto's death in 1495, Vespucius was placed by his heirs at the end of the financial department of the house. Whether he may have been tired of a situation that he thought below his powers, or been seized in his turn with the fever for making new discoveries, or whether he hoped to make his fortune rapidly in the new countries reputed to be so rich, whatever in short may have been the motive that actuated him, at least this we know, that he joined Ojeda's expedition in 1499, this fact being so stated in Ojeda's deposition in the lawsuit instituted by the Treasury with the heirs of Columbus. The flotilla, consisting of 4 vessels, set sail on the 20th of May from Santa Maria, taking a southwesterly course, and in 27 days the American continent was sighted at the place which was named Venezuela, because the houses being built upon piles reminded the beholders of Venice. Ojeda, after some ineffectual attempts to hold intercourse with the natives, with whom he had several skirmishes, next saw the island of Margarita. After sailing about 250 miles to the east of the river Orinoco, he reached the Gulf of Paria, and entered a bay called the Bay of Las Perlas, for the natives of that part being employed in the pearl fisheries. Guided by the maps of Columbus, Ojeda passed by the Dragon's Mouth, which separates Trinidad from the continent, and returned westward to Cape La Vela. Then, after touching at the Caribbee Islands, where he made a number of prisoners, whom he hoped to sell for slaves in Spain, he was obliged to cast anchor at Yaquimo in Hispaniola on the 5th of September, 1499. Columbus, knowing Ojeda's courage and his restless spirit only too well, feared that he would introduce a new element of discord into the colony. He therefore dispatched Francisco Roldan with 2 caravels to inquire into his motives in coming to the island, and if necessary to prevent his landing. The admiral's fears were but too well grounded. Ojeda had scarcely landed before he had an interview with some of the malcontents, inciting them to a rising at Zaragua, and to a determination to expel Columbus. After some skirmishes which had not ended to Ojeda's advantage, a meeting was arranged for him with Roldan, Diego de Escobar, and Juan de la Cosa. When they prevailed upon him to leave the island, he took with him, says Las Casas, a prodigious cargo of slaves whom he sold in the market at Cadiz for enormous sums of money. He returned to Spain in February 1500, where he had been preceded by Americus Vespucius and B. Roldan on the 18th of October 1499. The most southerly point that Ojeda had reached in his voyage was 4 degrees north latitude, and he had only spent 14 weeks on the voyage of discovery, properly so called. If we appear to have dwelt at some length upon this voyage, it is because it was the first one made by Vespucius. Some authors, Varnhagen, for instance, and quite recently Mr. H. Major, in his history of Prince Henry the Navigator, assert that Vespucius' first voyage was in 1497, and consequently that he must have seen the American continent before Columbus. But we prefer to follow Humboldt, who spent so many years in studying the history of the discovery of America, in his opinion that 1499 was the right date, Also M. Ed. Charton and M. Jules Codine, the latter of whom discussed this question in the report of the Geographical Society for 1873, apropos of Mr. Major's book. If it were true, says Voltaire, that Vespucius had discovered the American continent, yet the glory would not be his. It belongs undoubtedly to the man who had the genius and courage to undertake the first voyage, to Columbus. As Newton says in his argument with Leibniz, the glory is due only to the inventor. But we agree with M. Codine when he says, how can we allow that there was an expedition in 1497 which resulted in the discovery of above 2,500 miles of the coastline of the mainland, when there is no trace of it left either among the great historians of that time or in the legal dispositions in connection with the claims made by the heir of Columbus against the Spanish government, in which the priority of the discoveries of each leader of an expedition is so carefully mentioned, with the part of the coast explored by each. Finally, the authentic documents extracted from the archives of the Casa de Contratación make it evident that Vespucius was entrusted with the preparation of the vessels destined for the third voyage of Columbus at Seville and at San Lucar from the middle of August 1497 till the departure of Columbus on the 30th of May 1498. The narratives of the voyages of Vespucius are very diffuse and wanting in precision and order. The information they give upon the places he visited is so vague that it might apply to one part of the coast as well as to another. As to the localities treated of, as well as of the companions of Vespucius, there are no indications given of a nature to aid the historian. Not a single name is given of any well-known person, and the dates are contradictory in those famous letters which have given endless work to commentators. Humboldt says of them, there is an element of discord in the most authentic documents relating to the Florentine navigator. We have given an account of Ojeda's first voyage, which coincides with that of Vespucius, according to Humboldt, and who has compared the principal incidents of the two narratives. Varnhagen asserts that Vespucius, having started on the 10th of May, 1497, entered the Gulf of Honduras on the 10th of June, coasted by Yucatan and Mexico, sailed up the Mississippi, and at the end of February 1498 doubled the Cape of Florida. After anchoring for 37 days at the mouth of the St. Lawrence, he returned to Cadiz in October 1498. If Vespucius had really made this marvelous voyage, he would have far outstripped all the navigators of his time, and would have fully deserved that his name should be given to the newly discovered continent, whose coastline he had explored for so great a distance. But nothing is less certain, and Humboldt's opinion has hitherto appeared to the best writers to offer the largest amount of probability. Americus Vespucius made 3 other voyages. Humboldt identifies the first with that of Vincent Yanez Pinzon, and M. D'Avezac with that of Diego de Lepe, 1499 to 1500. At the close of this latter year, Giuliano Bartolomeo de Giocondo induced Vespucius to enter the service of Emmanuel, King of Portugal, and he accomplished 2 more voyages at the expense of his new master. On the first of these 2 voyages, he was no higher in command than he had been in his earlier ones, and only accompanied the expedition as one whose intimate acquaintance with all nautical matters might prove of service under certain circumstances. During this voyage, the ships coasted along the American shores from Cape St. Augustine to 52 degrees of south latitude. The 4th voyage of Vespucius was marked by the wreck of the flagship off the island of Fernando de Noronha, which prevented the other vessels from continuing their voyage towards Malacca by way of the Cape of Good Hope, and obliged the crews to land at All Saints Bay in Brazil. This 4th voyage was unquestionably made with Gonzalo Coelho, but we are quite ignorant as to who was in command on the 3rd voyage. These various expeditions had not tended to enrich Vespucius. while his position at the Portuguese court was so far from satisfactory that he determined to re-enter the service of the King of Spain. By him he was made piloto mayor on the 22nd of March, 1508. There were some valuable emoluments attached for his advantage to this appointment, which enabled him to end his days, if not as a rich man, at least as one far removed from want. He died at Seville on the 22nd of February, 1512, with the same conviction as Columbus that he had reached the shores of Asia. Americus Vespucius is especially famous from the New World having been named after him, instead of being called Columbia, as in all justice it should have been. But with this Vespucius had nothing to do. He was for a long time charged, though most unjustly, with impudence, falsehood, and deceit, it being alleged that he wished to veil the glory of Columbus, and to arrogate himself to the honor of discovery which did not belong to him. This was an utterly unfounded accusation, for Vespucius was both loved and esteemed by Columbus and his contemporaries, and there is nothing in his writings to justify this calumnious assertion. 7 printed documents exist which are attributed to Vespucius. They are the abridged accounts of his 4 voyages, 2 narratives of his 3rd and 4th voyages, in the form of letters addressed to Lorenzo de Pier Francesco de Medici, and a letter addressed to the same nobleman, relatives to the Portuguese discoveries of the Indies. These documents, printed and bound up as small thin volumes, were soon translated into various languages and distributed throughout Europe. It was in the year 1507 that a certain Hylacolymus, whose real name was Martin Waldseemüller, first proposed to give the name of America to the new part of the world. He did so in a book printed in St. Die, called Cosmographia Introductio. In 1509, a small geographical treatise appeared at Strasbourg, adopting the proposal of Hylacolymus, and in 1520 an edition of Pomponius Mela was printed at Basle, giving a map of the New World with the name of America. From this time, the number of works employing the denomination proposed by Waldseemüller increased perpetually. Some years later, when Waldseemüller was better informed as to the real discoverer of America, and of the value to be placed upon the voyages of Vespucius, he eliminated from his book all that related to the latter, and substituted everywhere the name of Columbus for that of Vespucius. But it was too late. The same error has prevailed ever since. As to Vespucius himself, it seems very unlikely that he was at all aware of the excitement which prevailed in Europe, nor what was passing at St. Die. The testimony that has unanimously borne to his honorable and upright conduct should surely clear him from the unmerited accusations which have for too long a time clouded his memory. 3 other expeditions left Spain almost at the same time as that of Ojeda. The first of these, consisting of but 1 vessel, sailed from Barra Saltez in June 1499. Pierre Alonso Niño, who had served under Columbus in his 2 last voyages, was its commander, and he was accompanied by Cristobal Guerra, a merchant of Seville, who probably defrayed the expenses of the expedition. The voyage to the coast of Paria seems to have been dictated more by the hope of lucrative commerce than by the interests of science. No new discoveries were made, but the 2 voyages returned to Spain in April 1500, bringing with them so large a quantity of valuable pearls as to excite the cupidity of their countrymen, who became anxious to try their own fortunes in the same direction. The second expedition was commanded by Vincent Yanez Pinzon, the younger brother of Alonso Pinzon, who had been captain of the Pinta, and had shown so much jealousy of Columbus, even adopting the following mendacious device: A Castilla y a León, Nuevo Mundo de Pinzon. Yanez Pinzon, whose devotion to the admiral equaled his brother's jealousy, had advanced an 1/8 part of the funds required for the expedition of 1492, and had on that occasion been in command of the Niña. He set out in December 1499 with 4 vessels, of which only 2 returned to Palos at the end of September 1500. He touched the coast of the newly discovered continent at a point near the shore visited by Ojeda some months before, and explored the coast for some 2,400 miles, discovering Cape St. Augustine at 8 degrees 20 minutes south latitude, following the coastline in a northwesterly direction to Rio Grande, which he named Santa Maria de la Mar Dulce, and continuing in the same direction as far as Cape St. Vincent. Diego de Lepe explored the same coasts with 2 caravels from January to June 1500. There is nothing particular to record of this voyage beyond the very important observation that was made on the direction of the coastline to the continent starting from Cape St. Augustine. Lepe had but just returned to Spain when 2 vessels left Cadiz, equipped by Rodrigo de Bastidas, a wealthy and highly respectable man, with the view of making some fresh discoveries, but above all with the object of collecting as large a quantity of gold and pearls as possible, for which were to be bartered glass beads and other worthless trifles. Juan de la Cosa, whose talents as a navigator were proverbial, and who knew these coasts well from having explored them, was really at the head of the expedition. The sailors went on shore and saw the Rio Sinu, the Gulf of Arabia, and reached the Puerto de Retrete, or de los Escribanos, in the Isthmus of Panama. This harbor was not visited by Columbus till the 26th of November, 1502. It is situated about 17 miles from the once celebrated but now destroyed town of Nombre de Dios. In fact, this expedition, which had been organized by a merchant, became, thanks to Juan de la Cosa, one of the voyages of the most fertile in discoveries. But alas, it came to a sad termination. The vessels were lost in the Gulf of Zaragua, and Bastidas and Las Cosas were obliged to make their way to land by Santo Domingo. When they arrived there, Bovadilla, the upright man and model governor whose infamous conduct to Columbus were already mentioned, had them arrested on the plea that they had brought some gold from the Indians of Zaragua. He sent them off to Spain, which was only reached after a fearfully stormy voyage, some of the vessels being lost on the way. After this expedition, so fruitful in results, voyages of discovery became less frequent for some years, the Spaniards being occupied in asserting their supremacy in the countries in which they had already founded colonies. End of Part 2, Chapter 1, Part 1a. Section number 24 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1, Exploration of the World, by Jules Verne. Part 2, Chapter 1, Part 1b. The colonization of Hispaniola had commenced in 1493, when the town of Isabella was built. 2 years afterwards, Christopher Columbus had traveled over the island and had subjugated the poor savages by means of those terrible dogs which had been trained to hunt Indians. And accustomed as the natives were to any hard work, he had forced on them to toil in the mines. Both Bovadilla and Ovando, treating the Indians as a herd of cattle, had divided them among the colonists as slaves. The cruelty with which this unfortunate people was treated became more and more unbearable. By means of a despicable ambush, Ovando seized the Queen of Zaragua and 300 of her principal subjects, and at a given signal they were all put to the sword without there being any crime adduced against them. For some years, says Robertson, the gold brought into the royal treasury of Spain amounted to about 460,000 pesos. 2,400,000 livres of the currency of Tours, an enormous sum if we take into consideration the great increase in the value of money since the beginning of the 16th century. In 1511, Diego Velázquez conquered Cuba with 300 men, and here again were enacted the terrible scenes of bloodshed and pillage which have rendered the Spanish name so sadly notorious. They cut off the thumbs of the natives, put out their eyes, and poured boiling oil or melted lead into their wounds, even when they did not torture them by burning them over a slow fire to extract from them the secret of the treasures of which they were believed to be the possessors. It was only natural under these circumstances that the population rapidly decreased, and the day was not far off when it would be wholly exterminated. To understand fully the sufferings of this race thus odiously persecuted, the touching and horrible narrative of Las Casas must be read, himself the indefatigable defender of the Indians. In Cuba, the cacique Hatue was made prisoner and condemned to be burnt. When he was tied to the stake, a Franciscan monk tried to convert him, promising him that if he would only embrace the Christian faith, he would be at once admitted to all the joys of paradise. "Are there any Spaniards in that land of happiness and joy of which you speak?" asked Hatue. "Yes," replied the monk, "but only those who have been just and good in their lives." "The very best among them can have neither justice nor mercy," said the poor cacique. "I do not wish to go to any place where I should meet a single man of that accursed race." Does not this fact suffice to paint the degree of exasperation to which these unfortunate people had been driven? And these horrors were repeated wherever the Spaniards set foot. We will throw a veil over these atrocities practiced by men who thought themselves civilized, and who pretended that they wished to convert to Christianity, the religion preeminently of love and mercy, a race who were in reality less savage than themselves. In 1504 and 1505, 4 vessels explored the Gulf of Urabia. This was the first voyage in which Juan de la Cosa had the supreme command. This seems, too, to have been about the date of Ojeda's 3rd voyage, when he went to the territory of Coquibacoa, a voyage that certainly was made, as Humboldt says, but of which we have no clear account. In 1509, Juan Diaz de Solis, in concert with Vincent Yanez Pinzon, discovered a vast province since known by the name of Yucatan. Though this expedition was not a very remarkable one in itself, says Robertson, it deserves to be noticed as it led to discoveries of the utmost importance. For the same reason, we must mention the voyage of Diego de Ocampo, who, being charged to sail round Cuba, was the first to ascertain that it was a large island, Columbus having always regarded it as part of the continent. 2 years later, Juan Diaz de Solis and Vincent Pinzon, sailing southwards towards the equinoctial line, advanced as far as the 40 degree of south latitude, and found, to their surprise, that the continent extended on their right hand even to this immense distance. They landed several times and took formal possession of the country, but could not found any colonies there on account of the small resources they had at their command. The principal result of this voyage was the more exact knowledge which it gave the extent of this part of the globe. Alonso de Ojeda, whose adventures we have narrated above, was the first to think of founding a colony on the mainland, although he had no means of his own. His courage and enterprising spirit soon gained him associates, who furnished him with the funds needed for carrying out his plans. With the same object, Diego de Nicuesa, a rich colonist of Hispaniola, organized an expedition in 1509. King Ferdinand, who was always lavish of encouragements which cost little, gave both Ojeda and Nicuesa honorable titles and patents of nobility, but not a single maravedis, a Spanish coin. He also divided the newly discovered continent into 2 governments, of which one was to extend from Cape La Vela to the Gulf of Darien, and the other from the Gulf of Darien to Cape Gracias a Dios. The first was given to Ojeda, the second to Nuquesa. These two conquistadores had to deal with a population far less easy to manage than that of the Antilles. Determined to resist to the utmost the invasion of their country, they adopted means of resistance hitherto unknown to the Spaniards. Thus the strife became deadly. In a single engagement, 70 of Ojeda's companions fell under the arrows of the savages. Fearful weapons steeped in curare, so fatal a poison that the slightest wound was followed by death. Nicuesa, on his side, had much difficulty in defending himself, and in spite of 2 considerable reinforcements from Cuba, the greater number of his followers perished during the year from wounds, fatigue, privations, or sickness. The survivors founded the small colony of Santa Maria el Antigua upon the Gulf of Darien and placed it under the command of Balboa. Before we speak of Balboa's wonderful expedition, we must notice the discovery of a country that forms the most northerly side of that arc, cut so deeply into the continent and which bears the name of the Gulf of Mexico. In 1502, Juan Ponce de Leon, a member of one of the oldest families in Spain, had arrived in Hispaniola with Ovando. He had assisted in its subjugation, and in 1508 had conquered the island of San Juan de Puerto Rico. Having learnt from the Indians that there existed a fountain in the island of Bimini which possessed the miraculous powers of restoring youth to all who drank of its waters, Ponce de Leon resolved to go in search of it. Infirmities must have been already creeping on him at 50 years of age, or he would scarcely have felt the need of trying this fountain. Ponce de Leon equipped 3 vessels at his own expense and set out from St. Germain in Puerto Rico on the 1st of March, 1512. He went first to the Lucayan Islands, which he searched in vain, and then to the Bahamas. If he did not succeed in finding the fountain of youth, which he sought so credulously, at least he had the satisfaction of discovering an apparently fertile tract of country, which he named Florida, either from his landing there on Palm Sunday, Pâques Fleurs, or perhaps from its delightful aspect. Such a discovery would have contented many a traveler, but Ponce de Leon went from one island to another, tasting the water of every stream that he met with, without the satisfaction of seeing his white hair again becoming black, or his wrinkles disappearing. After spending 6 months in this fruitless search, he was tired of playing the dupe, so, giving up the business, he returned to Puerto Rico on the 5th of October, leaving Perez de Ortubia and the pilot Antonio de Alaminos to continue the search. Père Charlevoix says, he was the object of great ridicule when he returned in much suffering and looking older than when he set out. This voyage, so absurd in its motive, but so fertile in its results, might well be considered to be simple imaginary, were it not vouched for by historians of such high repute as Peter Martyr, Oviedo, Herrera, and Garcilaso de la Vega. Vasco Núñez de Balboa, who was 15 years younger than Ponce de Leon, had come to America with Bastidas and had settled in Hispaniola. He was only anxious for a safe refuge from his numerous creditors, being, as were so many of his fellow countrymen, deeply in debt, in spite of the repartimiento of Indians which had been allotted to him. Unfortunately for Balboa, a law had been passed forbidding any vessels bound for the mainland taking insolvent debtors on board. But his ingenuity was equal to this emergency, for he had himself rolled in an empty barrel to the vessel which was to carry Encisco to Darien. The chief of the expedition had no choice but to receive the brave adventurer, who had joined them in this singular manner, and who never fled except from Duns, as he soon proved on landing. The Spaniards, accustomed to find but little resistance from the natives of the Antilles, could not subjugate the fierce inhabitants of the mainland. On account of the dissensions that had arisen among themselves, they were obliged to take refuge at Santa Maria el Antigua, a settlement which Balboa, now elected commandant in place of Encisco, founded in Darien. If the personal bravery of Balboa, or the ferocity of Leoncillo, his bloodhound, who was more dreaded than 20 armed men and received the same pay as a soldier, could have awed the Indians, Balboa would have also won their respect by his justice and comparative moderation, for he allowed no unnecessary cruelty. In the course of some years he collected a great mass of the most useful information with regard to that El Dorado, that land of gold which he was destined never to reach himself, but the acquisition of which he did much to facilitate for his successors. It was in this way that he learnt the existence of 6 suns away, 6 days' journey, of another sea, the Pacific Ocean, which washed the shores of Peru, a country where gold was found in large quantities. Balboa's character, which was as grand as those of Cortes and Pizarro, but who had not, as they, the time or opportunity to show the extraordinary qualities which he possessed, felt convinced that this information was most valuable, and that if he could carry out such a discovery, it would shed great luster on his name. He assembled a body of 190 volunteers, all valiant soldiers, and like himself accustomed to all the chances of war, as well as acclimatized to the unhealthy effluvia or a marshy country where fever, dysentery, and complaints of the liver were constantly present. Though the Isthmus of Darien is only 60 miles in width, it is divided into 2 parts by a chain of high mountains. At the foot of these, the alluvial soil is marvelously fertile, and the vegetation far more luxuriant than any European can imagine. It consists of an inextricable mass of tropical plants, creepers, and ferns among trees of gigantic size, which completely hide the sun, a truly virgin forest, interspersed here and there with patches of stagnant water, where live multitudes of birds, insects, and animals never disturbed by the foot of man. A warm, moist atmosphere exists here which exhausts the strength and speedily saps the energy of any man, even the most robust. With all these obstacles which nature seemed to have rejoiced in placing in Balboa's path, there was yet another no less formidable, and this was the resistance which the savage inhabitants of this inhospitable shore would offer to his progress. Balboa set out without caring for the risk he ran in the event of the guides and native auxiliaries proving faithless. He was escorted by 1,000 Indians as porters, and accompanied by a troop of those terrible bloodhounds which had acquired the taste for human flesh in Hispaniola. Of the tribes that he met with on his route, some fled into the mountains carrying their provisions with them, and others, taking advantage of the difficulties the land presented, tried to fight. Balboa, marching in the midst of his men, never sparing himself, sharing in the privations and rousing their courage, which would have failed more than once, was able to inspire them with so much enthusiasm for the object that was before them, that after 25 days of marching and fighting, they could see from the top of a mountain the vast Pacific Ocean, of which 4 days later Balboa, his drawn sword in one hand and the banner of Castile in the other, took possession in the name of the King of Spain. The part of the Pacific Ocean which he had reached is situated to the east of Panama, and still bears the name of the Gulf of San Miguel, given to it by Balboa. The information he obtained from the neighboring caciques, whom he subjugated by force of arms, and from whom he obtained a considerable booty, agreed in every particular with what he had heard before he set out. A vast empire lay to the south, they said, so rich in gold that even the commonest instruments were made of it, where the domestic animals were llamas that had been tamed and trained to carry heavy burdens, and whose appearance in the native drawings resembled that of the camel. These interesting details, and the great quantity of pearls offered to Balboa, confirmed him in his idea that he must have reached the Asiatic countries described by Marco Polo, and that he could not be far from the empire of Cipango or Japan, of which the Venetian traveller had described the marvellous riches which were perpetually dazzling the eyes of those avaricious adventurers. Balboa several times crossed the Isthmus of Darien, and always in some fresh direction. Humboldt might well say that this country was better known in the beginning of the 16th century than in his own day. Beyond this, Balboa had launched some vessels built under his orders on the newly discovered ocean, and he was preparing a formidable armament with which he hoped to conquer Peru, when he was odiously and judicially murdered by the orders of Pedarius d'Avila, the governor of Darien, who was jealous of the reputation Balboa had already gained, and of the glory which would doubtless recompense his bravery if he carried out the expedition which he had arranged. Thus the conquest of Peru was retarded by at least 25 years, owing to the culpable jealousy of a man whose name has acquired by Balboa's assassination almost as wretched a celebrity as that of Erostratus. If we owe to Balboa the first authentic documents regarding Peru, another explorer was destined to furnish some not less important touching that vast Mexican empire, which had extended its way over almost the whole of Central America. In 1518, Juan de Grijalva had been placed in command of a flotilla consisting of 4 vessels, armed by Diego Velázquez, the conqueror of Cuba, which were destined to collect information upon Yucatan, cited the year before by Hernandez de Cordova. Grijalva, accompanied by the pilot Alaminos, who had made the voyage to Florida with Ponce de Leon, had 200 men under his command. Amongst the volunteers was Bernal Diaz del Castillo, the clever author of a very interesting history of the conquest of Mexico, from which we shall borrow freely. After 13 days' sailing, Grijalva reached the island of Cozumel on the coast of Yucatan, doubled the Cape of Cotoche, and entered the Bay of Campeche. He disembarked on the 10th of May at Potonchan, of which the inhabitants defended the town and citadel vigorously, in spite of their astonishment at the vessels, which they took for some kind of marine monsters, and their fear of the pale-faced men who hurled thunderbolts. 57 Spaniards were killed in the engagement, and many were wounded. This warm reception did not encourage Grijalva to make any long stay amongst this warlike people. He set sail again after anchoring for 4 days, took a westerly course along the coast of Mexico, and on the 19th of May entered a river named by the natives the Tabasco, where he soon found himself surrounded by a fleet of 50 native boats filled with warriors ready for the conflict. But thanks to Grijalva's prudence and the amicable demonstrations which he made, peace was not disturbed. "We made them understand," writes Bernal Diaz, "that we were the subjects of a powerful emperor called Don Carlos, and that it would be greatly to their advantage if they also would acknowledge him as their master. They replied that they had a sovereign already, and were at loss to understand why we, who had only just arrived, and who knew so little of them, should offer them another king." This reply was scarcely that of a savage. In exchange for some worthless European trinkets, the Spaniards obtained some yucca bread, copal gum, pieces of gold worked into the shape of fishes and birds, and garments made of cotton, which had been woven in the country. As the natives who had been taken on board at Cape Cotoche did not perfectly understand the language spoken by the inhabitants of Tabasco, the stay here was but of short duration, and the ships again put to sea. They passed the mouth of the Rio Guatzacoalco, the snowy peaks of the San Martin Mountains being seen in the distance, and they anchored at the mouth of a river which was called Rio de las Banderas, from the number of white banners displayed by the natives to show their friendly feeling toward the newcomers. When Grijalva landed, he was received with the same honor as the Indians paid to their gods. They burnt copal incense before them and laid at his feet more than 1,500 piastres worth of small gold jewels, as well as green pearls and copper hatchets. After taking formal possession of the country, the Spaniards landed on an island called Los Sacrificios Island, from a sort of altar which they found there placed at the top of several steps, upon which lay the bodies of 5 Indians, sacrificed since the preceding evening. Their bodies were cut open, their hearts torn out, and both legs and arms cut off. Leaving this revolting spectacle, they went to another small island, which received the name of San Juan, being discovered on St. John's Day. To this they added the word Culua, which they heard used by the natives of these shores. But Culua was the ancient name for Mexico, and this island of San Juan de Culua is now known as St. John de Ulloa. Grijalva put all the gold which he had collected on board one of the ships and dispatched it to Cuba, while he continued his exploration of the coast, discovered the sierras of Tusta and Tuspa, and collected a large amount of useful information regarding this populous country. On arriving at Rio Panuco, he was attacked by a flotilla of native vessels and had much difficulty in defending himself against their attacks. This expedition was nearly over, for provisions were running short, and the vessels were in a very bad state. The volunteers were many of them sick and wounded, and even had they been in good health, their numbers were too small to make it safe to leave them among these warlike people, even under the shelter of fortifications. Besides, the leaders of the expedition no longer acted in concert. So after repairing the largest of the vessels in Rio Tonala, where Bernal Diaz boasts of having sown the first orange pips which were ever brought to Mexico, the Spaniards set out for Santiago in Cuba, where they arrived on the 15th of November, after a cruise of 7 months, not 45 days, as M. Ferdinand Denis asserts in the Biographie d'Ido, and as M. Ed Charnton repeats in his Voyages Anciens et Modernes. The results obtained from this voyage were considerable. For the first time, the long line of coast which forms the peninsula of Yucatan, the Bay of Campeche, and the base of the Gulf of Mexico had been explored continuously from cape to cape. Not only had it been proved beyond doubt that Yucatan was not an island, as they had believed, but much and reliable information had been collected with regard to the existence of the rich and powerful empire of Mexico. The explorers had been much struck with the marks of a more advanced civilization than that existing in the Antilles, with the superiority of the architecture, the skillful cultivation of the land, the fine texture of the cotton garments, and the delicacy of finish of the golden ornaments worn by the Indians. All this combined to increase the thirst for riches among the Spaniards of Cuba, and to urge them on like modern Argonauts to the conquest of this golden fleece. Grijalva was not destined to reap the fruits of his perilous and at the same time intelligent voyage, which threw so new a light on Indian civilization. The sic vos non vobis of the poet was once again to find an exemplification in this circumstance. End of Part 2, Chapter 1, Part 1b.
Section 25 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jonathan Drury. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. Exploration of the World by Jules Verne. Second Part, Chapter 1, Part 2a. Velázquez had not waited for Grijalva's return before sending off to Spain the rich products of the countries discovered by the latter, and at the same time soliciting from the Council of the Indies, as well as from the Bishop of Burgos, an addition to his authority, that he might attempt the conquest of these countries. At the same time he fitted out a new armament proportioned to the dangers and importance of the undertaking that he proposed. But though it was comparatively easy for Velázquez to collect the necessary material and men, it was far more difficult for him, whom an old writer describes as niggardly, credulous, and suspicious in disposition, to choose a fit leader. He wished, indeed, to find one who should combine qualities nearly always incompatible, high courage and great talent, without which there was no chance of success, with at the same time sufficient docility and submissiveness to do nothing without orders, and to leave to him who incurred no risk any glory and success which might attend the enterprise. Some who were brave and enterprising would not be treated as mere machines. Others, who were more docile or more cunning, lacked the qualities required to ensure the success of so vast an enterprise. Among the former were some of Grijalva's companions, who wished that he should be made commander, while the latter preferred Agustin Bermudez or Bernardino Velasquez. While this was pending, the governor's secretary, Andrés de Duero, and Amador de Lares, the controller of Cuba, both favorites of Velasquez, made an arrangement with a Spanish nobleman named Ferdinand Cortés, that if they could obtain the appointment for him, they should be allowed a share in his gains. Bernal Diaz says, they praised Cortés so highly, and pointed him out in such flattering terms as the very man fitted to fill the vacant post, adding that he was brave and certainly very faithful to Velasquez, to whom he was a son-in-law, that he allowed himself to be persuaded, and Cortés was nominated captain-general. As Andrés de Duero was the governor's secretary, he hastened to formulate the powers in a deed, making them very ample, as Cortés desired, and brought it to him duly signed. Had Velasquez been gifted with the power of looking into the future, Cortés was certainly not the man he would have chosen. Cortés was born at Medellin in Extremadura in 1485, of an ancient but slenderly endowed family. After studying at Salamanca for some time, he returned to his native town, but the quiet, monotonous life there was little suited to his restless and capricious temper, and he soon started for America, reckoning upon the protection of his relation Ovando, the governor of Hispaniola. His expectations were fully realized, and he held several honorable and lucrative posts, without counting that between times he joined in several expeditions against the natives. If he became in this manner initiated into the Indian system of tactics, so also, unfortunately, did he grow familiar with those acts of cruelty which have too often stained the Castilian name. He accompanied Diego de Velasquez in his Cuban expedition in 1511, and here he distinguished himself so highly that, notwithstanding certain disagreements with his chief, a large grant of land as well as of Indians was made to him as a recognition of his services. Cortés amassed the sum of 3,000 castellanos in the course of a few years by his industry and frugality, a large sum for one in his position, but his chief recommendations in the eyes of Andrés de Duero and Amador de Sarez, his two patrons, were his activity, his well-known prudence, his decision of character, and the power of gaining the confidence of all with whom he was brought into contact. In addition to all this, he was of imposing stature and appearance, very athletic, and possessed powers of endurance remarkable even among the hardy adventurers who were accustomed to brave all kinds of hardships. As soon as Cortés had received his commission, which he did with every mark of respectful gratitude, he set up a banner at the door of his house, made of black velvet embroidered with gold, bearing the device of a red cross in the midst of blue and white flames, and below this motto in Latin: "Friends, let us follow the cross, and if we have faith, we shall overcome by this sign." He concentrated the whole force of his powerful mind upon the means to make the enterprise a success. Even his most intimate friends were astonished at his enthusiasm in preparing for it. He not only gave the whole of the money which he possessed toward arming the fleet, but he charged part on his estate, and borrowed considerable sums from his friends to purchase vessels, provisions, munitions of war, and horses. In a few days 300 volunteers had enrolled themselves, attracted by the fame of the general, the daring nature of the enterprise, and the profit that would probably accrue from it. Velasquez, always suspicious, and doubtless instigated by some who were jealous of Cortés, tried to put a stop to the expedition at its outset. Cortés, being warned by his two patrons that Velasquez would probably try to take the command from him, acted with his customary decision. He collected his men, and in spite of the vessels not being completed and of an insufficient armament, he weighed anchor and sailed during the night. When Velasquez discovered that his plans had been checkmated, he concealed his indignation, but at the same time he made every arrangement to stop the man who could thus throw off all dependence upon him with such consummate coolness. Cortés anchored at Macaca to complete his stores, and found many of those who had accompanied Grijalva now hastened to serve under his banner. Pedro de Alvarado and his brothers, Cristobal de Olid, Alonso de Avila, Hernández de Puertocarrero, Gonzalo de Sandoval, and Bernal Diaz del Castillo, who was to write a valuable account of these events, Coram pars magna fuit. Trinity Harbor, on the south coast of Cuba, was the next resting place, and here a further supply of provisions was taken on board. But while Cortés lay at anchor for this purpose, Verdugo, the governor, received letters from Velasquez, desiring him to arrest the captain-general, the command of the fleet having just been taken from him. This bold step would have endangered the safety of the town, so Verdugo refrained from executing the order. Cortes sailed away to Havana in order to enlist some new adherents, while his lieutenant Alvarado went overland to the port where the last preparations were made. Although Velazquez was unsuccessful in his first attempt, he again sent an order to arrest Cortes, but Pedro Barba, the governor, felt the impossibility of executing the order in the midst of soldiers who, as Bernal Diaz said, would have willingly given their lives to save Cortes. At length, having recalled the volunteers by beat of drum, and taken on board all that appeared necessary, Cortes set sail on the 18th February, 1519, with 11 ships, the largest being of 100 tons, 110 sailors, 553 soldiers, 13 of whom were arquebusiers, 200 Indians from the island, and some women for domestic work. The real strength of the armament lay in the 10 pieces of artillery, the 4 falconets provided with an ample supply of ammunition, and the 16 horses which had been obtained at great expense. It was with these almost miserable means, which however had given Cortes much trouble to collect, that he prepared to wage war with a sovereign whose dominions were of greater extent than those appertaining to the King of Spain, an enterprise from which he would have turned back if he had foreseen half its difficulties. But long ago a poet said, "Fortune smiles on those who dare." After encountering a very severe storm, the fleet touched at the island of Cozumel, where they found that the inhabitants had embraced Christianity, either from fear of the Spaniards, or from finding the inability of their gods to help them. Just as the fleet was about to leave the island, Cortes had the good fortune to meet with a Spaniard named Geronimo de Aguilar, who had been kept a prisoner by the Indians for 8 years. During that time he had learnt the Indian language perfectly. He was as prudent as he was clever, and when he joined the expedition he was of the greatest use as an interpreter. After doubling Cape Catoche, Cortes sailed down the Bay of Campeche, passed Potonchan, and entered the Rio Tabasco, hoping to meet with as friendly a reception there as Grijalva had done, and also to collect an equally large quantity of gold. But he found a great change had taken place in the feelings of the natives, and he was obliged to employ force. In spite of the bravery and numerical superiority of the Indians, the Spaniards overcame them in several engagements, thanks to the terror caused by the reports of their firearms and the sight of the cavalry, whom the Indians took for supernatural beings. The Indians lost a large number of men in these engagements, while among the Spaniards 2 were killed and 14 men and several horses wounded. The wounds of the latter were dressed with fat taken from the dead bodies of the Indians. At last peace was made, and the natives gave Cortes provisions, some cotton clothing, a small quantity of gold, and 20 female slaves, among whom was the celebrated Marina, who rendered such signal services to the Spaniards as an interpreter, and who was mentioned by all the historians of the conquest of the New World. Cortes continued on a westerly course, seeking a suitable place for landing, but he could find none until he reached St. John de Ulua. The fleet had scarcely cast anchor before a canoe made its way fearlessly to the admiral's vessel, and here Marina, who was of Aztec origin, was of greatest use, in telling Cortes that the Indians of this part of the country were the subjects of a great empire, and that their province was one recently added to it by conquest. Their monarch, named Moctezuma, better known under the name of Montezuma, lived in Tenochtitlan, or Mexico, nearly 210 miles away in the interior. Cortes offered the Indians some presents, assuring them of his specific intentions, and then disembarked upon the torrid and unhealthy shore of Vera Cruz. Provisions flowed in immediately, but the day after the landing, Teutile, governor of the province and ambassador of Montezuma to the Spaniards, had much difficulty in answering Cortes when he asked him to conduct him to his master without delay, knowing as he did all the anxiety and fears which had haunted the mind of the emperor since the arrival of the Spaniards. However, he caused some cotton stuffs, feather cloaks, and some articles made of gold to be laid at the feet of the general, a sight which simply excited the cupidity of the Europeans. To give these poor Indians an adequate idea of his power, Cortes called out his soldiers and put them through their drill. He also ordered the discharge of some pieces of artillery, the noise of which froze the hearts of the savages with terror. During the whole time of the interview, some painters had been employed in sketching upon pieces of white cotton the ships, the troops, and everything which had struck their fancy. These drawings, very cleverly executed, were to be sent to Montezuma. But before beginning the history of the heroic struggles which shortly commenced, it will be useful to give some details as to that Mexican empire which, powerful as it appeared, nevertheless contained within itself numerous elements of decay and dissolution, which fact explains the cause of its conquest by a mere handful of adventurers. That part of America which was under the dominion of Montezuma was called Anahuac, and lay between 14 degrees and 20 degrees north latitude. This region presents great varieties of climate on account of its difference of altitude. Toward the center, and rather nearer to the Pacific than to the Atlantic, there is a huge basin at an elevation of 7,500 feet above the sea, and about 200 miles in circumference. in the hollow of which there were at the time several lakes. This depression is called the Valley of Mexico, taking its name from the capital of the empire. As may be easily supposed, we possess very few authentic details about a people whose written annals were burnt by the ignorant conquistadores and by fanatical monks who jealously suppressed everything which might remind the conquered race of their ancient religious and political traditions. Arriving from the north in the 7th century, the Toltecs had overspread the plateau of Anahuac. They were an intelligent race of people, addicted to agriculture and the mechanical arts, understanding the working in metals, and to whom is due the construction of the greater part of the sumptuous and gigantic edifices of which the ruins are found in every direction in New Spain. After 4 centuries of power, the Toltecs disappeared from the country as mysteriously as they had come. A century later they were replaced by a savage tribe from the northwest, who were soon followed by more civilized races, speaking apparently the Toltec language. The most celebrated of these tribes were the Aztecs, and the Alcolhues, or Tezcucans, who assimilated themselves easily with the tincture of civilization which remained in the country with the last of the Toltecs. The Aztecs, after a series of migrations and wars, settled themselves in 1326 in the Valley of Mexico, where they built their capital Tenochtitlan. A treaty of alliance, both offensive and defensive, was entered into between the states of Mexico, Texcoco, and Tlacopan, and was rigorously observed for a whole century. In consequence of this Aztec civilization, which had been at first bounded by the extent of the valley, spread on all sides, and soon was limited only by the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. In a short time these people had reached a higher degree of civilization than any other tribe in the New World. The rights of property were recognized in Mexico, commerce flourished there, and 3 kinds of coin in circulation provided the ordinary mechanism of exchange. There was a well-organized police, and a system of relays which worked with perfect regularity, and enabled the sovereign to transmit his orders with rapidity from one end of the empire to the other. The number and beauty of the towns, the great size of the palaces, temples, and fortresses indicated an advanced civilization, which presented a singular contrast to the ferocious manners of the Aztecs. Their polytheistic religion was in the highest degree barbarous and sanguinary. The priests formed a very numerous body and exercised great influence even over political affairs. Side by side with rites similar to those of Christians, such as baptism and confession, the religion presented a tissue of the most absurd and bloody superstitions. The offering up of human sacrifices, adopted at the beginning of the 14th century and used at first very sparingly, had soon become so frequent that the number of victims immolated each year, and drawn chiefly from the conquered nations, amounted to 20,000, while under certain circumstances the number was much larger. Thus in 1486, at the inauguration of the temple of Huitzilopochtli, 70,000 captives perished in a single day. The government of Mexico was monarchical. At first the imperial power had been carefully limited, but it had increased with the various conquests and had become despotic. The sovereign was always chosen out of the same family, and his accession was marked by the offering up of numerous human sacrifices. The Emperor Montezuma belonged to the sacerdotal caste, and in consequence his power received some unwonted development. The result of his numerous wars had been the extension of his frontiers, and the subjugation of various nations. These latter welcomed the Spaniards with eagerness, thinking that their dominion must surely be less oppressive and less cruel than that of the Aztecs. It is certain that if Montezuma, with the large force which he had at his disposal, had fallen upon the Spaniards when they were occupying the hot and unhealthy shore of Vera Cruz, they would have been unable, in spite of the superiority of their arms and discipline, to resist such a shock. They must all have perished, or been obliged to re-embark, and the fate of the New World would have been completely changed. But the decision which formed the most salient point in the character of Cortes was completely wanting in that of Montezuma, a prince who never could at any time adopt a resolute policy. Fresh ambassadors from the emperor had arrived at the Spanish camp, bringing to Cortes an order to quit the country, and upon his refusal all intercourse between the natives and the invaders had immediately ceased. The situation was becoming critical, and this Cortes felt. After having overcome some hesitation which had been shown by the troops, he laid the foundations of Vera Cruz, a fortress designed to serve as a basis of operations and a shelter in case of a possible re-embarkation. He next organized a kind of civil government, a junta as it would be called in the present day, to which he resigned the commission which had been revoked by Velázquez, and then he made the junta give him one with new provisions and more extended powers. After this he received the envoys from the town of Zempoalla, who were coming to solicit his alliance, and his protection against Montezuma, whose dominion they bore with impatience. Cortes was indeed fortunate in meeting with such allies so soon after landing, and not wishing to allow so golden an opportunity to slip, he welcomed the Totonacs kindly, went with them to their capital, and after having caused a fortress to be constructed at Quiabislan on the seashore, he persuaded his new friends to refuse the payment of tribute to Montezuma. He took advantage of his stay at Zempoalla to exhort these people to embrace Christianity, and he threw down their idols, as he had already done at Cozumel, to prove to them the powerlessness of their gods. Meanwhile, a plot had been forming in his own camp, and Cortez, feeling convinced that as long as there remained any way of returning to Cuba, there would be constant lukewarmness and discontent among his soldiers, caused all his ships to be run aground under the pretext of their being in too shattered a condition to be of any further use. This was an unheard-of act of audacity, and one which forced his companions either to conquer or to die. Having no longer anything to fear from the want of discipline of his troops, Cortez set out for Zempoalla on the 16th of August with 500 soldiers, 15 horses, and 6 field cannon, and also 200 Indian porters, who were intended to perform all menial offices. The little army soon reached the frontiers of the small republic of Tlascala, of which the fierce inhabitants, impatient of servitude, had long been engaged in strife with Montezuma. Cortez flattered himself that his oft-proclaimed intention of delivering the Indians from the Mexican yoke would induce the Tlascalans to become his allies and at once to make common cause with him. He therefore asked for leave to cross their territory on his way to Mexico, but his ambassadors were detained, and as he advanced into the interior of the country, he was harassed for 14 consecutive days and nights by continual attacks from several bodies of Tlascalans, amounting in all to 30,000 men, who displayed a bravery and determination such as the Spaniards had never yet seen equalled in the New World. But the arms possessed by these brave men were very primitive. What could they effect with only arrows and lances tipped with obsidian or fish bones, stakes hardened in the fire, wooden swords, and above all with an inferior system of tactics? When they found that each encounter cost them the lives of many of their bravest warriors, while not a single Spaniard had been killed, they imagined that these strangers must be of a superior order of beings, while they could not tell what opinion to form of men who sent back to them the spies taken in their camp, with their hands cut off, and who yet after each victory not only did not devour their prisoners, as the Aztecs would have done, but released them, loading them with presents and proposing peace. Upon this the Tlascalans declared themselves vassals of the Spanish crown, and swore to assist Cortez in all his expeditions, while he on his side promised to protect them against their enemies. It was time that peace should be made, for many of the Spaniards were wounded or ill, and all were worn out with fatigue. But the entry in triumph into Tlascala, where they were welcomed as supernatural beings, quickly made them forget their sufferings. After 20 days of repose in this town, Cortez resumed his march towards Mexico, having with him an auxiliary army of 6,000 Tlascalans. He went first to Cholula, a town regarded as sacred by the Indians, and as the sanctuary and favored residence of their deities. Montezuma felt much satisfaction in the advance of the Spaniards to this town, either from the hope that the gods would themselves avenge the desecration of their temples, or that he thought a rising and massacre of the Spaniards might be more easily organized in this populous and fanatical town. Cortez had been warned by the Tlascalans that he must place no trust in the protestations of friendship and devotion made by the Cholulans. However, he took up his quarters in the town, considering that he would lose his prestige if he showed any signs of fear. But upon being informed by the Tlascalans that the women and children were being sent away, and by Marina that a considerable body of troops was massed at the gates of the city, that pitfalls and trenches were dug in the streets, whilst the roofs of the houses were loaded with stones and missiles, Cortez anticipated the designs of his enemies, gave orders to make prisoners of all the principal men of the town, and then organized a general massacre of the population, thus taken by surprise and deprived of their leaders. For 2 whole days the unhappy Cholulans were subject to all the horrors which could be invented by the rage of the Spaniards, and the vengeance of their allies the Tlascalans. A terrible example was made, 6,000 people being put to the sword, temples burned to the ground, and the town half destroyed, a work of destruction well calculated to strike terror into the hearts of Montezuma and his subjects. End of second part, Chapter 1, Part 2A. Recording by Jonathan Drury, Los Angeles, California. Section 26 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jonathan Drury. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. Exploration of the World by Jules Verne. Second Part, Chapter 1, Part 2B. 60 miles now separated Cortez from the capital, and everywhere as he passed along he was received as a liberator. There was not a cacique who had not some cause of complaint against the imperial despotism, and Cortes felt confirmed in the hope that so divided an empire would prove an easy prey. As the Spaniards descended from the mountains of Chalco, they beheld with astonishment the Valley of Mexico, with its enormous lake, deeply sunk and surrounded by large towns, the capital city built upon piles, and the well-cultivated fields of this fertile region. Cortes did not trouble himself about the continued tergiversations of Montezuma, who could not make up his mind to the last moment whether he would receive the Spaniards as friends or enemies. The Spanish general advanced along the causeway which leads to Mexico across the lake, and was already within a mile of the town, when some Indians, who from their magnificent costume were evidently of high rank, came to greet him and to announce to him the approach of the emperor. Montezuma soon appeared, borne upon the soldiers of his favorites in a kind of litter adorned with gold and feathers, while a magnificent canopy protected him from the rays of the sun. As he advanced, the Indians prostrated themselves before him, with their heads downward, as though unworthy even to look at their monarch. This first interview was cordial, and Montezuma himself conducted his guests to the abode which he had prepared for them. It was a vast palace, surrounded by a stone wall, and defended by high towers. Cortes immediately took measures of defense, and ordered the cannon to be pointed upon the roads leading to the palace. At the second interview, magnificent presents were offered both to the general and soldiers. Montezuma related that according to an old tradition, the ancestors of the Aztecs had arrived in the country under the leadership of a man of white complexion, and bearded like the Spaniards. After laying the foundations of their power, he had embarked upon the ocean, promising them that one day his descendants would come to visit them and to reform their laws, and if, as Montezuma said, he now received the Spaniards rather as fathers than as foreigners, it was because he felt convinced that in them he beheld the descendants of his people's ancient chief, and he begged them to regard themselves as the masters of his country. The following days were employed in visiting the town, which appeared to the Spaniards as larger, more populous, and more beautiful than any city which they had hitherto seen in America. Its distinguishing peculiarity consisted in the causeways which formed a means of communication with the land, and which were cut through in various places to allow a free passage to vessels sailing on the waters of the lake. Across these openings were thrown bridges which could be easily destroyed. On the eastern side of the town there was no causeway and no means of communication with the land except by canoes. This arrangement of the town of Mexico caused some anxiety to Cortes, who saw that he might be at any moment blockaded in the town without being able to find means of egress. He determined, therefore, to prevent any seditious attempt by securing the person of the emperor and using him as a hostage. The following news which he had just received furnished him with an excellent pretext. Qualpopoca, a Mexican general, had attacked the provinces which had submitted to the Spaniards, and Escalante and 7 of his soldiers had been mortally wounded. Besides this, a prisoner had been beheaded and the head carried from town to town, thus proving that the invaders could be conquered, and were nothing more than ordinary mortals. Cortes profited by these events to accuse the emperor of perfidy. He declared that although Montezuma appeared friendly to him and to his soldiers, it was only that he might wait for some favorable opportunity to treat them in the same manner as Escalante, a proceeding quite unworthy of a monarch, and very different from the confidence which Cortes had shown in coming, as he had done, to visit him. He went on to say that if the suspicions of the Spaniards were not justified, the emperor could easily exonerate himself by having Qualpopoca punished, and finally, to prevent the recurrence of aggression which could but destroy the existing harmony, and to prove to the Mexicans that he harbored no ill design against the Spaniards, Montezuma could not do otherwise than come to reside amongst them. It may be easily imagined that the emperor was not very ready to decide upon this course, but was at last obliged to give in to the violence and threats of the Spaniards. Upon announcing his resolution to his subjects, he was made to assure them several times over that he put himself into the hands of the Spaniards of his own free will. These words were needed to calm the Mexicans, who threatened to make an attack upon the foreigners. The success of Cortes in this bold scheme was quite beyond his expectations. Qualpopoca, with his son and 5 of the chief ringleaders in the revolt, were seized by the Mexicans and brought before a Spanish tribunal, which was at the same time judge and prosecutor. The Indians were condemned and burnt alive. Not content with having punished men who had committed no crime but that of executing the orders of their emperor, and of opposing an armed resistance to the invasion of their country, Cortes imposed a new humiliation upon Montezuma, in placing fetters upon his feet, under the pretext that the culprits in their last moments had made accusations against him. For 6 months the conquistador exercised the supreme government in the name of the emperor, now reduced to a puppet show of authority. Cortes changed the governors who displeased him, collected the taxes, presided over all the details of the administration, and sent Spaniards into the various provinces of the empire with orders to examine their productions, and to take particular notice of the mining districts and the processes in use for collecting gold. Cortes also turned to account the curiosity evinced by Montezuma to see European ships, to have rigging and other appurtenances brought from Vera Cruz, and to order the construction of 2 brigantines destined to ensure his communications with terra firma by the waters of the lake. Emboldened by receiving so many proofs of submission and humility, Cortes took another step in advance, and required that Montezuma should declare himself the vassal and tributary of Spain. The act of fidelity and homage was accompanied, as may be easily imagined, with presents both rich and numerous, as well as by a heavy tax which was levied without much difficulty. The opportunity was now taken to gather together everything in gold and silver which had been extorted from the Indians, and to melt them down, except certain pieces which were kept as they were on account of the beauty of the workmanship. The whole did not amount to more than 600,000 pesos, or 100,000 L. Thus, although the Spaniards had made use of all their power, and Montezuma had exhausted his treasures to satisfy them, the whole product amounted to an absurdly small sum, very little in accordance with the idea which the conquerors had formed of the riches of the country. After reserving 1/5 of the treasure for the king, and 1/5 for Cortes, and subtracting enough to reimburse the sums which had been advanced for the expenses of the expedition, the share of each soldier did not amount to 100 pesos, and they considered that it would have been more worth their while to have remained in Hispaniola than to have experienced such fatigues, encountered such great dangers, and suffered so many privations, all for the reward of 100 pesos. If the promises of Cortes ended in this beggarly result, and if the partition had been made with fairness, of which they did not feel certain, they argued that it was absurd to remain longer in so poor a country, while under a chief less prodigal in promises, but more generous, they might go to countries rich in gold and precious stones, where brave warriors would find an adequate compensation for their toils. So murmured these greedy adventurers, some accepting what fell to their share while fuming over its small amount, others disdainfully refusing it. Cortes had succeeded in persuading Montezuma to conform to his will in everything which concerned politics, but it was otherwise in regard to religion. He could not persuade him to change his creed, and when Cortes wished to throw down the idols, as he had done at Zempoalla, a tumult arose which would have become very serious had he not immediately abandoned his project. From that time the Mexicans, who had offered scarcely any resistance to the subjugation and imprisonment of their monarch, resolved to avenge their outraged deities, and they prepared a simultaneous rising against the invaders. It was at this juncture, when the affairs in the interior seemed to be taking a less favorable turn, that Cortes received news from Vera Cruz that several ships were cruising off the harbor. At first he thought this must be a fleet sent to his aid by Charles V, in answer to a letter which he had sent to him on the 16th of July, 1519, by Puerto Carrero and Montejo. But he was soon undeceived, and learnt that this expedition was organized by Diego Velazquez, who knew by experience how lightly his lieutenant could shake off all dependence upon him. He had sent this armament with the object of deposing Cortes from his command, and of making him a prisoner, and of carrying him off to Cuba, where he would be speedily placed upon his trial. The fleet thus sent was under the command of Pamfilo de Narvaez. It consisted of 18 vessels, and carried 80 horse soldiers and 100 infantry, of whom 80 were musketeers, 120 crossbowmen, and 12 cannons. Narvaez disembarked without opposition, near the fort of San Juan de Ulloa, but upon summoning of the governor of Vera Cruz, Sandoval, to give up the town to him, Sandoval seized the men who were charged with the insolent message, and sent them off to Mexico, where Cortes at once released them, and then gained from them circumstantial information as to the forces and the projects of Narvaez. The personal danger of Cortes at this moment was great. The troops sent by Velazquez were more numerous and better furnished with arms and ammunition than were his own, but his deepest cause of anxiety was not the possibility of his own condemnation and death. It was the fear lest all fruit of his efforts might be lost, and the knowledge of the hurtfulness of these dissensions to his country's cause. The situation was a critical one, but after mature reflection and careful weighing of arguments for and against the course he meditated, Cortes determined to fight, even at a disadvantage, rather than to sacrifice his conquests in the interests of Spain. Before proceeding to this last extremity, he sent his chaplain Olmedo to Narvaez, but he was very ill received, and saw all his proposals for an accommodation disdainfully rejected. Olmedo met with more success amongst the soldiers, who, most of them, knew him, and to whom he distributed a number of chains, gold rings, and other jewels, which were well calculated to give them a high idea of the riches of the conqueror. But, when Narvaez heard of what was going on, he determined not to leave his troops any longer exposed to temptation, He set a price upon the heads of Cortez and his principal officers, and advanced to the encounter. Cortez, however, was too skilful to be enticed into giving battle under unfavorable circumstances. He temporized and succeeded in tiring out Narvaez and his troops, who retired to Zempoalla. Then Cortez, having taken his measures with consummate prudence, and the surprise and terror of a nocturnal attack which he organized compensating for the inferiority of his troops, he made prisoners of his enemy and all his soldiers, his own loss amounting to but 2 men. The conqueror treated the vanquished well, and gave them the choice between returning to Cuba or remaining to share his fortune. This latter proposal, backed up as it was by gifts and promises, appeared so seductive to the new arrivals, that Cortez found himself at the head of 1,000 soldiers, the day after he had been in danger of falling into the hands of Narvaez. This rapid change of fortune was turned to the greatest advantage by the skilful diplomacy of Cortez, who hastened to return to Mexico. The troops whom he had left there under the command of Alvarado, to guard the emperor and the treasure, were reduced to the last extremity by the natives, who had killed or wounded a great number of soldiers, and who kept the rest in a state of close blockade, while threatening them constantly with a general assault. It must be confessed that the imprudent and criminal conduct of the Spaniards, and notably the massacre of the most distinguished citizens of the emperor during a fete, had brought about the rising which they dreaded, and which they had hoped to prevent. After having been joined by 2,000 Tlascalans, Cortez pressed forward by forced marches towards the capital, where he arrived in safety, and found that the Indians had not destroyed the bridges belonging to the causeways and dikes which joined Mexico to the land. In spite of the arrival of this reinforcement, the situation did not improve. Each day it was necessary to engage in new combats, and to make sorties to clear the avenues leading to the palace occupied by the Spaniards. Cortez now saw but too plainly the mistake which he had made in shutting himself up in a town where his position might be stormed at any moment, and from which it was so difficult to extricate himself. In this difficulty he had recourse to Montezuma, who, by virtue of his authority and of the prestige which still clung to him, could appease the tumult, give the Spaniards some respite, and enable them to prepare for their retreat. But when the unfortunate emperor, now become a mere toy in the hands of the Spaniards, appeared upon the walls decked out with regal ornaments, and implored his subjects to cease from hostilities, murmurs of discontent arose, and threats were freely uttered. Hostilities began afresh, and before the soldiers had time to protect him with their shields, Montezuma was pierced with arrows, and hit upon the head by a stone which knocked him down. At this sight the Indians, horrified at the crime which they had just committed, at once ceased fighting, and fled in all directions, while the emperor, understanding but too late all the baseness of the part which Cortez had forced him to play, tore off the bandages which had been applied to his wounds, and refusing all nourishment, he died cursing the Spaniards. After so fatal an event, there was no more room to hope for peace with the Mexicans, and it became necessary to retire in haste, and at whatever cost, from a town in which the Spaniards were threatened with blockade and starvation. For this retreat Cortez was preparing in secret. He saw his troops each day more and more closely hemmed in, while several times he was forced himself to take his sword in his hand and to fight like a common soldier. Solis even relates, but upon what authority is not known, that during an assault which was made upon one of the edifices commanding the Spanish quarter, 2 young Mexicans, recognizing Cortez, who was cheering on his soldiers, resolved to sacrifice themselves in the hope of killing the man who had been the author of their country's calamities. They approached him in a suppliant attitude, as though they would ask for quarter. Then, seizing him round the waist, they dragged him toward the battlements, over which they threw themselves, hoping to drag him over with them. But thanks to his exceptional strength and agility, Cortez managed to escape from their embrace, and these 2 brave Mexicans perished in the generous but vain attempt to save their country. The retreat being determined on, it was necessary to decide upon whether it should be carried out by night or by day. If in the daytime the enemy would be more easily resisted, and ambuscades which might be prepared would be more easily avoided, while they could better take precautions to repair any bridges broken by the Mexicans. On the other hand, it was known that the Indians will seldom attack an enemy after sunset, but what really decided Cortez in favor of a nocturnal retreat was, that a soldier who dabbled in astrology had declared to his comrades that success was certain if they acted in the night. They therefore began their march at midnight. Besides the Spanish troop, Cortez had under his orders detachments from Tlascala, Zempoalla, and Cholula, which, notwithstanding the serious losses which had been sustained, still numbered 7,000 men. Sandoval commanded the vanguard, and Cortez the centre, where were the cannon, baggage, and prisoners, amongst whom were a son and 2 daughters of Montezuma. Alvarado and Velazquez de Leon led the rearguard. With the army was carried a flying bridge, which had been constructed to throw over any gaps there might be in the causeway. Scarcely had the Spaniards debouched upon the dike leading to Tacuba, which was the shortest of all, when they were attacked in front, flank, and rear by solid masses of the enemy, whilst from a fleet of numberless canoes a perfect hailstorm of stones and missiles fell upon them. Blinded and amazed, the allies knew not against whom to defend themselves first. The wooden bridge sank under the weight of the artillery and fighting men. Crowded together upon a narrow causeway where they could not use their firearms, deprived of their cavalry who had not room to act, mingled with the Indians in a hand-to-hand combat, not having strength to kill, and surrounded on all sides, the Spaniards and their allies gave way under the ever-renewed numbers of the assailants. Officers and soldiers, infantry and cavalry, Spaniards and Tlascalans were confounded together, each defending himself to the best of his ability, without caring about discipline or the common safety. All seemed lost, when Cortez with 100 men succeeded in crossing the breach in the dike upon the mass of corpses which filled it up. He drew up his soldiers in order as they arrived, and putting himself at the head of those least severely wounded, plunged wedge fashion into a melee, and succeeded in disengaging from it a portion of his men. Before day dawned, all those who had succeeded in escaping from the massacre of the Noche Triste, as this terrible night was called, found themselves reunited at Tacuba. It was with eyes full of tears that Cortez passed in review his remaining soldiers, all covered with wounds, and took account of the losses which he had sustained. 4,000 Indians, Tlascalans, and Cholulans, and nearly all the horses were killed. All the artillery and ammunition, as well as the greatest part of the baggage, were lost, and amongst the dead were several officers of distinction, Velasquez de Leon, Salcedo, Morla, Lares, and many others. One of those most dangerously hurt was Alvarado, but not one man, whether officer or soldier, was without a wound. The fugitives did not delay at Tacuba, and by accident they took the road to Tlascala, where they did not know what reception might await them. Ever harassed by the Mexicans, the Spaniards were again obliged to give battle upon the plains of Otumba to a number of warriors, whom some historians reckon at 200,000. Thanks to the presence of some cavalry soldiers who still remained to him, Cortez was able to overthrow all who were in front of him, and to reach a troop of persons whose high rank was easily discerned by their gilded plumes and luxurious costumes, amongst whom was the general bearing the standard. Accompanied by some horsemen, Cortez threw himself upon this group and was fortunate enough, or skillful enough, to overturn by a lance thrust the Mexican general, who was then dispatched by the sword by a soldier named Juan de Salamanca. From the moment when the standard disappeared the battle was gained, and the Mexicans, panic-stricken, fled hastily from the field of battle. Never had the Spaniards incurred greater danger, says Prescott, and had it not been for the lucky star of Cortez, not one would have survived to transmit to posterity the history of the sanguinary battle of Otumba. The booty was considerable, and sufficed in part to indemnify the Spaniards for the loss they had sustained in leaving Mexico, for this army which they had just defeated was composed of the principal warriors of the nation, who, having been quite confident of success, had adorned themselves with their richest ornaments. The day after the battle the Spaniards entered the territory of Tlascala. Bernal Diaz says, "I shall now call the attention of curious readers to the fact that when we returned to Mexico to the relief of Alvarado, we were in all 1,300 men, including in that number 97 horsemen, 80 crossbowmen, and the same number armed with carbines. Besides, we had more than 2,000 Tlascalans, and much artillery." Our second entry into Mexico took place on St. John's Day, 1520. Our flight from the city was on the 10th day of the month of July following, and we fought the memorable battle of Otumba on the 14th day of this same month of July. And now I would draw attention to the number of men who were killed at Mexico during the passage of the causeways and bridges, in the battle of Otumba, and in the other encounters upon the route. I declare that in the space of 5 days 860 of our men were massacred, including 10 of our soldiers and 5 Castilian women, who were killed in the village of Rustepeque. We lost besides 1,200 Tlascalans during the same time. It is to be noticed also that if the number of dead in the troop of Narvaez were greater than in the troop of Cortez, it was because the former soldiers set out on the march laden with a quantity of gold, the weight of which hindered them from swimming and from getting out of the trenches. The troops with Cortez were reduced to 440 men, with 20 horses, 12 crossbowmen, and 7 carabiners. They had not a single charge of gunpowder. They were all wounded, lame, or maimed in the arms. It was the same number of men that had followed Cortez when he first entered Mexico, but how great a difference was there between that conquering troop and the vanquished soldiers who now quitted the capital. As they entered the Tlascalan territory, Cortez recommended his men, and especially those of Narvaez, not to do anything which could vex the natives, the common safety depending upon not irritating the only allies which remained to them. Happily the fears which had arisen as to the fidelity of the Tlascalans proved groundless. They gave the Spaniards a most sympathizing welcome, and their thoughts seemed to be wholly bent upon avenging the death of their brothers massacred by the Mexicans. While in their capital Cortez heard of the loss of 2 more detachments, but these reverses, grave as they were, did not discourage him. He had under his orders troops inured to war and faithful allies. Vera Cruz was intact. He might once more reckon upon his good fortune. But before undertaking a new campaign or entering upon another siege, help must be sought and preparations made, and with these objects in view the general set to work. He sent 4 ships to Hispaniola to enroll volunteers and purchase powder and ammunition, and meanwhile he caused trees to be cut down in the mountains of Tlascala, and with the wood thus obtained 12 brigantines were constructed, which were to be carried in pieces to the Lake of Mexico, to be launched there at the moment when needed. End of second part, Chapter 1, Part 2b. Recording by Jonathan Drury, Mexico City. Section 27 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jonathan Drury. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. Exploration of the World by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 1, Part 2c. After suppressing some attempts at mutiny amongst the soldiers, in which those who had come with Narvaez were the most to blame, Cortes again marched forwards, and, with the help of the Tlascalans, first attacked the people of Tepeaca and of other neighboring provinces, a measure which had the advantage of exercising anew his own troops in war, and of training his allies. While this was going on, 2 brigantines bringing ammunition and reinforcements fell into the hands of Cortes. These ships had been sent to Narvaez by Velasquez, in ignorance of his misadventures. At this time also some Spaniards sent by Francis de Garay, governor of Jamaica, joined the army. In consequence of these reinforcements, the troops with Cortes, after he had rid himself of several partisans of Narvaez with whom he was dissatisfied, amounted to 500 infantry, of whom 80 carried muskets, and 40 horse soldiers. With this army, and with 1,000 Tlascalans, Cortes set out once more for Mexico on the 28th of December, 1520, 6 months after he had been forced to abandon the city. This campaign had for its theatre countries already described, and must therefore be passed over somewhat rapidly here, notwithstanding the interest attaching to it. To enter fully into the history of the conquest of Mexico would not be in accordance with the primary object of this work. After the death of Montezuma, his brother Cuitlavaca was raised to the throne, and he adopted all the measures of precaution compatible with Aztec strategic science. But he died of the smallpox, the sad gift of the Spaniards to the New World, at the very moment when his brilliant qualities of foresight and bravery were the most needed by his country. His successor was Guatimozin, the nephew of Montezuma, a man distinguished by his talents and courage. Cortes had no sooner entered the Mexican territory than fighting began. He speedily captured the town of Texcoco, which was situated at 20 miles' distance, upon the edge of the great central lake, that lake upon whose waters the Spaniards were to see an imposing flotilla floating 3 months later. At this time a fresh conspiracy, which had for its object the assassination of Cortes and his principal officers, was discovered, and the chief culprit executed. At this moment fate seemed in every way to smile upon Cortes. He had just received the news of the arrival of fresh reinforcements at Vera Cruz, and the greater part of the towns under the dominion of Guatimozin had submitted to the force of his arms. The actual siege of Mexico began in the month of May, 1521, and continued with alternate success and reverse until the day when the brigantines were launched upon the water of the lake. The Mexicans did not hesitate to attack them. From 4,000 to 5,000 canoes, each bearing 2 men, covered the lake and advanced to the assault of the Spanish vessels, which carried in all nearly 300 men. These 9 brigantines were provided with cannon, and soon dispersed or sunk the enemy's fleet, who thenceforth left them in undisputed possession of the water. But this success and certain other advantages gained by Cortes had no very marked consequences, and the siege dragged slowly on until the general made up his mind to capture the town by force. Unfortunately, the officer who was charged with protecting the line of retreat by the causeways while the Spaniards were making their way into the town, abandoned his post, thinking it unworthy of his valor, and went to join in the combat. Guatimozin was informed of the fault which had been committed, and at once took advantage of it. His troops attacked the Spaniards on all sides with such fury that numbers of them were killed in a short time, while 62 of the soldiers fell alive into the hands of the Mexicans, a fate which Cortes, who was severely wounded in the thigh, narrowly escaped sharing. During the night following, the great temple of the war god was illuminated in sign of triumph, and the Spaniards listened in profound sadness to the beating of the great drum. From the position they occupied they could witness the end of the prisoners, their unfortunate countrymen, whose breasts were open and their hearts torn out, and whose dead bodies were hurled down the steps. They were then torn in pieces by the Aztecs, who quarreled over the pieces with the object of using them for a horrible festival. This terrible defeat caused the siege to go on slowly, until the day came when 3 parts of the city having been taken or destroyed, Guatimozin was obliged by his counselors to quit Mexico and to set out for the mainland, where he reckoned upon organizing his resistance, but the boat which carried him being seized, he was made prisoner. In his captivity he was destined to display much greater dignity and strength of character than his uncle Montezuma had done. From this time all resistance ceased, and Cortes might take possession of the half-destroyed capital. After a heroic resistance, in which 120,000 Mexicans, according to some accounts, but 240,000 according to others, had perished, after a siege which had lasted not less than 70 days, Mexico, and with the city all the rest of the empire, succumbed, less indeed to the blows dealt against it by the Spaniards than to the long-standing hatred and the revolts of the subjugated people, and to the jealousy of the neighboring states. Fated soon to regret the yoke which they had so deliberately shaken off. Contempt and rage soon succeeded amongst the Spaniards to the intoxication of success. The immense riches upon which they had reckoned either had no existence or they had been thrown into the lake. Cortes found it impossible to calm the malcontents, and was obliged to allow the emperor and his principal minister to be put to torture. Some historians, and notably Gomara, report that whilst the Spaniards were stirring the fire which burnt below the gridiron upon which the 2 victims were extended, the minister turned his head towards his master and apparently begged him to speak, in order to put an end to their tortures. But that Guatimozin reproved this single moment of weakness by these words, "And am I assisting at some pleasure, or am I in the bath?" An answer which has been poetically changed into, "And do I lie upon roses?" The historians of the conquest of Mexico have usually stopped short at the taking of Mexico, but it remains for us to speak of some other expeditions undertaken by Cortes with different aims, but which resulted in casting quite a new light upon some portions of Central America. Besides, we cannot leave this hero, who played so large a part in the history of the New World and in the development of its civilization, without giving some details of the end of his life. With the fall of the capital was involved, properly speaking, that of the Mexican Empire. If there was still some resistance, as notably there was in the province of Oaxaca, it was of an isolated character, and a few detachments of troops sufficed to reduce the submission to the last remaining opponents of the Spaniards, terrified as the Mexicans were by the punishments which had been dealt out to the people of Panuco, who had revolted. At the same time ambassadors were sent by the people of distant countries of the empire, to convince themselves of the reality of that wonderful event, the taking of Mexico, to behold the ruins of the abhorred town, and to tender their submission to the conquerors. Cortes was at length confirmed in the position he held after incidents which would take too long to relate, and which caused him to say, "It has been harder for me to fight against my countrymen than against the Aztecs." It now remained to him to organize the conquered country, and he began by establishing the seat of government in Mexico, which he rebuilt. He attracted Spaniards to the city by granting them concessions of land, and the Indians by allowing them at first to remain under the authority of their native chiefs, although he speedily reduced them all, except the Tlascalans, to the condition of slaves, by the vicious system of repartimientos, in vogue in the Spanish colonies. But if it is justifiable to reproach Cortes with having held cheaply to the political rights of the Indians, it must be conceded that he manifested the most laudable solicitude for their spiritual well-being. To further this object he brought over some Franciscans, who by their zeal and charity in a short time gained the veneration of the natives, and in a space of 20 years brought about the conversion of the whole population. At the same time Cortes sent some troops into the state of Michoacan, who penetrated as far as the Pacific Ocean, and as they returned visited some of the rich provinces situated in the north. Cortes found settlements in all the parts of the country which appeared to him advantageous, at Zacatula upon the shores of the Pacific, at Coliman in Michoacan, at Santa Sebastian near Tampico, at Medellin near Veracruz, etc. Immediately after the pacification of the country, Cortes entrusted Cristobal de Olid with the command of a considerable force, in order to establish a colony in Honduras, and at the same time Olid was to explore the southern coast of that province, and to seek for a strait which should form a communication between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. But, carried away by the pride of command, Olid had no sooner reached his destination than he declared himself independent, whereupon Cortes immediately dispatched one of his relations to arrest the culprit, and set out himself, accompanied by Guatimozin, at the head of 100 horsemen and 50 foot soldiers, on the 12th of October, 1524. After crossing the provinces of Coatzacoalco, Tabasco, and Yucatan, and enduring all kinds of privations in the course of a most trying march over marshy and shifting ground, and across a perfect ocean of undulating forests, the detachment was approaching the province of Aculan, when Cortes was told of the existence of a plot, formed, as was said, by Guatimozin and the principal Indian chiefs. Its aim was to seize the first opportunity to massacre both officers and soldiers, after which the march to Honduras was to be continued, the settlements were to be destroyed, and then there was to be a return to Mexico, where during a general rising there would doubtless be small difficulty experienced in getting rid of the invaders. Guatimozin in vain protested his innocence, in which there is every reason to believe. He was hung, as well as several of the Aztec nobles, upon the branches of a ceiba tree which shaded the road. Bernal Diaz del Castillo says, "The execution of Guatimozin was very unjust, and we were all agreed in condemning it." But Prescott says, if Cortes had consulted his own interest and his renown, he should have spared him, for he was the living trophy of his victory, as a man keeps gold in the lining of his coat. At length the Spaniards reached Aculan, a flourishing town, where they refreshed themselves after their journey in excellent quarters, when they set out again. It was in the direction of the Lake of Petén, a part of the country where the population was easily converted to Christianity. We shall not dwell upon the sufferings and misery which tried the expedition in these sparsely peopled countries, until it arrived at San Gil de Buenavista, upon the Golfo Dulce, where Cortes, after receiving the news of the execution of Olid and the re-establishment of the central authority, embarked upon his return to Mexico. At this time he entrusted to Alvarado the command of 300 infantry, 160 cavalry, and 4 cannon, with a body of Indian auxiliaries, with which he set out for the south of Mexico to conquer Guatemala. He reduced to submission the provinces of Zacatulan, Tehuantepec, Soconusco, Utlatlan, and laid the foundations of the town of Guatemala la Vieja. When, some time afterward, he made a voyage to Spain, he was named by Charles V governor of the countries which he had conquered. 3 years had not expired after the conquest, before a territory 1,200 miles in length upon the seaboard of the Atlantic, and 1,500 miles upon that of the Pacific, had submitted to the Castilian crown, and with but few exceptions, was in a state of perfect tranquillity. The return of Cortes to Mexico from the useless expedition to Honduras, which had wasted so much time and caused almost as great sufferings to the Spaniards as the conquest of Mexico, had taken place but a few days, when he received the news that he was temporarily replaced by another commander, and was invited to repair to Spain to exculpate himself from certain charges. He was not in any haste to comply with this order, hoping that it might be revoked, but his indefatigable calumniators and his implacable enemies, both in Spain and Mexico, preferred accusations against him after such a manner, that he found himself obliged to go and make his defense, to state his wrongs, and boldly to claim the approval of his conduct. Cortes therefore started, accompanied by his friend Sandoval, as well as by Tapia and under several Aztec chiefs, amongst whom was a son of Montezuma. He disembarked at Palos in May 1528, at the same place where Columbus had landed 35 years before, and he was welcomed with the same enthusiasm and rejoicings as the discoverer of America had been. Here Cortes met with Pizarro, then at the outset of his career, who was come to solicit the support of the Spanish government. Cortes afterwards set out for Toledo, where the court then was. The mere announcement of his return had produced a complete change in public opinion. His unexpected arrival at once contradicted the idea that he harbored any projects of revolt and independence. Charles V saw that public feeling would be outraged at the thought of punishing a man who had added its greatest gem to the crown of Castile, and so the journey of Cortes became one continual triumph in the midst of crowds of people greater than had ever been known before. The houses and streets of the large towns and of the villages, says Prescott, were filled with spectators impatient to contemplate the hero whose single arm might be said, in some sort, to have conquered an entire empire for Spain, and who, to borrow the language of an old historian, marched in all the pomp and glory, not of a great vassal, but of an independent monarch. Charles V, after having granted several audiences to Cortes, and bestowed upon him those particular marks of favor which are termed important by courtiers, deigned to accept from him the empire which he had conquered for him, and the magnificent presents which he brought. But he considered that he had fully recompensed him when he had given Cortes the title of Marquis de Availle de Oaxaca, and the post of Captain General of New Spain, without, however, restoring him to the civil government, a power which had been formally delegated to him by the Junta of Veracruz. Cortes, after his marriage with a niece of the Duke de Béjar, who belonged to one of the first families in Spain, accompanied the emperor, who was on his way to Italy, to the port of embarkation. But the general, soon becoming tired of the frivolities of the court, so little in accordance with the active habits of his past life, set out again for Mexico in 1530, and landed at Villarica. After his arrival he underwent some annoyance caused by the Audiencia, which had exercised the power in his absence, and which had instituted lawsuits against him, and he also found himself in conflict with the new civil junta on the subject of military affairs. The Marquis de Lavalle withdrew himself to Cuernavaca, where he had immense estates, and busied himself with agriculture. He was the means of introducing the sugar cane and the mulberry to Mexico. He also encouraged the cultivation of hemp and flax, and the breeding, on a large scale, of merino sheep. But this peaceable life without adventures could not long satisfy the enterprising spirit of Cortez. In 1532 and 1533, he equipped 2 squadrons destined to make voyages of discovery in the northwest of the Pacific. The latter expedition reached the southern extremity of the peninsula of California without attaining the object sought, namely the discovery of a strait uniting Pacific with the Atlantic. Cortez himself met with no better success in 1536 in the Vermilion Sea, Gulf of California. 3 years later, a concluding expedition, of which Cortez gave the command to Ulloa, penetrated to the farthest extremity of the Gulf, and then, sailing along the exterior side of the peninsula, reached the 29th degree of north latitude. From thence the chief of the expedition sent back one of his ships to Cortez, while the rest proceeded northwards, but from that time nothing more is heard of them. Such was the unhappy result of the expedition of Cortez, which, while they did not bring him a single ducat, cost him not less than 300,000 gold castellanos. But they at least had the result of making known the coast of the Pacific Ocean, from the Bay of Panama as far as Colorado. The tour of the California peninsula was made, and it was thus discovered that what had been imagined to be an island was in reality a part of the continent. The whole of the Vermilion Sea, or Sea of Cortez as the Spaniards justly named it, was carefully explored, and it was ascertained that, instead of having an outlet as was supposed to the north, it was in reality only a gulf deeply hollowed into the continent. Cortez had not been able to fit out these expeditions without coming into antagonism with the viceroy Don Antonio de Mendoza, whom the emperor had sent to Mexico, an appointment which had wounded the feelings of the Marquis de Lavalle. Wearied with these continual annoyances, and indignant at finding his prerogative as captain general, if not absolutely ignored, at least perpetually questioned, Cortez left Mexico, and once more set out for Spain. But this journey was not destined at all to resemble the first. Grown old, disgusted with life, and betrayed by fortune, the conquistador had no longer anything to expect from government. He had not to wait long before receiving proof of this. One day he pressed through the crowd which surrounded the emperor's coach, and mounted upon the step of the door. Charles V pretended not to recognize him, and asked who this man was. Cortez answered proudly, "It is the man who has given you more states than your father left you towns." By this time public interest was diverted from Mexico, which had not yielded as much as had been expected from it, and was centered upon the marvelous riches of Peru. Cortez was, however, received with honor by the Supreme Council of the Indies, and permitted to state his complaints before it, but the debates upon the subject were endlessly drawn out, and he could obtain no redress. In 1541, against the disastrous expedition of Charles V against Algiers, Cortez, who was serving in it as a volunteer, but whose counsels had not been listened to, had the misfortune to lose 3 great carved emeralds, jewels which would have sufficed for the ransom of an empire. Upon his return he renewed his solicitations, but with the same want of success. His grief over this injustice and these repeated disappointments was so deep that his health suffered severely. He died far from the scene of his exploits, on the 10th of November, 1547, at Castilleja de la Cuesta, at the very moment when he was making preparations to return to America. He was a true knight-errant, says Prescott. Of all that glorious troop of adventurers which the Spain of the 16th century sent forth to a career of discovery and conquest, there was not one more deeply imbued with the spirit of romantic enterprise than Fernando Cortez. Strife was his delight, and he loved to attempt an enterprise by its most difficult side. This passion for the romantic might have reduced the conqueror of Mexico to the part of a common adventurer, but Cortez was certainly a profound politician and a great captain, if one is justified in giving this name to a man who accomplished great actions by his own unassisted genius. There is no other example in history of so great an enterprise having been carried to a successful end with such inadequate means. It may be said with truth that Cortez conquered Mexico with his own resources alone. His influence over the minds of his soldiers was the natural result of their confidence in his ability, but it must be attributed also to his popular manners, which rendered him eminently fit to lead a band of adventurers. When he had attained to a higher rank, if Cortez displayed more of pomp, his veterans at least continued on the same terms of intimacy with him as before. In finishing this portrait of the conquistador, we shall quote the upright and veracious Bernal Diaz, with whose sentiments we fully agree. He preferred his name of Cortez to all the titles by which he might be addressed, and he had good reasons for it, for the name of Cortez is as famous in our days as that of Caesar among the Romans, or Hannibal amongst the Carthaginians. The old chronicler ends by a touch which vividly depicts the religious spirit of the 16th century. Perhaps he was destined to receive his reward only in a better world, and I fully believe it to be so, for he was an honest knight, very sincere in his devotions to the Virgin, to the Apostle St. Peter, and to all the saints. End of second part, Chapter 1, Part 2C. Recording by Jonathan Drury, Los Angeles, California.
Section 28 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by hearhis.com. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1, Exploration of the World by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 1, Part 3, The Conquerors of Central America. The information which had been gained by Balboa as to the riches of the countries situated to the south of Panama had scarcely become known to the Spaniards before several expeditions were organized to attempt the conquest of them. But all had failed, either from the means used being insufficient, or from the commanders not being equal to the greatness of the undertaking. It must be confessed also that the localities explored by these first adventurers, these pioneers, as they would be called nowadays, did not at all come up to what Spanish greed had expected from them, and for this reason, that all the attempts had been hitherto made upon what was then called terra firma, a country preeminently unhealthy, mountainous, marshy, and covered with forests. The inhabitants were few, but of so warlike a disposition that they had added another obstacle to all those which nature had strewn with so prodigal a hand in the path of the invaders. Little by little, therefore, the enthusiasm had cooled, and the wonderful narratives of Balboa were mentioned only to be turned into ridicule. There lived, however, in Panama a man well able to weigh the truth of the reports which had been circulated concerning the richness of the countries bathed by the Pacific. This man was Francisco Pizarro, who had accompanied Muñez de Balboa to the southern sea, and who now associated with himself two other adventurers, Diego de Almagro and Ferdinand de Luque. A few words must be said about the chiefs of the enterprise. Francisco Pizarro, born near Truxillo between the years 1471 and 1478, was the natural son of a certain Captain Gonzalo Pizarro, who had taught the boy nothing but to take care of pigs. He was soon tired of this occupation, and took advantage of his having allowed one of the animals who were in his charge to stray, not to return to the paternal roof, where he was accustomed to be cruelly beaten for the smallest peccadillo. The young Pizarro enlisted, and after passing some years amidst the Italian wars, he followed Christopher Columbus to Hispaniola in 1510. He served there with distinction, and also in Cuba. Afterwards he accompanied Ojeda de Darien, discovered, as has already mentioned, the Pacific with Balboa, and after the execution of the latter he assisted Pedrarias Davila, whose favorite he had become in the conquest of all the country known as Castile de Or. While Pizarro was an illegitimate child, Diego de Almagro was a fondling, picked up, according to some, in 1475 at Adila de Rey, but according to others at Almargo, from which circumstance, as they maintain, he derived his name. He was educated in the midst of soldiers, and while still young went to America, where he had succeeded in amassing a small fortune. Ferdinand de Luque was a rich ecclesiastic of Tobago, who exercised the calling of a schoolmaster at Panama. The youngest of these adventurers was by this time more than 50 years of age, and Garcilaso de la Vega relates that upon their project being known, they became the objects of general derision. Ferdinand de Luque was the most laughed at, and was called by no other name than Hernando el Loco, Ferdinand the Fool. The terms of partnership were soon agreed upon between these three men, of whom two at least were without fear, if they were not all three without reproach. Luque furnished money needed for the armament of the vessels and the pay of the soldiers, and Almagro bore an equal part in the expense, but Pizarro, who possessed nothing but his sword, was to pay his contribution in another manner. It was he who took the command of the first attempt, upon which we shall dwell in some detail, because it was then that the perseverance and inflexible obstinacy of the conquistador first came fully into sight. One of the historians of the conquest of Peru, Agustin de Zarate, relates as follows: "Having then asked and obtained the permission of Pedro Arias de Availle, Francisco Pizarro, after much trouble, equipped a vessel upon which he embarked with 140 men. At the distance of 150 miles from Panama, he discovered a small and poor province named Peru, which caused the same name to be henceforward improperly bestowed upon all that country, which was discovered along that coast for the space of more than 3,600 miles in length. Passing onwards, he discovered another country, which the Spaniards called the Burnt People. The Indians slew so many of his men that he was constrained to retire in great disorder to the country of Chimchama, which is not far distant from the place whence he had started. Almagro, however, who had remained at Panama, fitted out a ship there, upon which he embarked with 70 Spaniards, and descended the coast as far as the river San Juan, 300 miles from Panama. Not having met with Pizarro, he went back northwards as far as the Burnt People, where, having ascertained by certain indications that Pizarro had been there, he landed his men. But the Indians, puffed up by the victory which they had gained over Pizarro, resisted bravely, forced the entrenchments with which Almagro had covered his position, and obliged him to re-embark. He returned, therefore, still following the coastline until he arrived at Chinchama, where he found Francisco Pizarro. They were much rejoiced at meeting again, and having added to their followers some fresh soldiers whom they had levied, they found their troops amounted to 200 Spaniards, and once more they descended the coast. They suffered so much from scarcity of provisions and from the attacks of the Indians that Don Diego returned to Panama to collect more recruits and to obtain provisions. He took back with him 80 men, with whom and with those who remained to them they went as far as the country called Catamez, a country moderately peopled, and where they found abundance of provisions. They noticed that the Indians of these parts who attacked them and made war against them had their faces studded with nails of gold inserted in holes, which they had made expressly for receiving these ornaments. Diego de Almagro returned once again to Panama, whilst his companion waited for him, and for the reinforcements which he was to bring with him, in a small island called Cock Island, where he suffered much from the scarcity of all the necessaries of life. Upon his arrival in Panama, Almagro could not obtain permission from Los Rios, the successor of Avila, to make new levies, for he had no right, Los Rios said, to allow a greater number of people to go and perish uselessly in the rash enterprise. He even sent a boat to Cock Island to bring away Pizarro and his companions. But such a decision could not be pleasing to Almagro and de Luque. It meant expense thrown away, and it meant the annihilation of the hopes which the sight of the ornaments of gold and silver of the inhabitants of Catamez had caused them to entertain. They sent therefore a trusty person to Pizarro to recommend him to persevere in his resolution, and to refuse to obey the orders of the governor of Panama. But Pizarro in vain held out the most seductive promises. The remembrance of the fatigues which had been endured was too recent, and all his companions, except 12, abandoned him. With these intrepid men, whose names have been preserved, and amongst whom was Garcia de Xerez, one of the historians of the expedition, Pizarro retired to an uninhabited island at a greater distance from the coast, to which he gave the name Gorgona. There the Spaniards lived miserably on mangles, fish, and shellfish, and awaited for 5 months the succor that Almagro and de Luque were to send to them. At length, vanquished by the unanimous protestations of the whole colony, who were indignant that people whose only crime was that they had not despaired of success should be left to perish miserably, and as though they were malefactors, Los Rios sent to Pizarro a small vessel to bring him back, with the object of presenting no temptation to Pizarro to make use of this ship to renew his expedition. Not a single soldier was placed on board of her. At the sight of the help which had arrived, and oblivious to all their privations, the 13 adventurers thought of nothing but persuading the sailors who came to seek them to participate in their own hopes. Whereupon, instead of starting again on the route to Panama, they sailed all together towards the southeast, in spite of contrary winds and currents, until, after having discovered the island of St. Clara, they arrived at the port of Tumbez, situated beyond the 3rd degree of south latitude, where they saw a magnificent temple and a palace belonging to the Incas, the sovereigns of the country. The country was populous and fairly well cultivated, but what proved beyond all else seductive to the Spaniards, and made them think that they had reached the marvelous countries of which so much had been said, was the sight of so great an abundance of gold and silver, that these metals were employed not only as finery and ornament by the inhabitants, but also for making vases and common utensils. Pizarro caused the interior of the country to be explored by Pietro de Canida and Alonso de Molina, who brought back an enthusiastic description of it, and he caused some gold vases to be given to him, as well as some llamas, a quadruped domesticated by the Peruvians. He took 2 natives on board his vessel, to whom he proposed to teach the Spanish language, and to use them as interpreters when they should return to the country. He anchored successfully at Paita, Sagarata, and in the Bay of Santa Cruz, of which the sovereign, Capellana, received the strangers with such friendly demonstrations that several of them were unwilling to re-embark. After having sailed down the coast as far as Puerto Santo, Pizarro set out on his return to Panama, where he arrived after 3 whole years spent in dangerous explorations, which had completely ruined De Luque and Almagro. Pizarro resolved to apply to Charles V, before undertaking the conquest of the country which he had discovered, for he could not obtain leave from Los Rios to engage fresh adventures. So he borrowed the sum required for the voyage, and in 1528 he went to Spain to inform the emperor of the work which he had undertaken. He painted the picture of the countries that were to be conquered in the most pleasing light, and as a reward for his labors, the titles of governor, captain general, and alguazil major of Peru were bestowed upon him and his heirs in perpetuity. At the same time he was ennobled, and a pension of 1,000 crowns was bestowed upon him. His jurisdiction, independent of the governor of Panama, was to extend over a tract of 600 miles along the coast of the south of the Santiago River. It was to be called New Castile, and he was to be the governor, concessions that cost nothing to Spain, for Pizarro had yet to conquer the country. On his side he undertook to raise a body of 250 men, and to provide himself with the necessary ships, arms, and ammunition. Pizarro then repaired to Truxillo, where he persuaded his 3 brothers, Ferdinand, Juan, and Gonzalo, to accompany him, as well as one of his half-brothers, Martin de Alcantara. He took advantage of his stay in his native town and at Carceras to try and raise recruits, both there and throughout Estremadura. They did not, however, come forward in large numbers, in spite of the title Caballeros de la Espada Dorada, which he promised to bestow upon all who would serve under him. Then he returned to Panama, where affairs were not going so smoothly as he had hoped. He had succeeded in getting De Luque named Bishop Protector de los Indios, but for Almagro, whose talents he knew, and whose ambition he feared, he had only asked that he should be ennobled and a gratuity of 500 ducats bestowed upon him, with the government of a fortress which was to be built at Tumbez. Almagro refused to take part in this new expedition. He was not pleased with the meager portion given to him after spending all his money on earlier expeditions. He wished now to organize one of his own account. It required all Pizarro's address, aided by the promise to give up to Almagro the office of adelantado, to appease him and make him consent to renew the old partnership. The resources of the three partners were so limited at this time that they could only get together 3 small ships and 124 soldiers, of whom 36 were horse soldiers. The expedition set out in February 1531 under the command of Pizarro and his 4 brothers, while Almagro remained at Panama to organize an expedition of supplies. At the end of 13 days' sailing, and after having been carried by a storm 300 miles more to the south than he had intended, Pizarro was forced to disembark both men and horses on the shores of the Bay of San Mateo, and to follow the line of the coast on land. This march was a difficult one in a very mountainous country, thinly peopled and intersected by rivers which had to be crossed at their mouths. At last a place called Coauqui was reached, where was found a great booty, which decided Pizarro to send back 2 of his ships. They carried to Panama and Nicaragua spoils to the amount of 30,000 castellanos, as well as a great number of emeralds, a rich booty which would, according to Pizarro, determine many adventurers to come and join him. Then the conqueror continued his march southwards as far as Puerto Viejo, where he was joined by Sebastian Benalcazar and Juan Fernandez, who brought him 12 horsemen and 30 foot soldiers. The effect which had been produced in Mexico by the sight of the horses and the reports of the firearms was repeated in Peru, and Pizarro was able to reach the island of Puna in the Gulf of Guayaquil without encountering any resistance. But the islanders were more numerous and more warlike than their brothers of the mainland, and for 6 months they valiantly resisted all the attacks of the Spaniards. Although Pizarro had received some aid from Nicaragua, brought by Ferdinand de Soto, and although he had beheaded the Cacique Tonaya and 16 of the principal chiefs, he could not overcome their resistance. He was therefore obliged to regain the continent, where the maladies peculiar to the country tried his companion so cruelly that he was forced to stay 3 months as Tumbez, exposed to the perpetual attacks of the natives. From Tumbez he went next to Rio Puria, discovered the harbor of Paita, the best on this coast, and founded the colony of San Miguel at the mouth of the Chilo, in order that vessels coming from Panama might find safe shelter. It was here that Pizarro received some envoys from Huascar, and informed him of the revolt of Atahualpa, the brother of Huascar, and asked his aid. At the period when the Spaniards landed to conquer Peru, it extended along the shore of the Pacific Ocean for 1,500 miles, and stretched into the interior as far as the imposing chain of the Andes. Originally, the population was divided into savage and barbarous tribes, having no idea of civilization, and living in a perpetual state of warfare with one another. For many centuries affairs had continued in the same state, and there appeared no presage of the coming of a better era, when, on the shores of Lake Titicaca, there appeared to the Indians a man and woman who pretended that they were the children of the sun. They called themselves Manco Capac and Mama Oyeyo, and were of majestic appearance. According to Garcilaso de la Vega, towards the middle of the 12th century, they united together a number of wandering tribes, and laid the foundations of the town of Cusco. Manco Capac had taught the men agriculture and mechanical arts, whilst Mama Oyeyo instructed the women in spinning and weaving. When Manco Capac had satisfied these first needs of all societies, he framed laws for his subjects and constituted a regular political state. It was thus that the dominion of the Incas, or lords of Peru, was established. At first their empire was limited to the neighborhood of Cusco, but under their successors it rapidly increased, and extended from the Tropic of Capricorn to the Pearl Islands, a length of 30 degrees. The power of the Incas was as absolute as that of the ancient Asiatic sovereigns. Also, says Zarate, there was perhaps no other country in the world where the obedience and submission of the subjects was carried further. The Incas were to them quasi-divinitives. They had but to place a thread drawn from the royal head fillet in the hands of anyone, and the man so distinguished was certain to be everywhere respected and obeyed, and to find such absolute deference paid to the king's order which he carried, that he could alone exterminate a whole province without any assistance from soldiers, and cause to be put to death all the inhabitants, both male and female, because at the mere sight of this thread, taken from the royal crown, the people voluntarily and without any assistance offered themselves up to die. However, the old chronicles all agreed in saying that this unlimited power was always used for the Incas for the well-being of their subjects. Out of the series of 12 kings who in succession sat on the throne of Peru, there was not one who did not leave behind him the memory of a just prince adored by his subjects. Should we not search in vain through the annals of any other country in the world for facts analogous to these? Must it not be regretted that the Spaniards should have brought war with all its attendant horrors, and the maladies and vices of a different climate, along with what they in their pride called civilization, amongst a rich and happy people, whose descendants, impoverished and debased as they are, have not even the recollection of their ancient prosperity to console them in their irremediable decay? The Peruvians, says Michele in his admirable Preces de Historia Moderne, handed down the principal facts to prosperity by knots, which they made in ropes. They had obelisks and exact gromens to mark the equinoxes and solstices. Their year consisted of 365 days. They had erected prodigies of agriculture, and they carved statues with amazing art. They formed the most polished and industrious nation of the world. The Inca Huayna Capac, father of Atahualpa, under whom this vast empire was destroyed, had done much to increase and embellish it. This Inca, who conquered all the country of Quito, had made, by the hands of his soldiers and of the vanquished people, a great road, 1,500 miles in length from Cusco to Quito, across precipices which had to be filled up and mountains which had to be leveled. Relays of men, stationed at intervals of 1.5 miles from each other, carried the emperor's orders throughout the empire. Such was their police, and if we wish to judge a Peruvian magnificence, we need only instance the fact that the king, when he traveled, was carried on a throne of gold which weighed 25,000 ducats, and the gold litter upon which the throne rested was borne by the highest personages of the realm. End of second part, Chapter 1, Part 2C. Recording by hearhis.com.
Section 29 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tech Savvy. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. Exploration of the World by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 1. Part 3b. In 1526, when the Spaniards appeared on the coast for the first time, the 12th Inca had lately married, in defiance of the ancient law of the kingdom, the daughter of the vanquished king of Quito, and had a son of this marriage named Atahualpa, to whom he left this kingdom on his death, which happened about 1529. His eldest son, Huascar, whose mother was descended from the Incas, had the remainder of his states. But this partition, so contrary to the customs established from time immemorial, caused such great discontent at Cusco, that Huascar, encouraged by his subjects, determined to march against his brother, who would not acknowledge him for his lord and master. Atahualpa, in his turn, had too lately tasted power to be willing to abandon it. He managed by bribes to attach to himself the greater part of the warriors who had accompanied his father during the conquest of Quito, and when the two armies met, fortune favored the usurper. Is it not curious to remark how both in Peru and Mexico the Spaniards were aided by entirely exceptional circumstances? In Mexico, some of the people who had recently submitted to the Aztec race, being mercilessly trampled upon by their conquerors, welcomed the Spaniards as deliverers. In Peru, the strife between the two brothers, furious against each other, hinders the Indians from turning all their forces against the invaders, whom they might easily have crushed. Pizarro, upon receiving the envoy sent by Huascar to ask his aid against his brother Atahualpa, whom he represented as a rebel and usurper, saw at once all the advantages that might accrue to him from these circumstances. He saw that by espousing the cause of one of the brothers, he could more easily crush them both. Therefore he advanced at once into the interior of the country at the head of a very inconsiderable force, consisting of 62 cavalry and 120 foot soldiers, of whom only 20 were armed with arquebuses and muskets. He was obliged to leave part of his troops to guard San Miguel, in which Pizarro reckoned upon finding a refuge in case of being unsuccessful, and where in any case all supplies which might arrive could be landed. Pizarro made first for Caxamalca, a small town situated at about 20 days' march from the coast. To reach it he had to cross a desert of burning sand, without vegetation and without water, which extended for 60 miles in length as far as the province of Matupi, and where the slightest attack of the enemy, joined to the sufferings endured by the little army, would have been sufficient to crush the whole expedition at one blow. Next the troops plunged into the mountains and became entangled in narrow defiles where a small force might have annihilated them. During this march Pizarro received an envoy from Atahualpa, bringing him some painted shoes and gold bracelets, which he was requested to wear at his approaching interview with the Inca. Naturally, Pizarro was lavish in his promises of friendship and devotion, and assured the Indian ambassador that he should be only following the orders given him by the king, his master, in respecting the lives and the property of the inhabitants. From the moment of this arrival at Caxamalca, Pizarro prudently lodged his soldiers in a temple and palace belonging to the Inca, where they were sheltered from any surprise. Then he sent one of his brothers with De Soto and 20 horse soldiers to the camp of Atahualpa, which was distant only 3 miles, to announce to him his arrival. The envoys of the governor were received with magnificence, and were astonished at the multiplicity of the ornaments and vases made of gold and silver, which they saw throughout the Indian camp. They returned, bringing a promise from Atahualpa that he would come on the next day to visit Pizarro, to bid him welcome to his kingdom. At the same time the envoys gave an account of the wonderful riches they had seen, which confirmed Pizarro in the project which he had formed of seizing the unfortunate Atahualpa and his treasures by treachery. Several Spanish authors, and notably Zarate, disguised these facts, which no doubt appeared to them too odious, and altogether denied the treachery towards Atahualpa. But at the present day there are extant many documents which force the historians to believe, with Robertson and Prescott, in the perfidy of Pizarro. It was very important for him to have the Inca in his own hands, and to employ him as a tool, just as Cortes had done with Montezuma. He therefore took advantage of the honesty and simplicity of Atahualpa, who placed entire confidence in Pizarro's protestations of friendship, and so was thrown off his guard, to arrange an ambuscade into which Atahualpa was certain to fall. There was not a scruple in the disloyal soul of the conqueror. He was as cool as though he were about to offer battle to enemies who had been forewarned of his approach. This infamous treason must be an eternal dishonor to his memory. Pizarro divided his cavalry into 3 small squadrons, left all his infantry in one body and his arquebusiers on the road in which the Inca must pass, and kept 20 of his most determined companions near himself. Atahualpa, wishing to give the Spaniards a great idea of his power, advanced the whole of his army. He himself was borne upon a kind of bed decorated with feathers, covered with plates of gold and silver, and ornamented with precious stones. He was accompanied by his principal nobles, carried like himself on the shoulders of their servants, and he was surrounded by dancers and jesters. Such a march was more that of a procession than of an army. As soon as the Inca had nearly reached the Spanish quarters, Father Vincent Valverde, the chaplain of the expedition, who was afterwards made a bishop as a reward for his conduct, advanced with the crucifix in one hand and his breviary in the other. In an interminable discourse he set forth to the monarch the doctrine of the creation, the fall of the first man, the incarnation, passion, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, the choice made by God of St. Peter to be his vicar upon earth, the power transmitted through him to the popes, and the gift made by Pope Alexander to the King of Castile of all regions of the New World. When he had expounded all these doctrines, he called upon Atahualpa to embrace the Christian religion, to recognize the supreme authority of the Pope, and to submit to the King of Castile as his legitimate sovereign. If he submitted immediately, Valverde undertook to promise that the king his master would take Peru under his protection, and allow him to continue to reign there. But he declared war against him and threatened him with fearful vengeance if he refused to obey and persevered in his impiety. To say the least of it, this was a singular scene and a very strange harangue, alluding to facts which were utterly unknown to the Peruvians, and of the truth of which a more skilful orator than Valverde would not have succeeded in persuading them. If we add that the interpreter knew so little of the Spanish language that it was almost an impossibility for him to translate what he scarcely understood himself, and that the Peruvian language lacked words to express ideas so foreign to its genius, we shall not be much surprised to learn that Atahualpa understood almost nothing of the Spanish monk's discourse. Some sentences, however, which attacked his own power, filled him with surprise and indignation, but he was none the less moderate in his reply. He said that a master of his own kingdom by right of succession, he could not see how any one had the power to dispose of it without his consent. He added that he was not at all willing to renounce the religion of his fathers to adopt one of which he had only heard that day for the first time. With regard to the other points touched upon in the discourse, he understood nothing. It was a thing entirely new to him, and he would much like to know where Valverde had learned so many wonderful things. "In this book," replied Valverde, handing him his breviary. Atahualpa received it with eagerness, and turned over some of the leaves with much more curiosity. Then, putting it to his ear, he exclaimed, "What you show me there does not speak to me and tells me nothing." With this he flung the book upon the ground. This served as a signal for the combat, or rather for the massacre. Cannon and muskets came into play, the cavalry sprang forward, and the infantry fell sword in hand upon the stupefied Peruvians. In a few moments the confusion was at its height. The Indians fled on all sides without attempting to defend themselves. As to Atahualpa, although his principal officers tried to make a rampart of their own bodies, while they carried him off, Pizarro sprang upon him, dispersed or overthrew his guards, and seizing him by his long hair, threw him down from the litter in which he was carried. Only the darkness could arrest the carnage. 4,000 Indians were killed, a great number wounded, and 3,000 taken prisoners. An incontestable proof that there was no real battle is that of all the Spaniards Pizarro alone was hit, and he received his wound from one of his own soldiers, who was too precipitately endeavoring to seize upon the Inca. The booty collected in the camp and from the dead exceeded anything the Spaniards could have imagined, and their enthusiasm was proportioned to the conquest of such riches. At first Atahualpa bore his captivity with resignation, which may have been partly due to Pizarro's doing all he could see to soothe him, at least by words.
But the Inca, soon understanding the unbridled covetousness of his jailers, made a proposal to Pizarro to pay him ransom, and to have a room of 22 feet in length by 16 in width filled as high as the hand could reach with vases, utensils, and ornaments of gold. Pizarro eagerly agreed to this, and the captive Inca dispatched the necessary orders to all the provinces. These were carried out promptly and unmurmuringly. Beyond this the Indian troops were disbanded, and Pizarro was able to send Soto and 5 Spaniards to Cuzco, a town situated more than 600 miles from Caxamalca, while he himself subjugated all the country within a circuit of 300 miles. In the meantime Almagro landed with 200 soldiers. There had been set aside for him and his men, with what regrets may easily be imagined, 100,000 pesos, a Spanish coin. A fifth was reserved for the king, and this left 1,528,500 pesos to be divided between the Pizarro and his companions. This product of pillage and massacre was solemnly divided between those entitled to it on the festival of St. James, the patron saint of Spain, after fervent prayer to God. A deplorable mixture this of religion and profanity, too common unfortunately in these times of mingled superstition and avarice. Each horse soldier received 8,000 pesos as his share, and each foot soldier 4,000, which would be equivalent to about 1,600 and 800 sterling. This was enough to satisfy the most exacting soldier after a campaign which had been neither long nor difficult. Many of the adventurers wished to enjoy this unexpected good fortune in a peaceable manner in their own country, and eagerly asked for their dismissal. The Pizarro granted without hesitation, for he felt sure that the news of their rapidly acquired wealth would soon bring him new recruits. With his brother Ferdinand, who went to Spain to give the emperor an account of Pizarro's triumph and some splendid presents, went 60 Spaniards, laden heavy indeed with money, but lightly with remorse. As soon as Atahualpa's ransom was paid, he claimed his freedom, but Pizarro, who had only saved his life, that he might make all the treasures of Peru his own and shelter himself under the prestige and authority which the Inca still exercised over his subjects, was soon wearied by his entreaties. He suspected him also of having for some time secretly given orders to levy troops in the distant provinces of the empire. Besides, Atahualpa, having soon discovered that Pizarro was no better educated than one of the lowest of his soldiers, felt in consequence a contempt for the governor which unfortunately he could not conceal. Such were the reasons, all trivial as they were, which determined Pizarro to prepare for the trial of the Inca. Nothing could have been more hateful than his trial, in which Almagro and Pizarro were at the same time both suitors and judges. The heads and the accusation were so ridiculous and absurd that one is in doubt whether to be most surprised by the effrontery of the wickedness of Pizarro in subjecting the head of a powerful empire over which he had no jurisdiction to such an inquiry. Atahualpa, being found guilty, was condemned to be burnt alive, but as he had at length asked to be baptized, that he might rid himself of the importunities of Valverde, his enemies content himself with strangling him. A worthy counterpart this of Guatimozin's execution. These were amongst the most atrocious and odious deeds committed by the Spaniards in America, which, however, they were sullied themselves with every imaginable crime. Among this herd of adventurers there were still some men who had retained sentiments of honor and self-respect. They protested loudly against this perversion of justice, but their generous mispleadings were stifled by the selfish declamations of Pizarro and his worthy assistants. The governor now raised one of Atahualpa's sons to the throne under the name of Paul Inca, but the civil war between the two brothers and the events which had occurred since the arrival of the Spaniards had done much to loosen the ties which bound the Peruvians to their kings, and this young man, destined soon to die in an ignominious death, had scarcely more authority than Manco Capac, the son of Huasca, who was acknowledged by the inhabitants of Cuzco. Soon after this, some of the principal people in the country even tried to carve for themselves kingdoms out of the empire of Peru. Such was Ruminagui, the commandant of Quito, who caused the brother and the children of Atahualpa to be massacred, and declared himself independent. Discord reigned in the Peruvian camp, and the Spaniards resolved to take advantage of it. Pizarro advanced rapidly upon Cuzco, the small number of his forces having been the only reason which had prevented him from doing so sooner. Now that a crowd of adventurers, attracted by the treasures which had been brought back to Panama, vied with each other in hastening to Peru, now that he could assemble 500 men. After leaving an important garrison at San Miguel under Benalcazar's command, Pizarro had no further reason for delay. On the way some skirmishes took place with large bodies of troops, but they ended as always with severe losses to natives, and a very insignificant one to the Spaniards. When they entered Cuzco and took possession of the town, the invaders showed surprise at the small quantity of gold and precious stones which they found there, although it far exceeded Atahualpa's ransom. Was this because they were becoming accustomed to the riches of the country, or because there was a larger number to share in them? Meanwhile, Benalcazar, being weary of inaction, took advantage of the arrival of reinforcements from Nicaragua and Panama to set out for Quito, where, according to the Peruvians, Atahualpa had left the greater part of his treasure. He placed himself at the head of 80 horse soldiers and 120 infantry, defeated on several occasions Rummenigge, who disputed his passage, and thanks to his prudence and cleverness, he entered Quito victorious, but did not find there what he sought, this is to say, the treasures of Atahualpa. At the same time, Pedro de Alvarado, who had so signally distinguished himself under Cortes, and who had been made governor of Guatemala, as a reward for his services, pretended to believe the provinces of Quito was not included in Pizarro's command, and organized an expedition consisting of 500 men, 200 of whom were cavalry. Landing at Porto Viejo, he wished to reach Quito without a guide, by going up the Guayaquil River and crossing the Andes. This road has always been one of the worst and the most trying that it is possible to choose. Before they had reached the plain of Quito, after horrible sufferings from hunger and thirst, without speaking of the burning cinders hurled from the crater of Chimborazo, a volcano near Quito, and the snowstorms which assailed them, the fifth part of the band of adventurers and half the horses had perished. The remainder were completely discouraged and quite unfit for fighting. It was therefore with the greatest surprise and some uneasiness that they found themselves face to face, not with a body of Indians as they had expected, but with a party of Spaniards under the command of Almagro. The latter were preparing to charge, when some of the more moderate among the officers caused an arrangement to be entered into, by virtue of which Alvarado was to withdraw to his own province after receiving 100,000 pesos to defray the expenses of the armament. Ferdinand Pizarro had set sail for Spain while these events were happening in Peru, feeling sure that the immense quantity of gold, silver, and precious stones which he took with him would secure him a warm welcome. He obtained for his brother Francisco the confirmation of his appointment as governor. With more extended powers, he himself was made a knight of the order of St. Iago. As for Almagro, he was confirmed in his title of adelantado, and his jurisdiction was extended 600 miles, without, however, its limits being very strictly defined, which left the door open for many contests and all kinds of arbitrary interpretations. Ferdinand Pizarro had not reached Peru again when Almagro, having learned that a special government had been assigned to him, pretended that Cuzco formed part of it, and made preparations for its conquest. But Juan and Gonzalo Pizarro had no intention of allowing themselves to be robbed, and the parties were on the point of coming to blows when Francisco Pizarro, who is often called Marquis or the Great Marquis, arrived at the capital. Almagro had never forgiven Francisco Pizarro the duplicity which he had displayed in his negotiation with Charles V, nor the coolness with which he had claimed for himself, at the expense of his two friends, the principal share of authority and the most extended government. But as Almagro met with great oppositions to his designs, and as he was not the stronger, he concealed his vexation, put a good face on the matter, and seemed delighted at reconciliation. They renewed their partnership, therefore, says Zarette, on condition that Don Diego de Almagro should go and discover the country on the south side, and if he found it any that was really good, they should ask his Majesty to make the governor of it, but that if he found nothing to suit him, they should share Don Francisco's government between them. This arrangement was made very solemnly, and they took their oath upon the consecrated wafer, and for the future they would undertake nothing against one another. Some say that Almagro swore that he would never encroach either upon Cuzco or on the surrounding country within 390 miles, even if his Majesty should give him the government of it. They add that turning towards the holy sacrament he pronounced these words: "Lord, if I violate the oath that I now take, I pray that thou wilt confound me and punish me both in my body and my soul." After this solemn agreement, which was destined to be observed with a little fidelity at the first, Almagro made his preparations for departure. Thanks to his well-known liberality, as much as to his reputation for courage, he gathered together 570 men, of being equal numbers of cavalry and infantry, which he set out by land for Chile. The journey was an extremely trying one, and the adventurers suffered severely from the intense cold while crossing the Andes. They had also to deal with the very warlike tribes, unsoftened by any civilization, who assailed them with a fury of which nothing they had seen in Peru had given them any idea. Almagro could no longer make any settlement, for he had scarcely been 2 months in the country, where he heard that the Indians in Peru had revolted and massacred the greater part of the Spaniards, whereupon he immediately retraced his steps. After the new partnerships had been assigned between the conquerors, Pizarro had returned to the provinces bordering on the sea, in which he could establish a regular government, there being no longer anything to dread from resistance. For a man who had never studied legislation, he had drawn up some very wise rules for administration of justice, for the collection of taxes, the apportionment of Indians, and the working of the mines. Some parts of the conquistador's character were doubtless very open to criticism, but it is only just to recognize that he was not wanting in enlarged ideas, but he was conscientious in playing his part as the founder of the great empire. This it was which made him hesitate long before choosing the future capital of Spanish possessions. Cuzco had the recommendation of having been the residence of the Incas, but this town, situated more than 400 miles from the sea, was very distant from Quito, of which the importance seemed to Pizarro to be extreme. Before long he was struck with the beauty and fertility of the great valley, watered by a stream called the Rimac. There in 1536 he established the seat of his dominion. Soon the City of Kings, or Lima, as it is called by a corruption of this name of the river which flows at its feet, assumed the aspect of a great city, owing to the magnificent palace and the sumptuous residence for officers, which Pizarro caused to be built there. While these cares kept Pizarro far from his capital, small bodies of troops, sent in different directions, penetrated into the most distant provinces of the empire, with the object of extinguishing the last smouldering embers of resistance. So many of the soldiers were employed in this way, that there remained in Cuzco itself but a very small body of troops. The Inca, who had remained in the hands of the Spaniards, thought this an opportune moment for fomenting a general rising, in which he earnestly hoped that the foreign government might be overthrown. Although closely guarded, he contrived to take his measures with so much skill that he did not arouse the suspicions of his oppressors. He obtained permission even to be present at a grand fete, which was to be held at several miles' distance from Cuzco, and for which the most distinguished persons in the empire had met together. As soon as the Inca appeared, the standard of the revolt was raised. The country was soon in arms from the confines of the province of Quito as far as Chile, and a number of small detachments of Spaniards were surprised and destroyed. Cuzco, defended by the three brothers Pizarro, but about 170 Spaniards, were exposed for 8 consecutive months to the incessant attacks of the Peruvians, who had now become an expert in the use of arms which they had taken from their enemies. The conquerors made a most valiant resistance, but experienced some severe losses, especially that of Juan Pizarro. Almagro left Chile in the greatest haste, crossed the stony and the sandy desert of Atacama, where he suffered as severely from heat and drought as he had done in the Andes from cold and snow, penetrated into the Peruvian territory, defeated Manco Capac in a great battle, and succeeded in approaching the town of Cuzco, after having driven away the Indians. He then tried to get the town given up to him, on the pretext that it was not included in Pizarro's government, and violating a truce, during which the followers of the Marquis were taking a short rest, he entered Cuzco, seized both Ferdinand and Gonzalo Pizarro, and had acknowledged himself as a governor. End of second part, chapter 3, part 1a. Recording by TechSavvy, www.techsavvy.wordpress.com.
Section 30 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. Exploration of the World by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 1, Part 3c. While this was going on, a considerable body of Indians invested Lima, intercepted all communications, and annihilated the various small bodies of troops which Pizarro sent at intervals to the aid of the Spaniards at Cuzco. At this time he sent away all his vessels to Panama to compel his companions to make a desperate resistance. He recalled from Truxillo the forces under the command of Alonso de Alvarado, and entrusted to the latter a column of 500 men, which advanced to within several miles of the capital without having the slightest suspicion that the town was now in the hands of fellow countrymen, who were fully determined to bar their passage. But Almagro desired much rather to attract these new adversaries to himself than to destroy them. He arranged therefore to surprise them and make them prisoners. He had now a fine opportunity in his hands of ending the war, and making himself master of the two governments by a single blow. Several of his officers had observed this to him, and especially Orgoños, who proposed that the two brothers of the conquistador should be put to death, and that Almagro should advance by forced marches with his victorious troops against Lima, or Pizarro, taken by surprise, would not be able to resist him. But as a Latin poet says, Jupiter makes dotards of those whom he means to ruin. Almagro, who in so many other instances had thrown aside all scruples, did not wish to put himself in the wrong by invading Pizarro's dominions as a rebel, and he quietly took the road back to Cuzco. Looking at it only from the side of Almagro's own interests, he evidently committed in this a gross blunder, of which he was soon to repent. But if we consider what we should never lose sight of, the interest of the country, he had already committed a capital crime in the acts of aggression of which he had been guilty, and in kindling civil war in face of an enemy quite ready to take advantage of it. His adversaries did not delay to remind him of it, whereas prompt decision would have been necessary for Almagro to make him master of the situation. Pizarro had everything to expect from time and opportunity. While waiting for the promised reinforcements from Darien, he commenced negotiations with his adversary, lasting for several months, during which time one of his brothers, as well as Alvarado, found means to escape with more than 70 men. Although Almagro had been so often duped, he consented again to receive the licentiate Espinosa, who was ordered to represent to him that if the emperor knew what was taking place between the two competitors, and learned the condition to which their contest had reduced affairs, no doubt he would recall them both, and put someone else in their place. At last, after the death of Espinosa, it was decided by the friar Francisco de Bobadilla, to whom Pizarro and Almagro had referred their differences, that Ferdinand Pizarro should be immediately set free, that Cuzco should be given back to the Marquis, and that they should send several officers on both sides to Spain, charged with representing the respective rights of the two parties and submitting them to the emperor's decision. Scarcely had the last of his brothers been set at liberty than Pizarro, rejecting all idea of peace and amicable arrangement, declared that arms alone should decide whether he or Almagro was to be lord of Peru. In a short time he had assembled a body of 700 men, of which he entrusted the command to his 2 brothers. Finding it impossible to cross the mountains which would have been the most direct road to Cuzco, they followed the line of the sea-coast as far as Nazca, and then penetrated into a branch of the Andes, by which they could reach the capital in a short time. Possibly Almagro ought to have defended the mountain defiles, but he had only 500 men, and he reckoned much on his splendid cavalry, whom he could not deploy in a confined space. He therefore waited for the enemy in the plain of Cuzco. The 2 parties encountered each other on the 26th of April, 1538, with equal animosity, but the victory was decided by 2 companies of musketeers, which the Emperor had sent to Pizarro when he heard of the revolt of the Indians. 140 soldiers perished in this engagement, which received the name of Las Salinas. Orgoños and several officers of distinction were killed in cold blood after the battle, and Almagro himself, aged and ill, could not escape from Pizarro. The Indians who, assembled in arms on the surrounding mountains, had reckoned upon falling on the conqueror, had need instead to fly in all haste. Nothing, says Robertson, more entirely proves the ascendancy gained by the Spaniards over the Americans, than seeing that the latter, witnesses of the defeat and dispersion of one of the parties, had not the courage to attack the other, even weakened and fatigued as they were by their victory, and dared not fall upon their oppressors when fortune offered them so favourable an opportunity for attacking them with advantage. At this period a victory not followed by pillage was incomplete, so the town of Cuzco was sacked, and all the riches that Pizarro's companions found there did not suffice to content them. They had such exalted ideas of their merits, and of the services which they had rendered, that each would have desired an appointment as governor. Ferdinand Pizarro therefore dispersed them, and sent them to conquer fresh territories, with some of the partisans of Almagro, who had rallied, and whom it was important to send to a distance. As for Almagro himself, Ferdinand Pizarro, feeling convinced that his name constituted a focus of permanent agitation, resolved to get rid of him. He caused him therefore to be put upon his trial, which ended, as it was easy to foresee, in a sentence of death. When Almagro received this news, after giving way for a few moments of a very natural grief, pleading his great age and the different way in which he had behaved with regard to Ferdinand and Gonzalo Pizarro when they were his prisoners, he recovered his calmness and awaited his death with a soldier's courage. He was strangled in his prison, and afterwards publicly beheaded. 1538. After several successful expeditions, Ferdinand Pizarro set out for Spain to give the Emperor an account of what had taken place. He found most minds there strangely prejudiced against him and his brothers. Their cruelty, their violence, and their disregard for the most sacred engagements had been laid bare without reserve by some friends of Almagro's. Ferdinand Pizarro needed the utmost cleverness to win the Emperor round. Charles V had no means of judging fairly on which side the justice of the case lay, for he had only heard of it from the interested parties. He could only discern the deplorable consequences to his own government of the civil war. He decided therefore to send a commissioner to the country, to whom he gave most extensive powers, and who, after having inquired into all that had taken place, should establish whatever form of government he thought most advisable. This delicate mission was confided to Cristobal de Vaca, a judge of audience at Valladolid, who proved not unequal to his task. One fact is worthy of notice. He was recommended to show the greatest respect toward Francisco Pizarro, at the very time when his brother Ferdinand was arrested and thrown into a prison, where he was destined to remain forgotten for 20 years. While these events were taking place in Spain, the Marquis portioned out the conquered country, keeping for himself and his trustworthy friends the most fertile and best situated districts, and giving to Almagro's companions, the men of Chile, as they were called, only the more sterile and distant territories. Next he confided to Pedro de Valdivia, one of his aides de camp, the execution of the project which Almagro had only been able to sketch out, the conquest of Chile. Valdivia set out on the 28th of January, 1540, with 150 Spaniards, amongst whom Pedro Gomez, Pedro de Miranda, and Alonso de Monroy were destined especially to distinguish themselves. He crossed first the desert of Atacama, which even at the present day is considered a most troublesome enterprise, and reached Copiapo, standing in the midst of a beautiful valley. Received at first with great cordiality, he had to sustain, as soon as harvest was over, several combats with the Araucanians, a race of brave, indefatigable warriors, very different from the Indians of Peru. In spite of this, he laid the foundations of the town of Santiago on the 12th of February, 1541. Valdivia spent 8 years in Chile, presiding over the conquest and organization of the country. Less greedy than the other conquistadores his contemporaries, he only sought for the mineral riches of the country that he might ensure the development of the prosperity of his colony, in which he had taken care first of all to encourage agriculture. The best mine that I know of is one of corn and wine with nourishment for livestock. Who has this has money. As for mines, we do not depend upon them for subsistence, and often that which looks well outwardly is not really worth much. These wise words of Lescarbot, in his Histoire de la Nouvelle France, might have been used by Valdivia, so exactly do they correspond with and express his sentiments. His valour, prudence, and humanity, more especially the latter quality, which shines forth strangely in contrast with the cruelty of Pizarro, ensures for him a distinction all of his own among the conquistadores of the 16th century. At the time that Valdivia set out for Chile, Gonzalo Pizarro crossed the Andes at the head of 340 Spaniards, half of whom were mounted, and 4,000 Indians, of whom the greater part of the Indians perished from cold. Then he penetrated eastwards into the interior, seeking for a country where spices and cinnamon was said to abound. In these vast savannas, intersected by marshes and virgin forests, the Spaniards encountered torrents of rain, which lasted quite 2 months. They found only a scattered population who were not industrious and also hostile. In consequence, the invaders often suffered from hunger in a country where there were then neither horses nor oxen, where the largest quadrupeds were tapirs and llamas, and even the latter was seldom met with on this slope of the Andes. In spite of these difficulties, which would have discouraged any less energetic explorers than the descubridores of the 16th century, they persevered in their attempt and descended the Rio Napo or Coca, an affluent on the left of the Marañón, as far as its confluence. There, with great difficulty, they built a brigantine, which was manned by 50 soldiers under the command of Francisco Orellana. But either the strength of the current carried him away, or else being no longer under the eyes of his chief, he wished in his turn to be the leader of an expedition of discovery. He did not wait for Gonzalo Pizarro at the appointed rendezvous, but continued to descend the river until he reached the ocean. Such a voyage is simply marvellous. Through nearly 6,000 miles of an unknown region, without guide, without compass, without provisions, with a crew who murmured more than once against the foolish attempt of their leader, and in the midst of populations almost invariably hostile. From the mouth of the river, which he had just descended in his badly built and dilapidated vessel, Orellana succeeded in reaching the island of Cubagua, whence he set sail for Spain. If the proverb, "He who comes from a distance tells many lies," were not of much earlier date, one might have thought it had been coined for Orellana. He invented the most preposterous fables as to the wealth of the countries he had traversed. The inhabitants were so rich that the roofs of the temples were formed with plates of gold, an assertion which gave rise to the legend of El Dorado. Orellana had heard of the existence of a republic of female warriors who had founded a vast empire, which caused the river Marañón to be called the River of the Amazons. If, however, we strip this narrative of all that is ridiculous and grotesque, and calculated to please the imaginations of his contemporaries, it remains certain that Orellana's expedition is one of the most remarkable of this epoch, so fertile in gigantic enterprises, and it furnishes the first information upon the immense zone of country lying between the Andes and the Atlantic. But we must return to Gonzalo Pizarro. His embarrassment and consternation had been great when, on arriving at the confluence of the Napo and the Marañón, he had not found Orellana, who was to have been awaiting him. Fearing that some accident might have befallen his lieutenant, he had descended the course of the river for 150 miles, until he met with an unfortunate officer who had been left behind for having addressed some remonstrances to his chief upon his perfidy. The bravest among Pizarro's men were discouraged at the news of the cowardly way in which they had been abandoned, and at the destitute condition in which they were left. Pizarro was obliged to yield to their entreaties, and to return to Quito, from which they were more than 1,200 miles away. To give an idea of their sufferings on this return journey, it suffices to say that after having eaten horses, dogs, and reptiles, roots and wild beasts, and after having devoured every article made of leather in their accoutrements, the unfortunate survivors who reached Quito, lacerated by brambles, emaciated and utterly impoverished, numbered only 24. 4,000 Indians and 210 Spaniards had perished in this expedition, which had lasted less than 2 years. While Gonzalo Pizarro was conducting the fortunate expedition just related, the old partisans of Almagro, who had never frankly joined Pizarro, gathered round the son of their old leader, and formed a plot for murdering the Marquis. In vain was Francisco Pizarro several times warned of what was threatening him. He would pay no heed to the report. He said, "Keep quiet, I shall be safe as long as there is no one in Peru who does not know that I can in a moment take the life of anyone who should dare to form the project of attempting mine." On Sunday the 26th of June 1541, at the hour of siesta, Juan de Herrada and 18 conspirators left the house of Almagro's son with drawn swords in their hands and armed from top to toe. They ran towards the house of Pizarro, crying out, "Death to the tyrant! Death to the infamous wretch!" They entered the palace, killed Francisco de Chaves, who had appeared in haste on hearing the noise, and gained the hall, where was Francisco Pizarro with his brother Francisco Martin, the doctor Juan Velasquez, and a dozen servants. These jumped out of the windows, with the exception of Martin Pizarro, 2 other gentlemen, and 2 tall pages, who were killed while defending the door of the governor's apartment. He himself had not had time to put on his cuirass, but he seized his sword and buckler and defended himself valiantly, killing 4 of his adversaries and wounding several others. One of his assailants, in the spirit of self-devotion, attracted to himself the blows of Pizarro. Meanwhile the other conspirators made their way in and attacked him with such fury that he could not parry all the blows, being so exhausted that he could scarcely wield his sword. "Thus," says Zarate, "they made an end and succeeded in killing him by a thrust in the throat." Falling to the ground, he asked in a loud voice that he might be allowed to confess, and then, not being able any longer to speak, he made the sign of the cross on the ground, which he kissed, and then yielded up his soul to God. Some negroes carried his body to the church, where Juan Barbazan, his old servant, alone ventured to come and claim it. This faithful servant secretly rendered to it funeral honours, for the conspirators had pillaged the house of Pizarro, not leaving enough even to pay for wax tapers. Thus did Francisco Pizarro come to his end, assassinated even in the capital of the vast empire which Spain owed to his valour and indefatigable perseverance, but which he bestowed upon his country, it must be admitted, ravaged, decimated, and drowned in a deluge of blood. Pizarro is often compared with Cortés. The one had as much ambition, courage, and military capacity as the other, but the cruelty and avarice of the Marquis de Lavalle were carried to an extreme in Pizarro, and united in him to perfidy and duplicity. If we are inclined to excuse certain parts of Cortés's character which are not estimable by the times in which he lived, we are at least charmed by that grace and ability of manners, and by that way of a gentleman above prejudices, which made him so much beloved by the soldier. In Pizarro, on the contrary, we find roughness, and a harsh and sympathizing way of feeling, while his chivalrous qualities disappear entirely behind the rapacity and perfidy which are the salient features of his character. If Cortés found brave and resolute adversaries among the Mexicans who opposed almost insurmountable difficulties to his progress, Pizarro had no trouble in vanquishing the Peruvians, who were timid and enervated, and who never made any serious resistance to his arms. Of the conquests of Peru and Mexico, the less difficult produced the greater metallurgic advantage to Spain, and thus it was more appreciated. The civil war was on the point of breaking out again after Pizarro's death, when the governor arrived, who was delegated by the metropolitan government. As soon as he had collected the needful troops, he marched towards Cusco. He seized young Almagro without trouble, had him beheaded with 40 of his confederates, and governed the country with firmness until the viceroy Blasco Núñez Vela arrived. It is not our intention to enter into the detail of the disputes which took place between the latter and Gonzalo Pizarro, who, profiting by the general discontent caused by the new regulations as to the repartimientos, revolted against the emperor's representative. After many changes of fortune, for which we have not space, the struggle ended by the defeat and execution of Gonzalo Pizarro, which took place in 1548. His body was taken to Cuzco and buried fully dressed. No one, said Garcilaso de la Vega, being willing to give even a winding sheet for it. Thus ended the judicial assassin of Almagro. Is not the text appropriate in this case? They that take the sword shall perish with the sword. End of second part, chapter 1, part 3c.
Section 31 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in March 2013. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1, Exploration of the World, by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 2, Part 1, The First Voyage Round the World. No one as yet was aware of the immense size of the continent discovered by Christopher Columbus. Still was sought perseveringly on the coast of America, which was thought to be a collection of several islands, the famous strait which should lead at once to the Pacific Ocean and to those Spice Islands, the possession of which would have made the fortune of Spain. While Côte Real and Cabot were seeking for it in the Atlantic Ocean, and Cortés in the furthest part of the Gulf of California, while Pizarro was coasting along Peru and Valdivia was conquering Chile, the solution of this problem was found by a Portuguese in the service of Spain, Ferdinand de Magellan. The son of a gentleman of Cota e Armas, Ferdinand de Magellan was born either at Oporto, at Lisbon, at Villa de Sabrosa, or at Villa de Figueiro. It is not actually known which. The date of his birth is unknown, but it took place towards the end of the 15th century. He had been brought up in the house of King John II, where he received as complete an education as could then be given him. After having made mathematics and navigation his special study, for at this time in Portugal there was an irresistible current which drew the whole country towards maritime expeditions and discoveries, Magellan early embraced a maritime career and embarked in 1505 with Almeida, who was on his way to the Indies. He took part in the sacking of Quiloa and in all the events of that campaign. The following year he accompanied Vaz Pereira to Sofala. Then, on returning to the Malabar coast, we find him assisting Albuquerque at the taking of Malacca, and bearing himself on that occasion with equal prudence and bravery. He took part in the expedition sent by Albuquerque about 1510 to seek for the famous Spice Islands under the command of Antonio de Abreu and of Francisco Serrao, which discovered Banda, Amboyna, Ternate, and Tidor. During this time, Magellan had landed at the Malaysian Islands, distant 1,800 miles from Malacca,
and in the archipelago of the Moluccas he had obtained the circumstantial information which gave birth in his mind to the idea of the voyage which he was destined to accomplish later on. On his return to Portugal, Magellan obtained leave, though not without difficulty, to search through the royal archives. He soon became certain that the Moluccas were situated in the hemisphere which the bull of demarcation adopted at Tordesillas by the kings of Spain and Portugal, and confirmed in 1495 by Pope Alexander VI, had given to Spain. In virtue of this line of demarcation, which was destined to give rise to so many impassioned debates, all the countries situated at 360 miles west of the meridian of the Cape de Verde Islands were to belong to Spain, and all those lying to the east of the same meridian to Portugal. Magellan was of too active a nature to remain long without again taking service. He went next to fight in Africa at Azamor, a town in Morocco, where he received a slight wound in his knee, but one which by injuring a nerve made him lame for the remainder of his life, and obliged him to return to Portugal. Conscious of the superiority which his theoretical and practical knowledge and his services had earned for him above the herd of courtiers, Magellan naturally felt more keenly than another would have done the unjust treatment he received from Emmanuel with regard to certain complaints laid by the people of Azamor against the Portuguese officers. King Emmanuel's prejudices soon changed to a real dislike. It showed itself by the outrageous imputation that Magellan was pretending to suffer from a wound which was really of no consequence, and was completely cured, that he might escape from accusations which he could not refute. Such an assertion was a serious matter for the honour of Magellan, so susceptible and suspicious. He thereupon came to a desperate determination, which corresponded moreover with the greatness of the insult which he had received. That no one might be ignorant of it, he caused it to be legally set forth that he renounced his rights as a Portuguese citizen and changed his nationality, and he then took out letters of naturalization in Spain. This was to proclaim, as solemnly as could possibly be done, that he intended to be looked upon as a subject of the crown of Castile, to which henceforward he would consecrate his services and his whole life. This was a serious determination, as we can see, which no one blamed, and which even the most severe historians, such as Barros and Faria y Souza, have excused. At the same time as Magellan, the licentiate Herré Falero left Lisbon with his brother Francisco and a merchant named Cristovam de Haro. The former was a man deeply versed in cosmographical knowledge, and had equally with Magellan fallen under Emmanuel's displeasure. Falero had entered into a treaty of partnership with Magellan to reach the Moluccas by a new way, but one which was not otherwise specified, and which remained Magellan's secret. As soon as they arrived in Spain 1517, the two partners submitted their project to Charles V, who accepted it in principle, but there remained the always delicate question touching the means for putting it into execution. Happily, Magellan found in Juan de Aranda, the factor of the Chamber of Commerce, an enthusiastic partisan of his theories, and one who promised to exert all his influence to make the enterprise a success. He had an interview accordingly with the High Chancellor, the Cardinal and Bishop of Burgos, Fonseca. He set forth with such skill the great advantage that Spain would derive from the discovery of a route leading to the very centre of the spice production, and the great prejudice which it would cause to the trade of Portugal, that an agreement was signed on the 22nd of March 1518. The Emperor undertook to pay all the expenses of the expedition on condition that the greater part of the profits should belong to him. But Magellan had still many obstacles to surmount before taking to the sea. In the first place, there were the remonstrances of the Portuguese ambassador, Álvaro de Costa, who, seeing that his endeavours were in vain, even tried to compass the assassination of Magellan. So says Faria y Souza. Then he encountered the ill will of the employees of the Casa de Contratación at Seville, who were jealous of a stranger being entrusted with the command of such an important expedition, and envious of the last token of favour which had been accorded to Magellan and Rey Falero, who had been named commanders of the Order of St. James. But Charles V had given his consent by a public act which seemed to be irrevocable. They tried, however, to make the Emperor alter his decision by organizing, on the 22nd of October 1518, a disturbance paid for with Portuguese gold. It broke out on the pretext that Magellan, who had just had one of his ships drawn on shore for repairs and painting, had decorated it with the Portuguese arms. This last attempt failed miserably, and 3 statutes of the 30th of March and 6th and 30th of April fixed the composition of the crews and named the staff, while a final official document dated from Barcelona the 26th of July 1519 confided the sole command of the expedition to Magellan. What had meanwhile been happening to Rey Falero, we cannot exactly say. But this man, who had up to this time been treated on the same footing as Magellan, and who had perhaps first conceived the project, now found himself quite excluded from the command of the expedition, after some dissensions of which the cause is unknown. His health, already shaken, received a last shock from this affront, and poor Rey Falero, who had become almost childish, having returned to Portugal to see his family, was arrested there and only released upon the intercession of Charles V. At last, after having sworn fidelity and homage to the crown of Castile, Magellan received in his turn the oath of his officers and sailors, and left the port of Sanlúcar de Barrameda on the morning of the 10th of August, 1519. But before entering on the narrative of this memorable campaign, we must give a few particulars of the man who has left us the most complete account of it, Francesco Antonio Pigafetta, or Jérôme Pigafetta, as he is often called in France. Born at Venice about 1491 of a noble family, Pigafetta formed part of the suite of the ambassador Francesco Chieri-Calco, sent by Leo X to Charles V, who was then at Barcelona. His attention was no doubt aroused by the noise which the preparations for the expedition made at that time in Spain, and he obtained permission to take part in the voyage. This volunteer proved an excellent recruit, for he showed himself in every respect as faithful and intelligent an observer as he was a brave and courageous companion. He was wounded at the Battle of Zebu, fighting beside Magellan, which prevented him from being present at the banquet during which so many of his companions were destined to lose their lives. As to his narrative, with the exception of some exaggerations of detail according to the taste of that time, it is exact, and the greater part of the descriptions which we owe to him have been verified by modern travellers and learned men, especially by Monsieur Alcide d'Orbigny. Upon his return to Sanlúcar on the 6th of September 1522, after having fulfilled the vow which he had made to go barefoot to return, thanks to Nuestra Señora de la Victoria, the Lombard, as they called him on board the Victoria, presented to Charles V, then at Valladolid, a complete journal of the voyage. When he returned to Italy, by means of the original as well as of some supplementary notes, he wrote a longer narrative of the expedition at the request of Pope Clement VII and of Villiers de l'Isle d'Adam, Grand Master of the Knights of Malta. He sent copies of his work to several distinguished personages, and notably to Louisa of Savoy, mother of Francis I. But she, not understanding, so thinks hearhis, the very learned author of the Bibliotheca Americana Vestustissima, the kind of patois used by Pigafetta, and which resembles a mixture of Italian, Venetian, and Spanish, employed a certain Jacques-Antoine Fabre to translate it into French. Instead of giving a faithful translation, Fabre made a kind of abridgment of it. Some critics, however, suppose that this narrative must have been written originally in French. They found their opinion upon the existence of 3 French manuscripts of the 16th century, which give very different readings, and of which 2 are deposited in the Bibliothèque Nationale at Paris. Pigafetta died at Venice about 1534, in a house in the Rue de la Lune, which in 1800 was still to be seen, and which bore the well-known device, "No rose without a thorn." At the same time, not wishing to confine ourselves to Pigafetta's narrative entirely, we have compared and completed it with that of Maximilian Transylvain, secretary to Charles V, of which there is an Italian translation in Ramusio's valuable collection. The fleet of Magellan consisted of the Trinidad, of 120 tons burden, which carried the flag of the commander of the expedition, the Sant' Antonio, also of 120 tons, commanded by Juan de Carthagena, the second in rank, the person joined with Magellan, says the official document. The Concepcion, of 90 tons, commanded by Gaspar de Quesada, the famous Victoria, of 85 tons, commanded by Luis de Mendoza, and lastly the Santiago, of 75 tons, commanded by João Serrao, called by the Spaniards Serrano. 4 of these captains and nearly all the pilots were Portuguese. Barbosa and Gomez on board the Trinidad, Luis Alfonso de Goes and Vasco Gallego on the Victoria, Serrao, João López de Carvalho on the Concepcion, João Rodrigues de Muefrapil on the Sant' Antonio, and João Serrao on the Santiago, with 25 sailors, formed a total of 33 Portuguese out of the whole body of 237 individuals whose names have all been handed down to us, and amongst whom are found a considerable number of Frenchmen. Of the officers whose names have been mentioned, it is to be remembered that Duarte Barbosa was brother-in-law to Magellan, and that Estevam Gomez, who, by returning to Seville on the 6th of May 1521, did not participate in the conclusion of this memorable voyage, was afterwards sent by Charles V to seek for the North-West Passage, and in 1521 sailed along the coast of America from Florida to Rhode Island, and perhaps as far as Cape Cod. Nothing could have been better arranged than this expedition, for the equipment of which the whole resources of the nautical science of that epoch had been taxed. At the moment of departure, Magellan gave his last orders to his pilots and captains, and the code of signals which were to ensure anonymity in manoeuvres and prevent a possible separation. On Monday morning, the 10th of August 1519, the fleet weighed anchor and sailed down the Guadalquivir as far as Sanlúcar de Barrameda, which forms the port of Seville, where the victualling of the ships was completed, and it was the 20th of September before they were really off. 6 days afterwards the fleet anchored at Tenerife in the Canary archipelago, where both wood and water were taken on board. It was on leaving this island that the first symptoms appeared of the misunderstanding between Magellan and Juan de Carthagena, which was to prove so fatal to the expedition. The latter claimed to be informed by the commander-in-chief of the route which he intended to take, a claim which was at once rejected by Magellan, who declared that he was not called upon to give any explanation to his subordinate. After having passed between the Cape de Verde Islands and Africa, the ships reached the shores of Sierra Leone, where contrary winds and dead calms detained the fleet for 20 days. A painful incident now occurred. During a council which was held on board the flagship, a sharp dispute arose, and Juan de Carthagena, who affected to treat the captain-general with contempt, having answered him with pride and insolence, Magellan felt obliged to arrest him with his own hand and to have him put in the stocks, an instrument made of 2 pieces of wood placed one upon the other and pierced with holes, in which were placed the legs of the sailor who was to be punished. The other captains remonstrated loudly with Magellan against a punishment which was too degrading for a superior officer, and Carthagena in consequence was simply put under arrest and guarded by one of the captains. To the calms now succeeded rain, tempests, and heavy squalls, which obliged the vessels to lie to. During these storms the navigators several times witnessed an electric phenomenon of which the cause was not then known, but which they considered an undoubted sign of the protection of heaven, and which even at the present day is known by the name of St. Elmo's fire. Once past the equinoctial line, a passage which does not at the time seem to have been celebrated by the grotesque ceremony of baptism which is in vogue at the present day, they steered for Brazil, where on the 13th of December 1519 the fleet cast anchor in the magnificent port of Santa Lucia, now known under the name of Rio Janeiro. This was not, however, the first time that this bay had been seen by Europeans, as was long believed. Since the year 1511 it had been known under the name of Bahia de Cabo Frio. It had been visited also, 4 years before Magellan's arrival, by Pero Lopez, and seems to have been frequented since the commencement of the 16th century by mariners from Dieppe, who, inheritors of the passion for adventurous navigation of their ancestors the Northmen, roamed over the world and founded small establishments or factories in all directions. Here the Spanish expedition procured cheaply, in exchange for looking-glasses, pieces of ribbon, scissors, hawks' bells or fish-hooks, a quantity of provisions, amongst which Pigafetta mentions pineapples, sugar-canes, sweet potatoes, fowl, and the flesh of the anta, which is thought to be the tapir. The account given in the same narrative of the manners of the inhabitants is sufficiently curious to be repeated. "The Brazilians are not Christians," he says, "but no more are they idolaters, for they worship nothing. Natural instinct is their only law." This is an interesting fact and a singular avowal for an Italian of the 16th century, deeply imbued with superstition. It offers one more proof that the idea of the divinity is not innate, as some theologians have imagined. These natives live to a great age. They go entirely naked and sleep in cotton nets called hammocks, suspended by the two ends to beams. As to their boats, called canoes, each is hollowed out of a single trunk of a tree and can hold as many as 40 men. They are anthropophagi, cannibals, but only on special occasions, and scarcely ever eat any but their enemies taken in battle. Their dress of ceremony is a kind of vest made of paroquet's feathers, woven together and so arranged that the large wing and tail feathers form a sort of girdle round their loins, which gives them a whimsical and ridiculous appearance. We have already said that the feather clock was in use on the shores of the Pacific among the Peruvians. It is curious to ascertain that it was worn equally by the Brazilians. Some specimens of this singular garment may be seen at the exhibition of the Ethnographical Museum. This was not, however, the only ornament of these savages. They suspended little stone cylinders from 3 holes pierced in the lower lip, a custom which is common among many of the oceanic people, and which may be compared with our fashion of earrings. These people were extremely credulous and of good disposition, and thus, as Pigafetta says, they could easily have been converted to Christianity, for they assisted in silence and with gravity at the mass which was said on shore, a remark that Alvarez Cabral had already made. After remaining 13 days in this place, the squadron continued its route to the south, coasting along the shore, and arrived at 34 degrees 40 minutes of south latitude in a country where flowed a large river of fresh water. It was the La Plata. The natives, called charruas, were so frightened at the sight of the vessels that they hastily took refuge in the interior of the country, carrying with them all their valuables, and it was impossible to overtake any of them. It was in this country that 4 years previously Juan Diaz de Solis had been massacred by a tribe of Charruas, armed with that terrible engine which is still in use at the present day among the gauchos of the Argentine Republic, the bolas, which are metal balls fastened to the two ends of a long leather thong, called a lasso. A little below the estuary of the La Plata, once thought to be an arm of the sea opening into the Pacific, the flotilla anchored at Port Desire. Here they obtained an ample supply of penguins for the crews of the 5 vessels, a bird which did not make a very delicious meal. Then they anchored in 49 degrees 30 minutes in a beautiful harbour, where Magellan resolved to winter, and which received the name of St. Julian's Bay. The Spaniards had been 2 months there, when one day they perceived a man who seemed to them to be of gigantic stature. At the sight of them he began dancing and singing and throwing dust upon his head. This was a Patagonian who allowed himself without resistance to be taken on board the vessels. He showed the greatest surprise at all he saw around him, but nothing astonished him so much as a large steel mirror which was presented to him. The giant, who had not the least idea of the use of this piece of furniture, and who, no doubt, now saw his own face for the first time, drew back in such terror that he threw to the ground 4 of our people who were behind him. He was taken back on shore loaded with presents, and the kind welcome which he had received induced 18 of his companions, 13 women and 5 men, to come on board. They were tall and had broad faces, painted red except the eyes, which were encircled with yellow. Their hair was whitened with lime, they were wrapped in enormous fur cloaks, and wore those large leather boots from which was given to them the name of large feet, or Patagonians. Their stature was not, however, so gigantic as it appeared to our simple narrator, for it varies from 5 feet 10 inches to 5 feet 8 inches, being somewhat above the middle height among Europeans. For arms they had a short massive bow and arrows made of reed, of which the point was formed of a sharp pebble. The captain, to retain 2 of these savages whom he wished to take to Europe, used a stratagem which we should characterize as hateful in the present day, but which had nothing revolting about it for the 16th century, when Indians and Negroes were universally considered to be a kind of brute beasts. Magellan loaded these Indians with presents, and when he saw them embarrassed with the quantity, he offered to each of them one of those iron rings used for chaining captives. They would have desired to carry them away, for they valued iron above everything, but their hands were full. It was then proposed to fasten the rings to their legs, to which they agreed without suspicion. The sailors then closed the rings so that the savages found themselves in fetters. Nothing can give an idea of their fury when they discovered this stratagem, worthy rather of savages than of civilized men. The capture of others was attempted, but in vain, and in the chase one of the Spaniards was wounded by a poisoned arrow, which caused his death almost instantaneously. Intrepid hunters, these people wander about perpetually in pursuit of guanakis and other game. They are endowed with such wonderful voracity that what would suffice for the nourishment of 20 sailors can scarcely satisfy 7 or 8 of them. Magellan, foreseeing that the stay here was likely to be prolonged, and perceiving that the country only presented meagre resources, gave orders to economize the provisions, and to put the men on fixed rations, that they might not experience too great privations before the spring, when they might reach a country where there was more game. But the Spaniards, discontented at the sterility of the place, and at the length and rigor of the winter, began to murmur. This land seemed to stretch southward as far as the Antarctic pole, they said. There did not seem to be any strait. Already several had died from the privations they had endured. Lastly, it was time to return to Spain if the commander did not wish to see all his men perish in this place. End of second part, chapter 2, part 1. Section 32 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in April 2012. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1, Exploration of the World, by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 2, Part 2. Magellan, fully resolved to die, or else to bring the enterprise he commanded to a successful issue, replied that the emperor had assigned him the course which the voyage was to take, and he neither could nor would depart from it under any pretext, and that in consequence he should go straight forward to the end of this land, or until he met with some strait. As to provisions, if they found them insufficient, his men might add to their rations the produce of their fishing or hunting. Magellan thought that so firm a declaration would impose silence on the malcontents, and that he would hear no more of privations, from which he suffered equally with his crews. He deceived himself completely. Certain of the captains, and Juan de Cartagena in particular, were interested in causing a revolt to break out. These rebels, therefore, began by reminding the Spaniards of their old animosity against the Portuguese. The Captain-General, being one of the latter nation, had never, according to them, tendered a wholehearted allegiance to the Spanish flag. In order to be able to return to his own country and to gain pardon for what he had done wrong, he wished to commit some heinous crime, and nothing could be more advantageous to Portugal than the destruction of this fine fleet. Instead of leading them to the archipelago of the Moluccas, of the riches of which he had boasted to them, he wished to take them into frozen regions, the dwelling place of eternal snow, where he could easily manage that they should all perish. Then, with the help of the Portuguese on board the squadron, he would take back to his own country the vessels which he had seized. Such were the reports and accusations that the partisans of Juan de Cartagena, Luis de Mendoza, and Gaspar de Quesada had disseminated among the sailors, when on Palm Sunday, the 1st of April 1520, Magellan summoned the captains, officers, and pilots to hear mass on board his vessel and to dine with him afterwards. Alvaro de la Mesquita, a cousin of the Captain-General, accepted this invitation with Antonio de Coca and his officers, but neither Mendoza nor Quesada nor Juan de Cartagena, who was Quesada's prisoner, appeared. The next night the malcontents boarded the Sant Antonio with 30 of the men of the Concepcion and desired to have La Mesquita given up to them. The pilot, Juan de Elioraga, while defending his captain, received 4 stabs from a poniard in the arm. Quesada cried out at the same time, "You will see that this fool will make our business fail." The 3 vessels, the Concepcion, Sant Antonio, and Santiago, fell without difficulty into the hands of the rebels, who reckoned more than one accomplice among the crews. In spite of this success, the 3 captains did not dare openly to attack the commander-in-chief, and sent to them some proposals for a reconciliation. Magellan ordered them to come on board the Trinidad to confer with him, but this they stoutly refused to do, whereupon Magellan, having no further need of caution, had the boat seized which had brought him this answer, and choosing 6 strong and brave men from amongst his crew, he sent them on board the Victoria under the command of the alguazil Espinosa. He carried a letter from Magellan to Mendoza, enjoining him to come on board the Trinidad, and when Mendoza smiled in a scornful manner, Espinosa stabbed him in the throat with a poniard, while the sailor struck him on the head with a cutlass. While these events were taking place, another boat, laden with 15 armed men, came alongside the Victoria, and took possession of her without any resistance from the sailors, surprised by the rapidity of the action. On the next day, the 3rd of April, the 2 other rebel vessels were taken, not, however, without bloodshed. Mendoza's body was divided into quarters, while a clerk read in a loud voice the sentence that blasted his memory. 3 days afterwards, Quesada was beheaded and cut in pieces by his own servant, who undertook this sad task to save his own life. As to Cartagena, the high rank which the royal edict had conferred upon him in the expedition saved him from death, but with Gomez de la Arena, the chaplain, he was left behind on the shore, where some months afterwards he was found by Esteban Gomez. 40 sailors convicted of rebellion were pardoned because their services were considered indispensable. After this severe lesson, Magellan might well hope that the mutinous spirit was really subdued. When the temperature became milder, the anchors were weighed, the squadron put to sea on the 24th of August, following the coast and carefully exploring all the gulfs to find that strait which had been so persistently sought. At the level of Cape St. Croix, one of the vessels, the Santiago, was lost on the rocks during a violent gale from the east. Happily, both the men and merchandise on board were saved, and they succeeded also in taking from the wrecked vessel the rigging and the appurtenances of the ship, which they divided among the 4 remaining vessels. At last, on the 21st of October, according to Pigafetta, the 27th of November, according to Maximilian Transylvain, the flotilla penetrated by a narrow entrance into a gulf, at the bottom of which a strait opened, which, as they soon saw, passed into the sea to the south. First they called this the Strait of the 11,000 Virgins, because this was the day dedicated to them. On each side of the strait rose high land covered with snow, on which they saw numerous fires, especially to the left, but they were unable to obtain any communication with the natives. The details which Pigafetta and Martin Transylvain have given with regard to the topological and hydrographical dispositions of this strait are rather vague, and as we shall have to mention it again when we speak of the Bougainville's expedition, we shall not dilate upon it now. After sailing for 22 days across this succession of narrow inlets and arms of the sea, in some places 3 miles wide, in some 12, which extends for a distance of 440 miles and has received the name of Magellan's Strait, the flotilla emerged upon a sea of immense extent and great depth. The rejoicings were general when at last the sailors found themselves at the long-wished-for end of their efforts. Henceforward the route was open and Magellan's clever conjectures were realized. Nothing is more extraordinary than the navigation of Magellan upon this ocean, which he called Pacific because for 4 months no storm assailed him upon it. The privations endured by the crews during this long space of time were excessive. The biscuit was nothing more than dust mixed with worms, while the water had become bad and gave out an unbearable smell. The sailors were obliged to eat mice and sawdust to prevent themselves from dying of hunger, and to gnaw all the leather that it was possible to find. As it was easy to foresee under these circumstances, the crews were decimated by scurvy. 19 men died, and 30 were seized with violent pains in their arms and legs, which caused prolonged sufferings. At last, after having sailed over more than 12,000 miles without meeting with a single island, in a sea where so many and such populous archipelagos were destined to be discovered, the fleet came upon 2 desert and sterile islands, called for that reason the Unfortunate Islands, but of which the position is indicated in much too contradictory a manner for it to be possible to recognize them. In 12 degrees north latitude and 146 degrees longitude, on Wednesday the 6th of March, the navigators discovered successively 3 islands at which they greatly desired to stop to recruit and take in fresh provisions, but the islanders who came on board stole so many things without the possibility of preventing them that the sailors were obliged to give up the idea of remaining there. The natives contrived even to carry off a long boat. Magellan, indignant at such daring, made a descent with 40 armed men, burned some houses and boats, and killed 7 men. These islanders had neither chief, king, nor religion. Their heads were covered with palm leaf hats, they wore beards, and their hair descended to their waists. Generally of an olive tint, they thought they embellished themselves by colouring their teeth black and red, while their bodies were anointed with coconut oil, no doubt in order to protect themselves from the heat of the sun. Their canoes of curious construction carried a very large matting sail, which might have easily capsized the boat if the precaution had not been taken of giving a more stable trim by means of a long piece of wood kept at a certain distance by 2 poles. This is what is called the balance. These islanders were very industrious, but had a singular aptitude for stealing, which has gained for their country the name of the Islands of Thieves, Ladrone Islands. On the 16th of March was seen, at about 900 miles from the Ladrones, some high ground. This was soon discovered to be an island which now goes by the name of Samar Island. There Magellan, resolving to give his exhausted crews some rest, caused 2 tents to be pitched on land for the use of the sick. The natives quickly brought bananas, palm wine, coconuts, and fish, for which mirrors, combs, bells, and other similar trifles were offered in exchange. The coconut, a tree which is valuable beyond all others, supplied these natives with their bread, wine, oil, and vinegar, and besides they obtained from it their clothing and the necessary wood for building and roofing in their huts. The natives soon became familiar with the Spaniards and told them that their archipelago produced cloves, cinnamon, pepper, nutmegs, ginger, maize or Indian corn, and that even gold was found there. Magellan gave this archipelago the name of the St. Lazarus Islands, afterwards changed to that of the Philippines from the name of Philip of Austria, son of Charles V. This archipelago is formed of a great number of islands which extend in Malaysia, between 5 degrees 32 minutes and 19 degrees 38 minutes north latitude, and 114 degrees 56 minutes and 123 degrees 43 minutes longitude east of the meridian of Paris. The most important are Luzon, Mindoro, Leyte, the Ceylon of Pigafetta, Samar, Panay, Negros, Cebu, Bohol, Palawan, and Mindanao. When they were a little restored, the Spaniards put to sea again in order to explore the archipelago. They saw in succession the islands of Senalo, Huinaugan, Ibuson, and Abarien, as well as another island called Masava, of which the King Kolambu could make himself understood by a slave, a native of Sumatra, whom Magellan had taken to Europe from India, and who, by his knowledge of Malay, rendered signal service in several instances. The king came on board with 6 or 8 of his principal subjects. He brought with him presents for the Captain General, and in exchange he received a vest of red and yellow cloth, made in Turkish fashion, and a cap of fine scarlet, while mirrors and knives were given to the members of his suite. The Spaniards showed him all their firearms and fired some shots from the cannon in his presence, at which he was much terrified. Then Magellan caused one of our number to be fully armed, says Pigafetta, and ordered 3 men to give him blows with the sword and stiletto, to show the king that nothing could wound a man armed in this manner, which surprised him greatly, and turning to the interpreter he said to the captain through him, that a man thus armed could fight against 100. Yes, replied the interpreter in the name of the commandant, and each of the 3 vessels carries 200 men armed in this manner. The king, astonished by all that he had seen, took leave of the captain, begging him to send 2 of his men with him to let him see something of the island. Pigafetta was chosen, and was much satisfied with the welcome that he received. The king told him that in this island they found pieces of gold as large as nuts and even eggs, mixed with the earth which they passed through a sieve to find them. All his vessels and even some of the ornaments of his house were of this metal. He was very neatly dressed, according to the custom of the country, and was the finest man that I have seen among these people. His black hair fell upon his shoulders, a silk veil covered his head, and he wore 2 rings in his ears. From his waist to his knees he was covered with a cotton cloth embroidered in silk. On each of his teeth there were 3 spots of gold, arranged in such a manner that one would have said all his teeth were fastened together with this metal. He was perfumed with storax and benzoin. His skin was painted, but his natural tint was olive. On Easter Day, the Europeans went on shore to celebrate Mass in a kind of little church which they had constructed on the seashore with sails and branches of trees. An altar had been set up, and during the whole time that the religious ceremony lasted, the king, with a large concourse of people, listened in silence and imitated all the motions of the Spaniards. Then, a cross having been planted on a hill with great solemnity, they weighed anchor and made for the port of Zebu, as being the best for revictualling the vessels and trading. They arrived there on Sunday, the 7th of April. Magellan sent one of his officers on shore at once with the interpreter, as ambassador to the king of Zebu. The envoy explained that the chief of the squadron was under the orders of the greatest king in the world. The object of the voyage, he added, was the wish to pay him a visit, and at the same time to take in some fresh provisions in exchange for merchandise, and then go to the Molucca Islands. Such were the motives which caused them to tarry in a country where they came as friends. "They are welcome," replied the king, "but if they intend to trade, they should pay a duty to which all vessels are subject that enter my port, as did, not 4 days since, a junk from Siam, which came to seek for slaves and gold, to which a Moorish merchant who has remained in this country can testify." The Spaniard replied that his master was too great a king to submit to such an unreasonable demand. They had come with pacific intentions, but if war were declared, it would be seen with whom they had to deal. The king of Zebu, warned by the Moorish merchant of the power of those who stood before him, and whom he took for Portuguese, at length consented to forego his claims. Moreover, the king of Massava, who had continued to serve as pilot to the Spaniards, so altered the inclinations of his brother sovereign that the Spaniards obtained the exclusive privilege of trading in the island, and a loyal friendship was sealed between the king of Zebu and Magellan by an exchange of blood which each drew from his right arm. From this moment provisions were brought and cordial relations established. The nephew of the king came with a numerous suite to visit Magellan on board his ship, and the latter took this opportunity to relate to his visitors the wonderful history of the creation of the world, and of the redemption of the human race, and to invite him and his people to become converts to Christianity. They showed no repugnance to being baptized, and on the 14th of April the kings of Zebu and Massava, and the Moorish merchant, with 500 men and as many women, received baptism. But what was only a fashion at first, for it cannot be said that the natives knew the religion which they embraced or were persuaded of its truth, became a real frenzy after a wonderful cure had been effected by Magellan. Having learned that the father of the king had been ill for 2 years and was on the point of death, the captain-general promised that if he consented to be baptized and the natives would burn their idols, he would find himself cured. He added that he was so convinced of what he said, relates Pigafetta, for it is as well to quote the author verbatim in such a matter, that he agreed to lose his head if what he promised did not happen immediately. We then made a procession with all possible pomp from the place where we were to the sick man's house, whom we found really in a very sad state, that he could neither speak nor move. We baptized him with 2 of his wives and 10 daughters. The captain asked him directly after his baptism how he found himself, and he suddenly replied that thanks to our Lord he was well. We were all witnesses of this miracle. The captain above all rendered thanks to God for it. He gave the prince a refreshing drink, and continued to send him some of it every day till he was quite restored. On the 5th day the invalid found himself quite cured and got up. His first care was to have burned, in the presence of the king and all the people, an idol for which he had great veneration, and which some old women guarded carefully in his house. He also caused some temples which stood on the seashore, and in which the people assembled to eat the meat consecrated to their old divinities, to be thrown down. All the inhabitants applauded these acts, and proposed themselves to go and destroy all the idols, even those which were in use in the king's house, crying at the same time, "Vive la Castile!" in honor of the King of Spain. Near to the island of Zebu is another island called Matan, which had 2 chiefs, one of whom had recognized the authority of Spain, while the other having energetically resisted it. Magellan resolved to impose it upon him by force. On Friday, the 26th of April, 3 longboats left for the island of Matan, containing 60 men wearing cuirasses and helmets, and armed with muskets, and 30 balangais bearing the king of Zebu, his son-in-law, and a number of warriors. The Spaniards waited for day, and then to the number of 49 leapt into the water, for the boats could not approach the land on account of the rocks and shallow water. More than 1,500 natives awaited them, and at once threw themselves upon them, and attacked them in 3 troops, both in front and flank. The musketeers and the crossbow men fired on the multitude of warriors from a distance, without doing them much harm, they being protected by their bucklers. The Spaniards, assailed by stones, arrows, javelins, and lances, and overwhelmed by numbers, set fire to some huts to disperse and intimidate the natives. But these, made more furious by the sight of the fire, redoubled their efforts, and pressed the Spaniards on all sides, who had the greatest difficulty in resisting them, when a sad event took place which compromised the issue of the combat. The natives were not slow in remarking that all the blows which they had directed towards those parts of their enemies' bodies which were protected by armour caused no wounds. They set themselves therefore to hurl their arrows and javelins against the lower part of the body, which was undefended. Magellan, wounded in the leg by a poisoned arrow, gave the order for retreat, which, begun in good order, soon changed into such a flight that 7 or 8 Spaniards alone remained at his side. With much difficulty they kept moving backwards, fighting as they went, in order to reach the boats. They were already knee-deep in the water when several islanders rushed all together upon Magellan, who, wounded in the arm, was unable to draw his sword. They gave him such a sabre cut upon his leg that he immediately fell down in the water, where he was speedily dispatched. His remaining companions, and among them Pigafetta, every one of whom had been hit, hastily regained the boats. Thus perished the illustrious Magellan on the 27th of April, 1521. He was adorned with every virtue, says Pigafetta, and ever exhibited an unshaken constancy in the midst of the greatest adversity. At sea he always condemned himself to greater privations than the rest of his crew. Better versed than anyone else in the knowledge of nautical charts, he was perfect at the art of navigation, as he proved by making the tour of the world, which none before him had ventured to do. Pigafetta's funeral eulogy, though a little hyperbolical, is not untrue in the main. Magellan had need of singular constancy and perseverance to penetrate, despite the fears of his companions, into regions peopled by the superstitious spirit of the time with fantastic dangers. Peculiar nautical science was also necessary to achieve the discovery at the extremity of that long coast of the strait which so justly bears his name. He was obliged to give unceasing attention to avoid all untoward accidents while exploring those unknown parts without any exact instruments. That one of the vessels was lost must be imputed to pride and a spirit of revolt in her own captain, more than to any incapacity or want of caution in the Captain General. Let us add with our enthusiastic narrator, the glory of Magellan will survive his death. End of second part, Chapter 2, Part 2. Section 33 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in April 2012. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1, Exploration of the World by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 2, Part 3. Duarte Barbosa, Magellan's brother-in-law, and Juan Serrano were elected commanders by the Spaniards, who were destined to meet with further catastrophes. The slave who had acted as interpreter up to this time had been slightly wounded during the battle. From the time of his master's death he had kept aloof, not rendering any further service to the Spaniards, and remaining extended upon his mat. After some rather sharp reproofs from Barbosa, who told him that his master's death did not make him a free man, he disappeared all at once. He was gone to the newly baptized king, to whom he declared that if he could allure the Spaniards into some trap and then kill them, he would make himself master of all their provisions and merchandise. Serrano, Barbosa, and 27 Spaniards were accordingly invited to a solemn assembly to receive the presents destined by the king of Zebu for the emperor. During the banquet, they were attacked unexpectedly, and were all massacred except Serrano, who was led bound to the seashore, where he besought his companions to ransom him, for if they did not, he would be murdered. But Juan de Carvalho and the others, fearing that the insurrection would become general, and that they might be attacked during the negotiations by a numerous fleet which they would not be able to resist, turned a deaf ear to the unfortunate Serrano's supplications. The ship set sail and reached the island of Bohol, which was not far distant. When there, thinking that their numbers were too much reduced to navigate 3 vessels, they burned the Concepcion, after having transshipped all that was most precious on board the other vessels. Then, after having coasted along the island of Panilongon, they stopped at Butuan, which forms part of Mindanao, a magnificent island, with numerous ports, and rivers abounding in fish, to the northwest of which lies the island of Luzon, the most considerable of the archipelago. The ships touched also at Paloan, where they found pigs, goats, fowls, different kinds of bananas, coconuts, sugar canes, and rice, with which they provisioned the ships. This was for them, as Pigafetta expresses it, a promised land. Among the things which he thought worthy of notice, the Italian traveller mentions the cocks kept by the natives for fighting, a passion which after so many years is still deeply rooted amongst the population of the whole Philippine archipelago. From Palawan, the Spaniards next went to the island of Borneo, the centre of Malay civilization. From that time they had no longer to deal with poverty-stricken people, but with a rich population who received them with magnificence. Their reception by the Raja is sufficiently curious to warrant a few words being devoted to it. At the landing place they found 2 elephants with silk trappings who bore the strangers to the house of the governor of the town, while 12 men carried the presents which were to be offered to the Raja. From the governor's house where they slept to the palace of the king, the streets were kept by armed men. Upon descending from their elephants, the Spaniards were admitted to a room filled with courtiers. At the end of this room opened another smaller room hung with cloth of gold, in which were 300 men of the king's guard, armed with poniards. Through a door they could then see the Raja, sitting by a table with a little child, chewing betel nut. Behind him there were only some women. Etiquette required that the petition to be made must pass in succession through the mouths of 3 nobles, each of higher rank than the last, before being transmitted, by means of a hollow cane placed in a hole in the wall, to one of the principal officers, who submitted it to the king. Then there was an exchange of presents, after which the Spanish ambassadors were conducted back to their vessels with the same ceremony as on their arrival. The capital is built on piles in the sea, so that when the tide rises, the women who sell provisions go about the town in boats. On the 29th of July, more than 100 canoes surrounded the two vessels, whilst at the same time some junks weighed anchor to approach them more nearly. The Spaniards, fearing to be treacherously attacked, took the initiative and fired off their artillery, which killed a number of people in the canoes, upon which the king excused himself, saying that his fleet had not been directed against them, but against the Gentiles with whom the Mussulmen had daily combats. This island produces arak, the alcohol of rice, camphor, cinnamon, ginger, oranges, citrons, sugar canes, melons, radishes, onions, etc. The articles of exchange are copper, quicksilver, cinnabar, glass, woolen cloths and canvas, and above all iron and spectacles, without mentioning porcelain, and diamonds, some of which were of extraordinary size and value. The fauna comprises elephants, horses, buffaloes, pigs, goats, and domestic poultry. The money in use is of bronze. It is called sapek, and consists of small coins which are perforated with holes, that they may be strung together. On leaving Borneo, the travellers sought for a suitable spot in which to repair their vessels, which were in such great need of it that the men were not less than 42 days over the work. "The oddest things which I have found in this island," says Pigafetta, "are the trees of which all the leaves are animated. These leaves resemble those of the mulberry, but are not so long. The stalk is short and pointed, and near the stalk on both sides there are 2 feet. If you touch the leaves, they escape, but when crushed, no blood comes from them. I have kept one of them in a box for 9 years. When I opened the box, the leaf was walking about in it. I believe they must live upon air." These very curious animals are well known at the present day, and are commonly called leaf flies, mouche-feuille. They are of a grey-brown, which makes them more easily mistaken for dead leaves, which they exactly resemble in appearance. It was while in these parts that the Spanish expedition, which, during Magellan's life had preserved its scientific character, began perceptibly to become piratical. Thus, on several occasions, junks were seized upon, and their crews forced by their Spanish captors to pay large ransoms. The ships next passed by the archipelago of the Sulu Islands, the haunt of Malay pirates, who have even now only largely submitted to the Spanish arms, then by Mindanao, which had been already visited, for it was known that the eagerly sought-for Moluccas must be in its neighbourhood, whether more or less remote. At last, after having seen a number of islands, of which the names would not convey much idea to us, on Wednesday, the 6th of November, the Spaniards discovered the archipelago, about which the Portuguese had related such terrifying fables, and 2 days later they landed at Tidor. Thus the object of the voyage was attained. The king came to meet the Spaniards and invited them to go on board his canoe. He was seated under a silk parasol which covered him entirely. In front of him were placed one of his sons who carried the royal sceptre, 2 men who had each a golden vase full of water for washing the king's hands, and 2 others holding small gilt boxes filled with betel. Then the Spaniards made the king come on board the vessels, where they showed him much respect, at the same time loading him and those who accompanied him with presents, which seemed to them very precious. "This king is a Moor, that is to say, an Arab," Pigafetta affirms. "He is nearly 45 years of age, tolerably well made, and with a fine physiognomy. His clothing consisted of a very fine shirt, the cuffs of which were embroidered in gold, drapery descended from his waist to his feet, a silk veil, no doubt a turban, covered his head, and upon this veil there was a garland of flowers. His name is Raja Sultan Manzoor. The next day, in a long interview which he had with the Spaniards, Manzoor declared his intention of placing himself with the islands of Ternate and Tidor under the protection of the King of Spain. This is the place to give some details about the archipelago of the Moluccas, drawn from Pigafetta's narrative, which we are following step by step in the version that M.E.D. Charton has given, and to which he has added such valuable notes. This archipelago, properly speaking, comprises the islands of Gilolo, Ternate, Tidor, Mornay, Batchian, and Misal, but the Banda and Amboyna groups are also often comprehended under the general name of Molucca. Formerly convulsed by repeated volcanic commotions, this archipelago contains a great number of craters, almost all extinct, or in repose during a long succession of years. The air there is burning and would be almost unfit to breathe if frequent rains did not fall and refresh the atmosphere. The natural productions are extremely valuable. In the first rank must be placed the sago tree, of which the pith called sago takes, with yams, the place of cereals throughout Malacca. As soon as the tree is cut down, the pith is extracted, which is then grated, passed through a sieve, and afterwards cut up in the form of small rolls, which are dried in the shade. There are also the mulberry, the clove, the nutmeg, the camphor and pepper trees, in fact all the spice trees and all the tropical fruits. The forests contain some valuable kinds of wood, ebony, ironwood, teak, famous for its strength and employed from the most ancient times in costly buildings, and the Calilaban laurel, which yields an aromatic essential oil that is highly prized. At this period, domestic animals were not numerous in the Moluccas, but among the wild animals the most curious were the barbirusa, an enormous wild boar with long tusks bent backwards, the opossum, a kind of didelphis a little larger than our squirrel, the phalanger, a marsupial which lives in thick dark forests where it feeds upon leaves and fruit, and the tarsier, a kind of jerboa, a very harmless, inoffensive little animal with reddish-colored hair, about the size of a rat, but whose body bears some resemblance to that of an ape. Among the birds, the most remarkable were the paroquets and cockatoos, the birds of paradise of which so many fabulous accounts were given, and which until then had been believed to be without legs, the kingfishers, and the cassowaries, great wading birds almost as large as ostriches. A Portuguese named Lorosa had been long settled in the Moluccas, and to him the Spaniards forwarded a letter in the hope that he would betray his country and attach himself to Spain. They obtained the most curious information from him with regard to the expeditions which the King of Portugal has dispatched to the Cape of Good Hope, to the Rio de la Plata, and to the Moluccas, but from various circumstances these latter expeditions had not been able to take place. He himself had been 16 years in this archipelago, the Portuguese had been installed there for 10 years, but upon this fact they preserved the most complete silence. When Lorosa saw the Spaniards making their preparations for departure, he came on board with his wife and his goods to return to Europe. On the 12th of November all the merchandise destined for barter was landed, it being chiefly derived from the 4 junks which had been seized in Borneo. Certainly the Spaniards traded to great advantage, but nevertheless not to so great an extent as they might have done, for they were in haste to return to Spain. Some vessels from Gilolo and Batchian came also to trade with them, and a few days later they received a considerable stock of cloves from the King of Tidor. This king invited them to a great banquet, which he said it was his custom to give when a vessel or junk was loaded with the first cloves. But the Spaniards, remembering what had happened to them in the Philippines, refused the invitation while presenting compliments and excuses to the king. When their cargo was completed, they set sail. Scarcely had the Trinidad put to sea before it was perceived that she had a serious leak, and the return to Tidor as fast as possible was unavoidable. The skilful divers whom the king placed at the disposal of the Spaniards were unable to discover the hole, and it became necessary to partly unload the ship to make the necessary repairs. The sailors who were on board the Victoria would not wait for their companions, and the ship's officers, seeing clearly that the Trinidad would not be fit for the voyage to Spain, decided that she should go to Darien, where her valuable cargo would be discharged and transported across the isthmus to the Atlantic, where a vessel would be sent to fetch it. But neither the unfortunate vessel nor her crew was destined ever to return to Spain. The Trinidad, commanded by the alguazil Gonzalo Gomez de Espinosa, who had Juan de Carvalho as pilot, was in so bad a state that after leaving Tidor she was obliged to anchor at Ternate, in the port of Talangomi, where her crew consisting of 17 men was immediately imprisoned by the Portuguese. The only reply given to Espinosa's remonstrances was a threat to hang him to the yard of a vessel, and the unfortunate alguazil, after having been transferred to Cochin, was sent to Lisbon, where for 7 months he remained shut up in the prison of the Limoeiro with 2 Spaniards, the sole survivors of the crew of the Trinidad. As to the Victoria, she left Tidor richly laden under the command of Juan Sebastian del Cano, who, after having been simply a pilot on board of one of Magellan's ships, had taken the command of the Concepcion on the 27th of April 1521, and who succeeded to Juan López de Carvalho when the latter was superseded in his command for incapacity. The crew of the Victoria was composed of only 53 Europeans and 13 Indians. 54 Europeans remained at Tidor on board the Trinidad. After passing amidst the islands of Cayoan, Laigoma, Siko, Gyofi, Kafi, Labuan, Toliman, Bachian, Mata, and Batu, the Victoria left this latter island to the west, and, steering west-southwest, stopped during the night at the islands of Zulla or Zala. At 30 miles from thence, the Spaniards anchored at Buro, the Boero of Bougainville, where the ship was revictualled. They stopped 105 miles further on, at Banda, where mace and nutmegs are found, then at Solor, where a great trade in white sandalwood is carried on. They spent a fortnight there to repair their ship, which had suffered much, and there they laid in an ample provision of wax and pepper. Then they anchored at Timor, where they could only obtain provisions by retaining by stratagem the chief of the village and his son, who had come on board the ship. This island was frequented by junks from Luzon, and by the praos from Malacca and Java, which traded largely there in sandalwood and pepper. A little further on, the Spaniards touched at Java, where, as it appears, sati was practiced at that time, as it has been in India until quite recently. Among the stories which Pigafetta relates, without entirely believing them, is one which is most curious. It concerns a gigantic bird, the Epiornis, of which the bones and the enormous eggs were discovered in Madagascar about the year 1850. It is an instance proving the caution needed before rejecting as fictitious many apparently fabulous legends, but which on examination may prove to possess a substratum of truth. To the north of Greater Java, says Pigafetta, in the Gulf of China, there is a very large tree called Kampangangi, inhabited by certain birds called Garulla, which are so large and strong that they can bear away a buffalo and even an elephant, and carry it as they fly to the place where the tree Pusater is. This legend has been current ever since the 9th century among the Persians and Arabs, and this bird plays a wonderful part in Arabian tales under the name of the roc. It is not surprising, therefore, that Pigafetta found an analogous tradition among the Malays. After leaving Greater Java, the Victoria rounded the peninsula of Malacca, which had been subjugated to Portugal by the great Albuquerque 10 years before. In the immediate neighborhood are Siam and Cambodia, and Chiampa, where rhubarb grows. This substance is discovered in the following manner. A company of from 20 to 25 men go into the wood, where they pass the night in the trees to protect themselves from lions. Note here that there are no lions in this country, and other ferocious beasts, and also that they may better perceive the odor of the rhubarb which the wind wafts towards them. In the morning they go towards the place whence came the odor and search there for the rhubarb until they find it. Rhubarb is the putrefied wood of a great tree, and acquires its odor even from its putrefaction. The best part of the tree is its root, nevertheless the trunk, which they call kalama, has the same medicinal virtue. Decidedly it is not from Pigafetta that we should seek to acquire botanical knowledge. We should run a great risk of deceiving ourselves if we took in earnest the nonsense that the Moor told him from whom he drew his information. The Lombard traveller gives us also fantastic details about China with the greatest seriousness, and falls into the grave errors which his contemporary Duarte Barbosa had avoided. It is to the latter we owe the information that the trade in Anfiam, or opium, has existed from this period. When once the Victoria had left the shores of Malacca, Sebastian del Cano took great care to avoid the coast of Zanzibar, where the Portuguese had been established since the beginning of the century. He kept to the open sea as far as 42 degrees south latitude, and for 9 weeks he was obliged to keep the sails furled, on account of the constant west and northwest winds, which ended in a fearful storm. To keep to this course required great perseverance on the part of the captain, with a settled desire on his part to carry his enterprise to a successful issue. The vessel had several leaks, and a number of the sailors demanded an anchorage at Mozambique, for the provisions, which were not salted, having become bad, the crew had only rice and water for food and drink. At last, on the 6th of May, the Cape of Tempests was doubled, and a favourable issue to the voyage might be hoped for. Nevertheless, many vexatious accidents still awaited the navigator. In 2 months, 21 men, Europeans and Indians, died from privations, and if on the 9th of July they had not landed at Santiago, one of the Cape de Verde Islands, the whole crew would have died of hunger. As this archipelago belonged to Portugal, the sailors took care to say that they came from America, and carefully concealed the route which they had discovered. But one of the sailors having had the imprudence to say that the Victoria was the only vessel of Magellan's squadron which had returned to Europe, the Portuguese immediately seized the crew of a longboat and prepared to attack the Spanish vessel. However, Del Cano on board his vessel was watching all the movements of the Portuguese, and suspecting, by the preparations which he saw, that there was an intention of seizing the Victoria, he set sail, leaving 13 men of his crew in the hands of the Portuguese. Maximilian Transylvain assigns a different motive from the one given by Pigafetta for the anchorage at the Cape de Verde Islands. He asserts that the fatigued state of the crew, who were reduced by privations, and who in spite of everything had not ceased to work the pumps, had decided the captain to stop and buy some slaves to aid them in this work. Having no money, the Spaniards would have paid with some of their spices, which would have opened the eyes of the Portuguese. To see if our journals were correctly kept, says Pigafetta, we inquired on shore what day of the week it was. They replied that it was Thursday, which surprised us, because according to our journals it was as yet only Wednesday. We could not be persuaded that we had made the mistake of a day. I was more astonished myself than the others were, because having always been sufficiently well to keep my journal, I had uninterruptedly marked the days of the week and the course of the months. We learnt afterwards that there was no error in our calculation, for having always travelled towards the west, following the course of the sun, and having returned to the same point, we must have gained 24 hours upon those who had remained stationary. One has only need of reflection to be convinced of this fact. Sebastian del Cano rapidly made the coast of Africa, and on the 6th of September entered the bay of Sanlúcar de Barrameda with a crew of 17 men, almost all of whom were ill. 2 days later he anchored before the mole at Seville, after having accomplished a complete circuit of the world. As soon as he arrived, Sebastian del Cano went to Valladolid, where the court was, and received from Charles V the welcome which was merited after so many difficulties had been courageously overcome. The bold mariner received permission to take as his armorial bearings a globe with this motto, Primus circum dedisti me, and he also received a pension of 500 ducats. The rich freight of the Victoria decided the emperor to send a second fleet to the Moluccas. The supreme command of it was not, however, given to Sebastian del Cano. It was reserved for the commander Garcia de Loaiza, whose only claim to it was his grand name. However, after the death of the chief of the expedition, which happened as soon as the fleet had passed the Strait of Magellan, del Cano found himself invested with the command, but he did not hold it long, for he died 6 days afterwards. As for the ship Victoria, she was long preserved in the port of Seville, but in spite of all the care that was taken of her, she at length fell to pieces from old age. End of second part, chapter 2, part 3.
Section 34 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tech Savvy. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. Exploration of the World by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 3. Part 1a. The Polar Expeditions and the Search for the Northwest Passage. Part 1a. The Northmen. Pytheas had opened up the road to the north to the Scandinavians by discovering Iceland, the famous Thule, and the Cronian Ocean, of which the mud, the shallow water, and the ice render the navigation dangerous, and where the nights are as light as twilight. The traditions of the voyages undertaken by the ancients to the Orkneys, the Faroe Islands, and even to Iceland, were treasured up among Irish monks, who were learned men, and themselves bold mariners, as their successive establishments in these archipelagos clearly prove. They were also the pilots of the Northmen, a name given generally to the Scandinavian pirates, both Danish and Norwegian, who rendered themselves so formidable to the whole of Europe during the Middle Ages. But if all the information that we owe to the ancients, both Greeks and Romans, with regard to this Hyperborean countries be extremely vague, and so to speak fabulous, it is not so with that which concerns the adventurous enterprises of the men of the north. The sagas, as the Icelandic and the Danish songs are called, are extremely precise, and the numerous data which we owe to them are daily confirmed by the archaeological discoveries made in America, Greenland, Iceland, Norway, and Denmark. This is a source of valuable information which was long unknown and unexplored, and of which we owe the revelation to the learned Dane, C.C. Raffin, who was furnished us with the authentic facts of the greatest interest bearing on the pre-Columbian discovery of America. Norway was poor and encumbered with population. Hence arose the necessity for a permanent emigration, which should allow a considerable portion of the inhabitants to seek in more favored regions of the nourishment which a frozen soil denied them. When they had found some country rich enough to yield them an abundant spoil, they then returned to their own land, and set out the following spring, accompanied by all those who could be enticed either by the love of lucre, the desire of an easy life, or by the thirst of strife. Intrepid hunters and fishermen, accustomed to a dangerous navigation between the continent and the mass of islands which border it, and appeared to defend it against the assaults of the ocean, and across the narrow, deep fjords
which seem as though they were cut into soil itself by some gigantic sword. They set out in those oak vessels, the sight of which made the people tremble who lived on the shores of the North Sea and the British Channel. Sometimes decked, these vessels, long or short, large or small, were usually terminated in front by a spur of enormous size, above which the prow sometimes rose to a great height, taking the form of an S. The hearhis, for so they call the graphic representation so often met on the rocks of Sweden and Norway, enable us to picture to ourselves these swift vessels which could carry a considerable crew. Such was the long serpent of Olaf Tryggvason, which had 32 benches of rowers and held 90 men. Canute's vessel, which carried 60, and the 2 vessels of Olaf and Saint, which carried sometimes 200 men. The sea kings, as they often call these adventurers, lived on the ocean, never settling on shore, passing from the pillage of a castle to the burning of an abbey, devastating the coasts of France, ascending rivers, especially the Seine, as far as Paris, sailing over the Mediterranean as far as Constantinople, establishing themselves later in Sicily, and leaving traces of their incursions or their sojourn in all the regions of the known world. Piracy, far from being, as at the present day, an act falling under the ban of the law, was not only encouraged in that barbarous or half-civilized society, but was celebrated in the songs of skalds, who reserve their most enthusiastic eulogies for celebrating chivalrous struggles, adventurous privateering, and all the exhibitions of strength. From the 8th century these formidable sea rovers frequented the groups of the Orkney, the Hebrides, the Shetland, and the Faroe Islands, where they met with the Irish monks who had settled themselves there nearly a century earlier, to instruct the idolatrous population. In 861 a Norwegian pirate named Nadod was carried by a storm towards an island covered with snow, which he named Snowland, Land of Snow, a name changed later to that of Iceland, Land of Ice. There again the Northmen found the Irish monks under the name of Papis, in the cantons of Papaya and Papilai. Ingolf installed himself some years afterwards in the country, and founded Reykjavik. In 1885 the triumph of Harold Harfager, who had just subjugated the whole of Norway by force of arms, brought a considerable number of malcontents to Iceland. They established there the republican form of government, which had just been overthrown in their own country, and which subsisted till 1261, the epoch when Iceland passed under the dominion of the kings of Norway. When established in Iceland, these bold fellows, lovers of adventure and of long hunts in pursuit of seals and walrus, retained their wandering habits and pursued their bold plans in the west, where only 3 years after the arrival of Ingolf, Gumbjorn discovered the snowy peaks of the mountains of Greenland. 5 years later, Eric the Red, banished from Iceland for murder, rediscovered the land in latitude 64 degrees north, of which Gumbjorn had caught a glimpse. The sterility of this ice-bound coast made him decide to seek a milder climate with a more open country and one producing more game in the south. So he rounded Cape Farewell at the extremity of Greenland, established himself on the west coast, and built himself vast dwellings for himself and his companions, of which M. Jorgensen has discovered the ruins. This country was worthy at that period of the name of Greenland which the Northmen gave to it, but the annual and great increase of the glaciers has rendered it since that epoch a land of desolation. Eric returned to Iceland to seek his friends, and in the same year that he returned to Brattahalida, for so he called his settlement, 14 vessels laden with emigrants came to join him. It was a veritable exodus. These events took place in the year 1000. As quickly as the resources of the country allowed of it, the population of Greenland increased, and in 1121 Gardar, the capital of the country, became the seat of Bishopric which existed until after the discovery of Antilles by Christopher Columbus. In 986, John Herjolfsson, who had come from Norway to Iceland to spend the winter with his father, learned that the latter had joined Eric the Red in Greenland. Without hesitation the young man again put to sea, seeking at haphazard for a country of which he did not even know the exact situation, and was cast by currents on coasts which we think must have been those of New Scotland, Newfoundland, and Maine. He ended, however, by reaching Greenland, where Eric, the powerful Norwegian Jarl, reproached him for not having examined with more care countries of which he owed his knowledge to a happy accident of sea. Eric had sent his son Leif to the Norwegian court. So close at this time was the connection between the metropolis and the colonies. The king, who had been converted to Christianity, had just dispatched a mission to Iceland charged to overthrow the worship of Odin. He committed to Leif's care some priests who were to instruct the Greenlanders, but scarcely had the young adventurer returned to his own country, when he left the holy men to work out the accomplishment of their difficult task, and the hearing of the discovery made by Bjorn. He fitted out his vessels and went to seek for the lands which had been only imperfectly seen. He landed first on a desolate and stony plain, to which he gave the name of Helluland, of which we have no hesitation in recognizing as Newfoundland, and afterwards on a flat sandy shore, behind which rose an immense screen of dark forests, cheered by the songs of innumerable birds. A third time he put to sea, and steering towards the south he arrived at the Bay of Rhode Island, where the mild climate and the river teeming with salmon induced him to settle, and where he constructed vast buildings of planks, which he called Leifsbude, Leif's house. Then he sent some of his companions to explore the country, and they returned with the good news that the wild vine grows in the country to which it owes the name of Vinland. In the spring of the year 1001, Leif, having laded his ship with skins, grapes, wood, and other productions of the country, set out for Greenland. He had made the valuable observation that the shortest day in Vinland lasted 9 hours, which places the site of Leifsbude at 41 degrees 24 minutes 10 seconds. This fortunate voyage and the salvage of a Norwegian vessel carrying 15 men gained for Leif the surname of the Fortunate. This expedition made a great stir, and the account of the wonders of the country in which Leif had settled induced his brother Thorvald to set out with 30 men. After passing the winter at Leifsbude, Thorvald explored the coasts to the south, returning in the autumn to Vinland, and in the following year 1004 he sailed along the coast to the north of Leifsbude. During this return voyage the Northmen met the Esquimaux for the first time, and without any provocation slaughtered them without mercy. The following night they found themselves all at once surrounded by a numerous flotilla of kayaks, from which came a cloud of arrows. Thorvald alone, the chief of the expedition, was mortally wounded. He was buried by the companions on a promontory, to which they gave the name of the Promontory of the Cross. Now, in the Gulf of Boston, in the 18th century, a tomb of masonry was discovered, in which, with the bones, was found a sword hilt of iron. The Indians not being acquainted with this metal, it could not be one of their skeletons. It was not either the remains of one of the Europeans who had landed after the 15th century, for their swords had not this very characteristic form. This tomb has been thought to be that of the Scandinavian, and we venture to say that of Thorvald, son of Eric the Red. In the spring of 1007, 3 vessels carrying 160 men and some cattle left Eriksfjord. The object in view was the foundation of a permanent colony. The emigrants, after sighting Helluland, Markland, and Vinland, landed in an island, upon which they constructed some barracks and began the work of cultivation. But they must either have laid their plans badly, or have been wanting in foresight, for the winter found them without provisions, and they suffered cruelly from hunger. They had, however, the good sense to regain the continent, where in comparative ease they could await the end of the winter. At the beginning of 1008 they set out to seek for Leifsbudir, and settled themselves at the Mount Hope Bay, on opposite shore to the old settlement of Leif. There, for the first time, some intercourse was held with the natives, called Skrellings in the sagas, and whom, from the manner in which they are portrayed, it is easy to recognize as Esquimaux. The first meeting was peaceable, and the barter was carried on with them until the day when the desire of Esquimaux to acquire iron hatchets, always prudently refused them by the Northmen, drove them to acts of aggression which decided the newcomers, after 3 years of residence, to return to their own country, which they did without leaving behind any lasting trace of their stay in the country. It will be easily understood that we cannot give any detailed account of all the expeditions which set out from Greenland and succeeded each other on the coasts of Labrador and the United States. Those of our readers who wish for circumstantial details should refer to M. Gabriel Gravier's interesting publication, the most complete work on the subject, and from which we have borrowed all that relates to the Norman expeditions. The same year as Eric the Red landed in Greenland, 983, a certain Harry Marson, being driven out of the ordinary cause by storms, was cast upon the shores of a country known by the name of White Man's Land, which extended, according to Rafton, from Chesapeake Bay to Florida. What is the meaning of this name, White Man's Land? Had some compatriots of Marson's already settled there? There is some reason to suppose so even from the words used in the chronicle. We can understand how interesting it would be to be able to determine the nationality of these first colonists. However, the sagas have not as yet revealed all their secrets. There are probably some of them still unknown, and as those which have been successively discovered have confirmed facts already admitted, there is every reason to hope that our knowledge of Icelandic navigation may become more precise. Another legend, of which great part is mere romance, but which nevertheless contains a foundation of truth, relates that a certain Bjorn, obliged to quit Iceland in consequence of an unfortunate passion, took refuge in the countries beyond Vinland, where in 1027 he was found by some of his countrymen. In 1051, during another expedition, an Icelandic woman was killed by some Skrellings, and in 1867 a tomb was exhumed bearing a runic inscription and containing bones and some articles of the toilet, which are now preserved in the museum at Washington. This discovery was made at the exact spot indicated in the saga which relates these events, and which was not itself discovered until 1863. But the Northmen established in Iceland and Greenland were not the only people who frequented the coast of America about the year 1000, which is proved by the name of the Great Ireland, which was given to the White Man's Land. As the history of Madoc op Owen proves, that Irish and the Welsh founded colonies there, regarding which we have but little information, but vague and uncertain as it is. M.D. Avzac and Gaffarel agree in recognizing its probability. Having now said a few words upon the travels and the settlements of the Northmen in Labrador, Vinland, and the more southern countries, we must return to the north. The colonies, first founded in the neighborhood of Cape Farewell, had not been slow in stretching along the western coast, which at this period was infinitely less desolate than it is at the present day, as far as the northern latitudes, which were not again reached until our own day. Thus at this time they caught seals, walrus, and whales in the Bay of Disco. There were 190 towns counted then in Westerbygd, and 86 in Esterbyd, while at the present day there are far fewer Danish settlements on these icy shores. These towns were probably only inconsiderable groups of those houses in stone and wood, of which so many ruins have been found from Cape Farewell as far as Upernavik, in about 72 degrees 50 minutes. At the same time, numerous runic inscriptions which have now been deciphered have given a degree of absolute certainty to facts so long unknown. But how many of these vestiges of the past still remain to be discovered? How many of these valuable evidences of the bravery and the spirit of enterprise of the Scandinavian race are forever buried under the glaciers? We have also obtained evidence that Christianity had been brought into America and especially into Greenland. To this country, according to the instructions of Pope Gregory IV, there were pastoral visits made to strengthen the newly converted Northmen in the faith, and to evangelize the Esquimaux and the Indian tribes. Besides this, M. Ryant in 1865 has proved incontrovertibly that the Crusades were preached in Greenland in the bishopric of Gouda, as well as in the islands and the neighboring lands, and that up to 1418 Greenland paid to the Holy See tithes and St. Peter's pence, which for that year consisted of 2,600 pounds of walrus tusks. The Norwegian colonies owe their downfall and ruin to various causes. To the very rapid extension of the glaciers. Hayes has proved that the glacier of Friar John moves at the rate of about 33 yards annually. To the bad policy of the mother country, which prevented the recruiting of the colonies. To the Black Plague, which decimated the population of Greenland from 1347 to 1351. Lastly, to the depredations of the pirates who ravaged this already enfeebled countries in 1418, and in whom some have thought they recognized certain inhabitants of the Orkney and the Faroe Islands, of which we are now about to speak. One of the companions of William the Conqueror, named St. Clair or Sinclair, not thinking that the portion of the conquered country allotted to him was proportioned to in his merits, went to try his luck in Scotland, where he was not long in rising to fortune and honours. In the latter half of the 14th century, the Orkney Islands passed into the hands of his descendants. About 1390, a certain Niccolo Zeno, a member of one of the most ancient and noble Venetian families, who had fitted out a vessel at his own expense to visit England and Flanders as a matter of curiosity, was wrecked in the archipelago of the Orkneys, whither he had been driven by a storm. He was about to be massacred by the inhabitants when the Earl Henry Sinclair took him under his protection. The history of this wreck and the adventures and the discoveries which followed it, published in the collection of Remusio, had been written by Antonio Zeno, says Clemens Markham, the learned geographer, in his Threshold of the Unknown Region. Unfortunately, one of his descendants, named Niccolo Zeno, born in 1515, when a boy, not knowing the value of these papers, tore them up, but some of the letters surviving, he was able from them subsequently to compile the narrative as we now have it, and which was printed in Venice in 1558. There was also found in the palace an old map, rotten with age, illustrative of his voyages. Of this he made a copy, unluckily supplying from his own reading of the narrative what he thought was a requisite for its illustration. By doing this in a blundering way, unaided by the geographical knowledge which enables us to see where he goes astray, he threw the whole of the geography which he derived from the narrative into the most lamentable confusion, while those parts of the map which are not thus sophisticated, and which are consequently original, present an accuracy far in advance by many generations of the geography even of Niccolo Zeno's time, and confirm in a notable manner the site of the old Greenland colony. In these facts we have not only the solution of all the discussions which have arisen on the subject, but the most indisputable proof of the authenticity of the narrative. For it is clear that Niccolo Zeno the junior could not himself have been the ingenious concocter of a story, the straightforward truth of which he could thus ignorantly distort upon the face of the map. The name of Zichy, in which writers of the present day, and the chief among them Mr. H. Major, who was rescued these facts from the domain of fable, recognized the name of Sinclair, appears to be in fact only applicable to his Earl of Orkneys. At this time the seas of the north of Europe were infected by Scandinavian pirates. Sinclair, who had recognized in Zeno a clever mariner, attached him to himself, and with him conquered the country of Frisland, the haunt of pirates, who ravaged all the north of Scotland. In the maps at the end of the 15th and the beginning of the 16th century, this name is applied to the archipelago of the Faroe Islands. A reasonable indication for Buash has recognized in the present names of the harbors and the islands of the archipelago a considerable number of those given by Zeno. Finally, the facts which we owe to the Venetian navigator about the waters, abounding in fish and dangerous from shallows, which divide this archipelago, are still true at the present day. Satisfied with his position, Zeno wrote to his brother Antonio to come and join him. While Sinclair was conquering the Faroe Islands, the Norwegian pirates desolated the Shetland Islands, then called Eastland. Niccolo set sail to give them battle, but was himself obliged to fly before their fleet, much more numerous than his own, and to take refuge on a small island on the coast of Iceland. After wintering in this place, Zeno must have landed the following year in the eastern coast of Greenland at 69 degrees north latitude, in a place where was a monastery of the order of preaching friars, and a church dedicated to St. Thomas. The cells were warmed by a natural spring of hot water, which the monks used to prepare their food and bake their bread. The monks had also gardens covered over in the winter season and warmed by the same means, so that they were able to produce flowers, fruits, and herbs, as well as if they lived in a mild climate. There would seem to be some confirmation of these narratives in the fact that between the years 1828 to 1830 a captain of the Danish navy met with a population of 600 individuals at 69 degrees north latitude of a purely European type. But these adventurers' travels in countries of which the climate was so different from that of Venice proved fatal to Zeno, who died a short time after his return to Frisland. An old sailor who had returned with the Venetian, and who said had been for many long years a prisoner in the countries of the extreme west, gave to Sinclair such precise and tempting details of the fertility and the extent of these regions, that the latter resolved to attempt their conquest with Antonio Zeno, who had rejoined his brother, but the inhabitants showed themselves everywhere so hostile, and opposed such resistance to the strangers' landing, that Sinclair, after a long and dangerous voyage, was obliged to return to Frisland. These are all the details that have been left to us, and they make us deeply regret the loss of those that Antonio should have furnished in his letters to the Father Carlo on the subject of the countries which Forster and Malto-Brun have thought may be identified with Newfoundland. Who knows if in his voyage to England and during his wanderings as far as Thule, Christopher Columbus may not have heard mention the ancient expeditions of the Northmen and the Zeni, and if this information may not have appeared to him a strange confirmation of the theories of which he held, and of the ideas of whose realization he came to claim the protection of the King of England. From the collection of facts which have been there briefly given, it follows that America was known to Europeans and had been colonized before the time of Columbus, but in consequence of various circumstances, and foremost among these must be placed the rarity of communication between the people in the north of Europe and those in the south, the discoveries made by the Northmen were only vaguely known in Spain and Portugal. Judging by the appearance, we of the present day know much more on this subject than did the fellow countrymen and the contemporaries of Columbus. If the Genoese mariner had been informed of the existence of some rumors, he classed them with this information he had collected in the Cape de Verde Islands, and his classical recollections of the famous island of Antillia and the Atlantides of Plato. From this information, which came from so many different sides, the certainty awoke with him that the East should be reached by the western route. However it may be, his glory remains whole and entire. He is really the discoverer of America, and not those who were carried thither in spite of themselves by chances of wind and storm, and without their having any intention of reaching the shores of Asia, which Christopher Columbus would have done, had not the way been barred by America. The information that we are about to give on the family of Cortereal, although it may be much more complete than which can be met with in biographical dictionaries is still extremely vague. Nevertheless, we must content ourselves with it, for up to this time history has not collected further details concerning this race of intrepid navigators. João Cortereal was a natural son of a gentleman named Vasco da Costa, who had received the sobriquet of Cortereal from the King of Portugal on account of the magnificence of his house and followers. Devoted like so many other gentlemen of this period to seafaring adventure, João had carried off in Galicia a young girl named Maria de Abarca, who became his wife. After having been gentleman usher to the infant Dom Fernando, he was sent by the king of the North Atlantic with Alvaro Martins Oman. The two navigators saw an island known from this time by the name of Terra do Bacalhaus, the land of codfish, which must really have been Newfoundland. The date of this discovery is approximately fixed by the fact that on their return they landed at Terceira, and finding the captainship vacant by the death of Jacome de Bruges, they went to ask for it from the Infanta Dona Bredes, the widow of the Infante Dona Fernando. She bestowed it upon them on condition that they would divide it between them, a fact which is confirmed by a deed of gift dated from Evora, the 2nd of April, 1464. Though one cannot guarantee the authenticity of this discovery of America, it is nevertheless an ascertain fact that Cortereal's voyage must have been signalized by some extraordinary event. Donations of such importance as this were only made to those who had rendered some great service to the crown. When João Cortereal was settled at Terceira from 1490 to 1497, he caused a fine palace to be built in the town of Angra, where he lived with his 3 children. His third son, Gaspard, after having been in the service of King Emmanuel, when the latter was only Duke de Berger, had felt himself attracted while still young to the enterprises of discovery which had rendered his father illustrious. By an act dated from Sintra, the 12th of March, 1500, King Emmanuel made a gift to Gaspard Cortereal of any islands or terra firma which he might discover, and the king added this valuable information, that already and at other times he had sought for them on his own account and at his own expense. For Gaspard Cortereal this was not his first essay. Probably his researches may have been directed to the parts where his father had discovered the island of Cod. At his own expense, although with the assistance of the king, Gaspard Cortereal fitted out 2 vessels at the commencement of the summer of 1500, and after having touched at Terceira, he sailed towards the northwest. His first discovery was of a land of which the fertile and the verdant aspect seems to have charmed him. This was Canada. He saw there a great river bearing ice along with it on its course, the St. Lawrence, which some of his companions mistook for an arm of the sea, and to which he gave the name of Rio Navarro. Its volume is so considerable that it is not probable that this country is an island. Besides, it must be completely covered with a very thick coating of snow to produce such a stream of water. The houses in this country were of wood and covered with skins and furs. The inhabitants were unacquainted with iron, but used swords made of sharpened stones, and their arrows were tipped with fish bones or stones. Tall and well made, their faces and bodies were painted in different colors according to taste. They wore golden and copper bracelets, and dressed themselves in garments of fur. Cortereal pursued his voyage and arrived at the Cape of Bacalhaus. Fishes, which were found in such great quantities upon this coast that they hindered the advance of the caravels. Then he followed the shore for a stretch of 600 miles, from 56 degrees to 60 degrees, or even more, naming the islands, the rivers, and the gulfs that he met with, as is proved by Terra do Labrador, Bahia de Conceição, and the landing and holding intercourse with the natives. Severe cold and a veritable river of gigantic blocks of ice prevented the expedition from going farther north, and it returned to Portugal, bringing back with it 57 natives. The very year of his return, on the 15th of May, 1501, Gaspard Cortereal, in pursuance of an order of the 15th of April, received provisions and left Lisbon in the hope of extending the field of his discoveries. From this time he is never again mentioned. Michael Cortereal, his brother, who was the first gentleman usher to the king, then requested and obtained permission to go and seek his brother and to pursue his enterprise. By an act of the 15th of January, 1502, a deed of gift conveyed to him the half of the terra firma and the islands which his brother might have discovered. Setting out on the 10th of May of this year with 3 vessels, Michael Cortereal reached Newfoundland, where he divided his little squadron, so that each of the vessels might explore the coast separately, while he fixed the place of rendezvous. But at the time fixed he did not reappear, and the 2 other vessels, after waiting for him till the 20th of August, set out on their return to Portugal. In 1503 the king sent 2 caravels to try to obtain news of the 2 brothers, but the search was in vain, and they returned without having acquired any information. When Vasco Ans, the last of the brothers Cortereal, who was captain and the governor of the islands of St. George and Terceira, and Alcaide, more of the town of Tavilla, became acquainted with these sad events, he resolved to fit out a vessel at his own cost, and to go and search for his brothers. The king, however, would not allow him to go, fearing to lose the last of this race of good servants. Upon the maps of this period, Canada is often indicated by the name of Terra de Cortereals, a name which is sometimes extended much further south, embracing a great part of North America. End of second part. Chapter 3. Part 1a.
Section 35 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. Exploration of the World by Jules Verne. Second Part, Chapter 3, Part 1b. All that concerns John and Sebastian Cabot has been, until recently, shrouded by a mist, which is not even now completely dissipated, notwithstanding the conscientious labours of Biddle the American in 1831, and of our compatriot M. d'Avezac, as also those of Mr. Nichols the Englishman, who, taking advantage of the discoveries made among the English, Spanish, and Venetian archives, has built up an imposing monument, of which some parts, however, are open to discussion. It is from the last 2 named works that we shall draw the materials for this rapid sketch, but principally from Mr. Nichols' book, which has this advantage over the smaller volume of M. d'Avezac, that it relates the whole life of Sebastian Cabot. It has been found impossible to determine with certainty either the name or the nationality of John Cabot, and still less to settle the period of his birth. John Cabota, Coboto, or Cabot, must have been born, if not in Genoa itself, as M. d'Avezac asserts, at least in the neighbourhood of that town, possibly at Castiglione, about the first quarter of the 15th century. Some historians have considered that he was an Englishman, and perhaps Mr. Nichols from national considerations is inclined to adopt this opinion. At least this seems to be the meaning of the expressions used by him. What we do know without room for doubt is that John Cabot came to London to occupy himself with commerce, and that he soon settled at Bristol, then the second town in the kingdom, in one of the suburbs which had received the name of Cathay, probably from the number of Venetians who resided there, and the trade carried on by them with the countries of the extreme east. It was at Bristol that Cabot's 2 youngest children were born, Sebastian and Sancho, if we may rely upon the following account given by the old chronicler Eaton. Sebastian Cabot told me that he was born at Bristol, and that at 4 years of age he went with his father to Venice, returning with him to England some years later. This made people imagine that he was born in Venice. In 1476 John Cabot was at Venice, and there, on the 29th of March, he received letters of naturalization, which proved that he was not a native of this city, and that he must have merited the honour by some service rendered to the Republic. M. d'Avezac is inclined to think that he devoted himself to the study of cosmography and navigation, perhaps even in company with the celebrated Florentine, Paul Toscanelli, with whose theories upon the distribution of land and sea on the surface of the globe he would certainly be acquainted at this time. He may also have heard mention made of the island situated in the Atlantic, and known by the names of Antilla, the land of the Seven Cities, or Brazil. What seems more certain is, that his business affairs took him to the Levant, and, it is said, to Mecca, and that while there he would learn from what country came the spices, which then constituted the most important branch of Venetian commerce. Whatever value we may attach to these speculative theories, it is at least certain that John Cabot founded an important mercantile house at Bristol. His son Sebastian, who in these first voyages had acquired an inclination for the sea, studied navigation, as far as it was then known, and made some excursions on the sea, to render himself as familiar with the practice of this art as he already was with its theory. "For 7 years past," says the Spanish ambassador in a despatch of the 25th of July, 1498, speaking of an expedition commanded by Cabot, "the people of Bristol have fitted out 2, 3, or 4 caravels every year, to go in search of the island of Brazil, and of the Seven Cities, according to the ideas of the Genoese." At this time the whole of Europe resounded with the fame of the discoveries of Columbus. "It awoke in me," says Sebastian Cabot, in a narrative preserved by Ramusio, "a great desire and a kind of ardor in my heart to do myself also something famous; and knowing by examining the globe that if I sailed by the west wind I should reach India more rapidly, I at once made my project known to his Majesty, who was much satisfied with it." The king to whom Cabot addressed himself was the same Henry VII., who, some years before, had refused all support to Christopher Columbus. It is evident that he received with favour the project which John and Sebastian Cabot had just submitted to him; and though Sebastian, in the fragment which we have just quoted, attributes to himself alone all the honour of the project, it is no less true that his father was the promoter of the enterprise, as the following charter shows, which we translate in an abridged form: "We, Henry, preserve our much beloved Jehan Cabot, citizen of Venice, and Louis, Sebastian, and Sancho, his sons, under our flag, and with 5 vessels of the tonnage and crew which they shall judge suitable to discover at their own expense and charge. We grant to them as well as to their heirs and assigns license to occupy, possess, at the charge of, by them, upon the profits, benefits, and advantages accruing from this navigation, to pay us in merchandise or in money the 5th part of the profit thus obtained for each of their voyages every time that they shall return to the port of Bristol, at which port they shall be compelled to land. We promise and guarantee to them, their heirs and assigns, that they shall be exempt from all custom-house duties on the merchandise which they shall bring from the countries thus discovered. We command and direct all our subjects, as well on land as on the sea, to render assistance to the same Jehan and to his sons, given at the 5th day of March, 1495. Such was the charter that was granted to John Cabot and his sons upon their return from the American continent, and not, as certain authors have pretended, anterior to this voyage. From the time that the news of the discovery made by Columbus had reached England, that is to say, probably in 1493, John and Sebastian Cabot prepared the expedition at their own expense, and set out at the beginning of the year 1494 with the idea of reaching Cathay, and finally the Indies. There can be no doubt upon this point, for in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris is preserved a unique copy of the map engraved in 1544, that is to say, in the lifetime of Sebastian Cabot, which mentions this voyage, and the precise and exact date of the discovery of Cape Breton. It is probable that we must attribute to the intrigues of the Spanish ambassador the delay which occurred in Cabot's expedition, for the whole of the year 1496 passed without the voyage being accomplished. The following year he set out at the beginning of summer. After having again sighted the Terra Buena Vista, he followed the coast, and was not long in perceiving to his great disappointment that it trended towards the north. Then, sailing along it to make sure if I could not find some passage, I could not perceive any, and having advanced as far as 56 degrees, and seeing that at this point the land turned towards the east, I despaired of finding any passage, and I was about to examine the coast in this direction towards the equinoctial line, always with the same object of finding a passage to the Indies, and in the end I reached the country now called Florida, where, as provisions were beginning to run short, I resolved to return to England. This narrative, of which we have given the commencement above, was related by Cabot to Fracastor, 40 or 50 years after the event. Also, is it not astonishing that Cabot mixes up in it 2 perfectly distinct voyages, that of 1494 and that of 1497? Let us add some reflections upon this narrative. The first land seen was, without doubt, the North Cape, the northern extremity of the island of Cape Breton, and the island which is opposite to it is that of Prince Edward, long known by the name of St. John's Island. Cabot probably penetrated into the estuary of the St. Lawrence, which he took for an arm of the sea, near to the place where Quebec now stands, and coasted along the northern shore of the Gulf, so that he did not see the coast of Labrador stretching away in the east. He took Newfoundland for an archipelago, and continued his course to the south, not, doubtless, as far as Florida as he states himself, the time occupied by the voyage making it impossible that he could have descended so low, but as far as the Chesapeake Bay. These were the countries which the Spaniards afterwards called Terra de Efestam Gomez. On the 3rd of February, 1498, King Henry VII signed at Westminster some new letters patent. He empowered John Cabot, or his representative, being duly authorized, to take in English ports 6 vessels of 200 tons burden, and to procure all that should be required for their equipment, at the same price as if they were for the crown. He was allowed to take on board such master mariners, pages, and other subjects as might of their own accord wish to go, and pass with him to the recently discovered lands and islands. John Cabot bore the expense of the equipment of 2 vessels, and 3 others were fitted out at the cost of the merchants of Bristol. In all probability it was death, a sudden and unexpected death, which prevented John Cabot from taking command of this expedition. His son Sebastian then assumed the direction of the fleet, which carried 300 men and provisions for a year. After having sighted land at 45 degrees, Sebastian Cabot followed the coast as far as 58 degrees, perhaps even higher, but then it became so cold, and although it was the month of July, there was so much floating ice about that it would have been impossible to go further northwards. The days were very long, and the nights excessively light, an interesting detail by which to fix the latitude reached, for we know that below the 60th parallel of latitude the longest days are 18 hours. These various reasons make Sebastian Cabot decide to put about, and he touched at the Moluccas Islands, of which the inhabitants, who were clothed in the skins of animals, were armed with bows and arrows, lance, javelin, and wooden sword. The navigators here caught a great number of codfish. They were even so numerous, says an old narrative, that they hindered ships from advancing. After having sailed along the coast of America as far as 38 degrees, Cabot set out for England, where he arrived at the beginning of autumn. This voyage had indeed a threefold object, that of discovery, commerce, and colonization, as is shown by the number of vessels which took part in it, and the strength of their crews. Nevertheless, it does not appear that Cabot landed any one, or that he made any attempts at forming a settlement, either in Labrador or in Hudson's Bay, which he was destined to explore more completely in 1517 in the reign of Henry VIII, or even to the south of the Bocaux, known by the general name of Newfoundland. At the close of this expedition, which was almost entirely unproductive, we lose sight of Sebastian Cabot, if not completely, at least so as to be insufficiently informed about his deeds and voyages until 1517. The traveller Hoyeda, whose various enterprises we have related above, had left Spain in the month of May, 1499. We know that in this voyage he met with an Englishman at Cocobaco, on the coast of America. Can this have been Cabot? Nothing has come to light to enable us to settle this point, but we may believe that Cabot did not remain idle, and that he would be likely to undertake some fresh expedition. What we know is, that in spite of the solemn engagements he had made with Cabot, the King of England granted certain privileges of trading in the countries which he had discovered to the Portuguese and to the merchants of Bristol. This ungenerous manner of recognizing his services wounded the navigator, and decided him to accept the offers which had been made to him on different occasions to enter the Spanish service. From the death of Vespucius, which happened in 1512, Cabot was the navigator held in most renown. To attach him to himself, Ferdinand wrote on the 13th of September, 1512, to Lord Willoughby, commander-in-chief of the troops which had been transported to Italy, to treat with the Venetian navigator. As soon as he arrived in Castile, Cabot received the rank of captain by an edict dated the 20th of October, 1512, with a salary of 5,000 maravedis. Seville was fixed upon for his residence, until an opportunity might arise of turning his talents in expedition to account. There was a plan on foot for his taking the command of a very important expedition, when Ferdinand, the Catholic, died on the 23rd of January, 1516. Cabot returned at once to England, probably having obtained a leave of absence. Eaton tells us that the following year Cabot was appointed with Sir Thomas Pert to the command of a fleet which was to reach China by the northwest. On the 11th of June he was in Hudson's Bay at 67½ degrees of latitude. The sea free from ice spread itself out before him so far that he reckoned upon success for his enterprise, when the faint-heartedness of his companion, together with the cowardice and mutinous spirit of the crews, who refused to go any further, obliged him to return to England. In his Theatrum Albus Terrarum, Ortelius traces the shape of Hudson's Bay as it really is. He even indicates at its northern extremity a strait leading northwards. How can the geographer have attained such exactness? Who, says Mr. Nichols, can have given him the information set forth in his map, if not Cabot? On his return to England, Cabot found the country ravaged by a horrible plague, which put a stop even to commercial transactions. Soon, either because the time of his leave had expired, or that he wished to escape from the pestilence, or that he was recalled to Spain, the Venetian navigator returned to that country. In 1518, on the 5th of February, Cabot was made pilot major, with a salary which, added to that which he already had, made a total of 125,000 maravedis, say 300 ducats. He did not actually exercise the function of his office until Charles V returned from England. His principal duty consisted in examining pilots, who were not allowed to go to the Indies until after having passed this exam. This epoch was by no means favourable to great maritime expeditions. The struggle between France and Spain absorbed all the resources both in men and money of these two countries. Cabot, too, who seems to have adopted science for his fatherland much more than any particular country, made some overtures to Contarini, the ambassador of Venice, to take service on board the fleets of the Republic, but when the favourable answer of the Council of Ten arrived, he had other projects in his head, and did not carry his attempt any further. In the month of April, 1524, Cabot presided at a conference of mariners and cosmographers, which met at Badajoz, to discuss the question whether the Moluccas belonged, according to the celebrated Treaty of Tordesillas, to Spain or Portugal. On the 31st of May, it was decided that the Moluccas were within the Spanish waters by 20 degrees. Perhaps this resolution of the junta, of which Cabot was president, and which again placed in the hands of Spain a great part of the spice trade, was not without its influence upon the resolutions of the Council of the Indies. However this may be, in the month of September of the same year Cabot was authorized to take the command of 3 vessels of 100 tons and a small caravel, carrying together 150 men, with the title of Captain General. The declared aim of this voyage was to pass through the Straits of Magellan, carefully to explore the western coast of America, and to reach the Moluccas, where they would take in on their return a cargo of spices. The month of August, 1525, had been fixed upon as the date of departure, but the intrigues of Portugal succeeded in delaying it until April, 1526. Different circumstances seem from this moment to have augured ill for the voyage. Cabot had only a nominal authority, and the association of merchants who had defrayed the expenses of the equipment not accepting him willingly as chief, had found means to oppose all the plans of the Venetian sailor. Thus it was that in place of the man whom he had appointed as second in command, another was imposed upon him, and that instructions destined to be unsealed when at sea were delivered to each captain. They contained this absurd agreement, that in case of the death of the Captain General, 11 individuals were to succeed him each in his turn. Was not this an encouragement given to assassination? Scarcely was the fleet out of sight of land, when discontent appeared. The rumour spread that the Captain General was not equal to his task. Then, as they saw that these calumnies did not affect him, they pretended that the flotilla was already short of provisions. The mutiny broke out as soon as land was reached, but Cabot was not the man to allow himself to be annihilated by it. He had suffered too much from Sir Thomas's pert cowardice to bear such an insult. In order to nip the evil in the bud, he had the mutinous captains seized, and notwithstanding their reputation and the brilliancy of their past services, he made them get into a boat and abandoned them on shore. 4 months afterwards they had the good luck to be picked up by a Portuguese expedition, which seems to have had orders to thwart the plans of Cabot. The Venetian navigator then penetrated into the Rio de la Plata, the exploration of which had been commenced by his predecessor, the pilot Major de Solis. The expedition was not then composed of more than 2 vessels, one having been lost during the voyage. Cabot sailed up the Argent River, and discovered an island which he called Francis Gabriel, and upon which he built the fort of San Salvador, entrusting the command of it to Antonio de la Gaya. Cabot had the keel removed from one of his caravels, and with it, being towed by his small boats, entered the Parana, built a new fort at the confluence of the Carmacaraja and Terceiro, and, after having thus secured his line of retreat, he pursued the course of these rivers further into the interior. Arriving at the confluence of the Parana and the Paraguay, he followed the second, the direction of which agreed best with his project of reaching the region of the west where silver was to be obtained. But it was not long before the aspect of the country changed, and the attitude of the inhabitants altered also. Until now they had collected in crowds, astonished at the sight of the vessels, but upon the cultivated shores of the Paraguay they courageously opposed the strangers' landing, and 3 Spaniards having tried to knock down the fruit from a palm tree, a struggle took place, in which 300 natives lost their lives. This victory had disabled 25 Spaniards. It was too much for Cabot, who rapidly removed his wounded to the Fort San Spirito and retired, still presenting a bold front to the enemy. Cabot had already sent 2 of his companions to the Emperor, to acquaint him with the attempt at revolt of the captains, to explain to him the motives which had obliged him to modify the course marked out for his voyage, and to request aid for him, both in men and provisions. The answer arrived at last. The Emperor approved of what Cabot had done, and ordered him to colonize the country in which he had just made a settlement, but did not send him either one man or a single maravedi. Cabot tried to procure the resources which he needed in the country, and caused some attempts at cultivation to be commenced. At the same time, to keep his troops in exercise, he reduced the neighboring nations to obedience, had some forts built, and again sailing up the Paraguay, he reached Potosi, the watercourses of the Andes which feed the basin of the Atlantic. At last he prepared to enter Peru, from whence came the gold and silver which he had seen in the possession of the natives, but it needed more troops than he could muster to attempt the conquest of this vast region. The Emperor, however, was quite unable to send him any. His European wars absorbed all his resources. The Cortes refused to vote new subsidies, and the Moluccas had just been pledged to Portugal. In this state of affairs, after having occupied the country for 5 years, and waited all this time for the assistance which never came, Cabot decided to evacuate a part of his settlements, and he returned with some of his people to Spain. The rest, amounting to 120 men who were left to guard the fort of San Spirito, after many vicissitudes which cannot be related here, perished by the hands of the Indians, or were obliged to take refuge in the Portuguese settlements on the coast of Brazil. It is to the horses imported by Cabot that is due the wonderful race of wild horses which may be seen in large troops on the pampas of La Plata at the present day. This was the only result of the expedition. Some time after his return to Spain, Cabot resigned his office and went to Bristol, where he settled about 1548, that is to say, at the beginning of the reign of Edward VI. What were the motives of this fresh change? Was Cabot discontented at having been left to his own resources during the expedition? Was he hurt at the manner in which his services were recompensed? It is impossible to say. But Charles V. took advantage of Cabot's departure to deprive him of his pension, which Edward VI. Hastened to replace, causing him to receive 250 marks annually, about £116 and a fraction, which was a considerable sum for that period. The post which Cabot occupied in England seems to be best expressed by the name of Intendant of the Navy. Under the authority of the King and Council, he appears to have superintended all maritime affairs. He issues licenses, he examines pilots, he frames instructions, he draws maps, a varied and complicated function for which he has possessed the rare gift of both practical and theoretical knowledge. At the same time, he instructed the young king in cosmography, explained to him the variation of the compass, and was successful in interesting him in nautical matters and in the glory resulting from maritime discoveries. It was a high and almost unique situation. Cabot used it to put into execution a project which he had long cherished. At this period, we might almost say that there was no trade in England. All commerce was in the hands of the Hanseatic towns, Antwerp, Hamburg, Brenham, etc. These companies of merchants had, on various occasions, obtained considerable reductions in import duties, and had ended up by monopolizing the English trade. Cabot held that Englishmen possessed as good qualifications as these merchants for becoming manufacturers, and that the already powerful navy which England possessed might assist marvellously in the export of the products of the soil and of the manufactures. What was the use of having recourse to strangers when people could do their own business? If they had been unable up to this time to reach Cathay and India by the northwest, might they not endeavour to reach it by the northeast? And if they did not succeed, would they not find in this direction more commercial and more civilized people than the miserable Eskimos on the coast of Labrador and Newfoundland? Cabot assembled some leading London merchants, laid his projects before them, and formed them into an association, of which on the 14th of December 1551 he was named president for life. At the same time he exerted himself most vigorously with the king, and after having made him understand the wrong which the monopoly enjoyed by strangers did to his own subjects, he obtained its abolition on the 23rd of February 1551, and inaugurated the practice of free trade. The association of English merchants, under the name of Merchant Adventurers, hastened to have some vessels built, adapted to the difficulties to be encountered in the navigation of the Arctic regions. The first improvement which the English marine owed to Cabot was the sheathing of the keels, which he had done in Spain, but which had not hitherto been practised in England. A flotilla of 3 vessels was assembled at Deptford. They were the Buena Speranza, of which the command was given to Sir Hugh Willoughby, a brave gentleman who had earned a high reputation in war; the Buena Confidencia, Captain Cornwall Dornforth; and the Bonaventure, Captain Richard Chancellor, a clever sailor, and a particular friend of Cabot's. He received the title of pilot major. The sailing master of the Bonaventure was Stephen Burrough, an accomplished mariner, who was destined to make numerous voyages in the North Seas, and later to become pilot-in-chief for England. Although age and its important duties prevented Cabot from placing himself at the head of the expedition, he wished at least to preside over all the details of the equipment. He himself wrote out the instructions, which have been preserved, and which prove the prudence and skill of this distinguished navigator. He there recommends the use of the log line, an instrument intended to measure the speed of the vessel, and he desires that the journal of events happening at sea be kept with regularity, and that all information as to the character, manners, habits, and resources of the people visited, and the productions of the country, may be recorded in writing. The sailors were to offer no violence to the natives, but to act towards them with courtesy. All blasphemy and swearing was to be punished with severity, and also drunkenness. The religious exercises are prescribed, prayers are to be said morning and evening, and the Holy Scriptures are to be read once in the day. Cabot ends by recommending union and concord above all, and reminds the captains of the greatness of their enterprise, and the honour which they might hope to gain. Finally, he promises them to add his prayers to theirs for the success of their common work. The squadron set sail on the 20th of May, 1558, in presence of the court assembled at Greenwich, amid an immense concourse of people, after fêtes and rejoicing, at which the king, who was ill, could not be present. Near the Lufton Islands, on the coast of Norway, at the bearing of Woodwas, the squadron was separated from the Bonaventure. Carried away by the storm, Willoughby's 2 vessels touched, without doubt, at Nova Zembla, and were forced by the ice to return southward. On the 18th of September they entered the port formed by the mouth of the river Arnza in East Lapland. Some time afterwards the Buena Conveniencia, separated from Willoughby by a fresh tempest, returned to England. As to the latter, some Russian fishermen found his vessel the following year in the midst of the ice. The whole crew had died of cold. This, at least, is what we are led to suppose from the journal kept by the unfortunate Willoughby up to the month of January, 1554. Chancellor, after having waited in vain for his 2 consorts at the rendezvous which had been agreed upon in case of separation, thought they must have outsailed him, and rounding the North Cape, he entered a vast gulf which was none other than the White Sea. He then landed at the mouth of Duenna, near the monastery of St. Nicholas, on the spot upon which the town of Archangel was soon to stand. The inhabitants of these desolate places told him that the country was under the dominion of the Grand Duke of Russia. Chancellor resolved at once to go to Moscow, in spite of the enormous distance which separated him from it. The Tsar then on the throne was Ivan IV. Vasilyevich, called the Terrible. For some time before this the Russians had shaken off the Tartar yoke, and Ivan had united all the petty rival principalities in one body politic, of which the power was already becoming considerable. The situation of Russia, exclusively continental, far from any frequented sea, isolated from the rest of Europe, of which it did not yet form part, so much were its habits and manners still Asiatic, promised success to Chancellor. The Tsar, who up to this time had not been able to procure European merchandise, except by way of Poland, and who wished to gain access to the German seas, saw with pleasure the attempts of the English to establish trade which would be beneficial to both parties. He not only received Chancellor courteously, but he made him most advantageous offers, granted him great privileges, and encouraged him, by the kindness of his reception, to repeat his voyage. Chancellor sold his merchandise to great advantage, and after taking on board another cargo of furs, of seal and whale oils, copper, and other products, returned to England, carrying a letter from the Tsar. The advantages which the company of merchant adventurers had derived from this first voyage encouraged them to attempt a second. So Chancellor, the following year, made a fresh voyage to Archangel, and took 2 of the company's agents to Russia, who concluded an advantageous treaty with the Tsar. Then he set out again for England, with an ambassador and his suite, sent by Ivan to Great Britain. Of the 4 vessels which composed the flotilla, one was lost on the coast of Norway, another as it left Drontheim, and the Bonaventure, on board which were Chancellor and the ambassador, foundered in the Bay of Pitsligo, on the east coast of Scotland, on the 10th of November, 1556. Chancellor was drowned in the wreck, being less fortunate than the Muscovite ambassador, who had the good luck to escape, but the presents and merchandise which he was carrying to England were lost. Such was the commencement of the Anglo-Russian Company. A goodly number of expeditions succeeded each other in those parts, but it would be beside our purposes to give an account of them. Let us now return to Cabot. It was in 1554 that Queen Mary of England was married to Philip II, King of Spain. When the latter came to England, he showed himself very ill disposed towards Cabot, who had abandoned the service of Spain, and who, at this very moment was procuring for England a commerce which would soon immensely increase the maritime power of an already formidable country. Thus we are not surprised to learn that 8 days after the landing of the King of Spain, Cabot was forced to resign his office and his pension, both of which had been bestowed upon him for life by Edward VI. Worthington was nominated in his place. Mr. Nichols thinks that this dishonourable man, who had some quarrels with the law, had a secret mission to seize among Cabot's plans, maps, instructions, and projects those which could be of use to Spain. The fact is that all these documents are now lost, at least unless they may yet be discovered among the archives of Simancas. At the end of this period, history completely loses sight of the old mariner. The same mystery which hangs over his birth also envelopes the place and date of his death. His immense discoveries, his cosmographical works, his study of the variations of the magnetic needle, his wisdom, his humane disposition, and his honorable conduct, place Sebastian Cabot in the foremost rank among discoverers. A figure lost in the shadow and vagueness of legend until our own day, Cabot owes it to his biographers, to Biddle, de Vansac, and Nichols, that he is now better known, more highly appreciated, and for the first time really placed in the light. End of the second part. Chapter 3, Part 1, B. Recording by Todd.
Section 36 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephen Reynolds. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 1. Exploration of the World by Jules Verne. Second part, Chapter 3, Part 2a. Polar Expeditions. From 1492 to 1524, France had stood aloof, officially at least, from enterprises of discovery and colonization. But Francis I could not look on quietly while the power of his rival, Charles V, received a large addition by the conquest of Mexico. He therefore ordered John Verrazzano, a Venetian who was in his service, to make a voyage of exploration. We will pause here for a short time, although the various places may have already been visited on several occasions, because for the first time the banner of France floats over the shores of the New World. This exploration, besides, was to prepare the way for those of Jacques Cartier and of Champlain in Canada, as well as for the unlucky experiments in colonization of Jean Ribaut and of Laudonnière, the sanguinary voyages of reprisals of Gourgues, and Villegagnon's attempt at a settlement in Brazil. We possess no biographical details with regard to Verrazzano. Under what circumstances did he enter the service of France? Was his title to the command of such an expedition? Nothing is known of the Venetian traveller. For all we possess of his writings is the Italian translation of his French report to Francis I, published in the collection of Ramusio. The French translation of this Italian translation exists in an abridged form in Lescarbot's work on New France, and in the Histoire des Voyages. For our very rapid epitome, we shall make use of the Italian text of Ramusio, except in some passages where Lescarbot's translation has appeared to give an idea of the rich, original, and marvellously modulated language of the 16th century. Having set out with 4 vessels to make discoveries in the ocean, says Verrazzano in a letter written from Dieppe to Francis I on 8th July 1524, he was forced by a storm to take refuge in Brittany, with 2 of his vessels, the Dauphine and the Normande, there to repair damages. Thence he set sail for the coast of Spain, where he seems to have given chase to some Spanish vessels. We see him leave the Dauphine alone on the 17th of January, 1524, a small uninhabited island in the neighbourhood of Madeira, and launch himself upon the ocean with a crew of 50 men, well furnished with provisions and ammunition for an 8 months' voyage. 25 days later he has made 1,500 miles to the west, when he is assailed by a fearful storm, and 25 days afterwards, that is to say on the 8th or 9th of March, having made about 1,200 miles, he discovers land at 30 degrees north latitude, which he thought had never been previously explored. When we arrived, it seemed to us to be very low, but on approaching within a quarter of a league, we saw by the great fires which were lighted among the harbours and borders of the sea, that it was inhabited, and in taking trouble to find a harbour in which to land and make acquaintance with the country, we sailed more than 150 miles in vain, so that seeing the coast trended ever southwards, we decided to turn back again. The Frenchmen, finding a favourable landing place, perceived a number of natives who came towards them, but who fled away when they saw them land. Soon recalled by the friendly signs and demonstrations of the French, they showed a great surprise at their clothes, their faces, and the whiteness of their skin. The natives were entirely naked, except that the middle of the body was covered with sable skins, hung from a narrow girdle of prettily woven grasses, and ornamented with tails of other animals, which fell to their knees. Some wore crowns of birds' feathers. "They have brown skins," says the narrative, "and are exactly like the Saracens. Their hair is black, not very long, and tied at the back of the head, in the form of a small tail. Their limbs are well proportioned. They are of middle height, although a little taller than ourselves, and have no other defect beyond their faces being rather broad. They are not strong, but they are agile, and some of the greatest and quickest runners in the world." It was impossible for Verrazzano to collect any details about the manners and mode of life of these people, on account of the short time that he remained among them. The shore at this place was composed of fine sand, interspersed here and there with little sandy hillocks, behind which were scattered groves and very thick forests, which were wonderfully pleasant to look upon. There were in this country, as far as we could judge, abundance of stags, fallow deer, and hares, numerous lakes and streams of sparkling water, as well as a quantity of birds. This land lies at 34 degrees. It is therefore the part of the United States which now goes by the name of Carolina. The air there is pure and salubrious, the climate temperate, the sea is entirely without rocks, and in spite of the want of harbours, it is not unfavourable for navigators. During the whole month of March, the French sailed along the coast, which seemed to them to be inhabited by a numerous population. The want of water forced them to land several times, and they perceived that the savages were most pleased with mirrors, bells, knives, and sheets of paper. One day they sent a longboat ashore with 25 men in it. A young sailor jumped into the water, because he could not land on account of the waves and currents, in order to give some small articles to these people, and having thrown to them from a distance because he was distrustful of the natives, he was cast violently on shore by the waves. The Indians, seeing him in this condition, take him and carry him far away from the sea, to the great dismay of the poor sailor, who expected they were about to sacrifice him. Having placed him at the foot of a little hill, in the full blaze of the sun, they stripped him quite naked, and wondered at the whiteness of his skin. Then, lighting a large fire, they made him come to it, and recover his strength. And it was then that the poor young man, as well as those who were in the boat, thought that the Indians were about to massacre and immolate him, roasting his flesh in this large brazier, and then eating their victim, as do the cannibals. But it happened quite differently, for having shown a desire to return to the boat, they reconducted him to the edge of the sea, and having kissed him very lovingly, they retired to a hill to see him re-enter the boat. Continuing to follow the shore northwards for more than 150 miles, the Frenchmen reached a land which seemed to them more beautiful, being covered with thick woods. Into these forests 20 men penetrated for more than 6 miles, and only returned to the shore from the fear of losing themselves. In this walk, having met 2 women, one young and the other old, with some children, they seized one of the latter, who might be about 8 years old, with the idea of taking him away to France, but they could not do the same with the young woman, who began to cry with all her might, calling for aid from her compatriots, who were hidden in the wood. In this place the savages were whiter than any of those hitherto met. They snared birds, and used a bow of very hard wood, and arrows tipped with fish bones. Their canoes, 20 feet long and 4 feet wide, were hollowed by fire out of the trunk of a tree. Wild vines abounded and climbed over the trees in long festoons, as they do in Lombardy. With a little civilization they would no doubt produce excellent wine. For the fruit is sweet and pleasant like ours, and we thought that the natives were not insensible to it, for in all directions where these vines grew, they had taken care to cut away the branches of the surrounding trees, so that the fruit might ripen. Wild roses, lilies, violets, and all kinds of odoriferous plants and flowers new to the Europeans, carpeted the ground everywhere, and filled the air with sweet perfumes. After remaining for 3 days in this enchanting place, the Frenchmen continued to follow the coast northwards, sailing by day and casting anchor at night. As the land trended towards the east, they went 150 miles further in that direction, and discovered an island of triangular shape, about 30 miles distant from the continent, similar in size to the island of Rhodes, and upon which they bestowed the name of the mother of Francis I, Louisa of Savoy. Then they reached another island, 45 miles off, which possessed a magnificent harbour, and of which the inhabitants came in crowds to visit the strange vessels. 2 kings especially were of fine stature and great beauty. They were dressed in deerskins, with the head bare, the hair carried back and tied in a tuft, and they wore on the neck a large chain ornamented with coloured stones. This was the most remarkable nation which they had until now met with. "The women are graceful," says the narrative published by Ramusio. "Some wore the skins of the lynx on their arms. Their head was ornamented with their plaited hair, and long plaits hung down on both sides of the chest. Others had headdresses which recalled those of the Egyptian and Syrian women. Only the elderly women, and those who were married, wore pendants in their ears of worked copper. This land is situated on the same parallel as Rome, in 41 degrees 40 minutes, but its climate is much colder." On the 5th of May, Verrazzano left this port and sailed along the sea shore for 450 miles. At last he reached a country of which the inhabitants resembled but little any of those whom he had hitherto met with. They were so wild that it was impossible to carry on any trade with them, or any sustained intercourse. What they had appeared to esteem above everything else were fish-hooks, knives, and all articles of metal, attaching no value to all the trifling baubles which up to this time had served for barter. 25 armed men landed and advanced from 4 to 6 miles into the interior of the country. They were received by the natives with flights of arrows, after which the latter retired into the immense forests which appeared to cover the whole country. 150 miles further on spreads out a vast archipelago, composed of 32 islands, all near the land, separated by narrow canals, which reminded the Venetian navigator of the archipelagos which in the Adriatic border the coasts of Sclavonia and Dalmatia. At length, 450 miles further on, in latitude 50 degrees, the French came to lands which had been previously discovered by the Bretons. Finding themselves then short of provisions, and having reconnoitred the coast of America for a distance of 2,100 miles, they returned to France, and disembarked safely at Dieppe in the month of July, 1524. Some historians relate that Verrazzano was made prisoner by the savages who inhabit the coast of Labrador, and was eaten by them. A fact which is simply impossible, since he addressed from Dieppe to Francis I the account of his voyage which we have just abridged. Besides, the Indians of these regions were not anthropophagi. Certain authors, but we have not been able to discover on the authority of what documents, nor under what circumstances this happened, relate that Verrazzano, having fallen into the power of the Spaniards, had been taken to Spain, and there hanged. It is much wiser to admit that we know nothing certain about Verrazzano, and that we are totally ignorant what rewards his long voyage procured for him. Perhaps when some learned man shall have looked through our archives, of which the abstract and inventory are far from being finished, he may recover some new documents, but for the present we must confine ourselves to the narrative of Ramusio. 10 years later, a captain of Saint-Malo, named Jacques Cartier, born on the 21st of December, 1484, conceived the project of establishing a colony in the northern part of America. Being favourably received by Admiral Philippe de Chabot and by Francis I, who asked to see the clause in Adams's will which disinherited him of the New World in favour of the kings of Spain and Portugal, Cartier left St. Malo with 2 vessels on the 20th of April, 1534. The vessel which carried him weighed only 60 tons, and carried a crew of 61 men. At the end of only 20 days, so favourable was the voyage, Cartier discovered Newfoundland at Cape Bonavista. He then went northwards, as far as Bird Island, which he found surrounded by ice, all broken up and melting, but on which he was able nevertheless to lay in a stock of 5 or 6 tons of guillemots, puffins, and penguins, without reckoning those which were eaten fresh. He then explored all the coast of the island, which at this time bore a number of Breton names, thus proving the assiduous manner in which the French frequented these shores. Then, penetrating into the Strait of Belle Isle, which separates the continent from the island of Newfoundland, Cartier arrived at the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Along the whole of this coast the harbours are excellent. If the land only corresponded to the goodness of the harbours, says the St. Malo sailor, it would be a great blessing, but one ought not call it Itland. It is rather pebbles and savage rocks, and places fit for wild beasts. As for all the land towards the north, I never saw as much earth there as would fill a tumbrel. After having coasted along the continent, Cartier was cast by a tempest upon the west coast of Newfoundland, where he explored Cape Royal and Cape Milk, the Columba Islands, Cape St. Jean, the Magdalen Islands, and the Bay of Miramichi, on the continent. In this place he had some intercourse with the savages, who showed a great and marvellous eagerness in the acquisition of iron tools and other things, always dancing and performing various ceremonies, among others throwing sea-water on their heads with their hands. So well did they receive us that they gave us all that they had, keeping back nothing. The next day the number of the savages was even greater, and our French sailors made an ample harvest of furs and skins of animals. After having explored the Bay of Chaleur, Cartier arrived at the entrance of the estuary of the St. Lawrence, where he saw some natives who possessed neither the appearance nor the language of the first. The latter may truly be called savages, for no poorer people can be found in the world, and I think that all put together, excepting their boats and their nets, they could not have had the value of 2d. halfpenny. They have the head entirely shaved, with the exception of a lock of hair on the very top, which they allow to grow as long as a horse's tail, and which they fasten upon the head with some small copper needles. Their only dwelling is underneath their boats, which they overturn and then stretch themselves on the ground beneath them without any covering. After having planted a large cross in this place, Jacques Cartier obtained the chief's permission to take away with him 2 of his children, whom he was to bring back again on his next voyage. Then he set out again for France, and landed at St. Malo on the 5th of September, 1534. The following year, on the 19th of May, Cartier left St. Malo at the head of a fleet composed of 3 vessels, called the Grand, and the Petite Hermine, and the Emerillon, on board of which some gentlemen of high rank had taken passages, among whom may be named Charles de la Pommeraye, and Claude de Pontbriand, son of the Sieur de Montcavel, and cupbearer to the Dauphin. Very soon the squadron was dispersed by the storm, and could not be brought together again until it reached Newfoundland. After having landed at Bird Island in Whitesand Harbour, which is the Castle Bay, Cartier penetrated into the Bay of St. Lawrence. He discovered there the island of Natiscotec, which we call Anticosti, and entered a great river called Hochelaga, which leads to Canada. On the banks of this river lies the country called Saguenay, whence comes the red copper, to which the 2 savages whom he had taken on his first voyage gave the name of Caquetdazé. But before entering the St. Lawrence, Cartier wished to explore the whole Gulf, to see if no passage existed to the north. He afterwards returned to the Bay of the Seven Islands, went up the river, and soon reached the river of Saguenay, which falls into the St. Lawrence on its northern bank. A little further on, after passing by 14 islands, he entered the Canadian territories, which no traveller before him had ever visited. The next day the Lord of Canada, called Donnacona, with 12 boats and accompanied by 16 men, approached the ships. When abreast of the smallest of our vessels, he began to make a palaver or preachment in their fashion, while moving his body and limbs in a marvellous manner, which is a sign of joy and confidence. And when he arrived at the flagship, where there were 2 Indians who had been brought back from France, the said chief spoke to them, and they to him. And they began to relate to him what they had seen in France, and the good treatment which they had received, at which the said chief was very joyful, and begged the captain to give him his arms that he might kiss and embrace him, which is their mode of welcome in this country. The country of Stadacone, or St. Charles, is fertile and full of very fine trees, of the same nature and kind as in France, such as oaks, elms, plum trees, yews, cedars, vines, hawthorns, which bear fruit as large as damsons, and other trees. Beneath them grows hemp as good as that of France. Cartier succeeded afterwards in reaching with his boats and his galleon a place which is the Richelieu of the present day, next a great lake formed by the river St. Peter's Lake, and at last he arrived at Hochelaga, or Montreal, which is 630 miles from the mouth of the St. Lawrence. In this place are ploughed lands and large and beautiful plains full of the corn of the country, which is like the millet of Brazil, as large or larger than peas, on which they live as we do on wheat. And among these plains is placed and seated the said town of Hochelaga, near to and joining on to some high ground which is around the town, and which is well cultivated and quite small. From the top of it one can see very far. We named this mountain Mount Royal. The welcome given to Jacques Cartier could not have been more cordial. The chief, or Agouhanna, who was crippled in all his limbs, begged the captain to touch them as if he had asked him for a cure. Then the blind and those who were blind in one eye, the lame and the impotent came and sat down near Jacques Cartier, that he might touch them, so thoroughly were they persuaded that he was a god descended to heal them. The said captain, seeing the faith and piety of this people, recited the Gospel of St. John, namely, in principio, making the sign of the cross over the poor sick people, praying God that he would give them the knowledge of our holy faith, and grace to accept Christianity and baptism. Then the said captain took a book of Hours, and read aloud the Passion of our Saviour, so well that all those present could hear it, all the poor people being quite silent, looking up to heaven and using the same ceremonies as they saw us use. After making themselves acquainted with the country, which could be seen for 90 miles around from the top of Mount Royal, and having collected some information about the waterfalls and rapids of the St. Lawrence, Jacques Cartier returned towards Canada, where he did not delay to rejoin his ships. We owe to him the first information on tobacco for smoking, which does not seem to have been in use throughout the whole extent of the New World. They have a herb, he says, of which they collect great quantities during the summer for the winter. They esteem it highly, and the men alone use it in the following manner. They dry it in the sun, and carry it on their necks in a small skin of an animal in the shape of a bag, with a horn of stone or of wood. Then constantly they make the said herb into a powder, and put it into one of the ends of the said horn. They then place a live coal upon it, and blow through the other end, and so fill their body with smoke that it issues from the mouth and nostrils, as if from the shaft of a chimney. We have tried said smoke, but after having put it into our mouths, it seemed as if there were a ground pepper in them, so hot is it. In the month of December, the inhabitants of Stadacone were attacked by an infectious disease which proved to be the scurvy. This malady spread so rapidly in our vessels that by the middle of February Out of our 110 men, there were but 10 in good health. Neither prayers, nor orisons, nor vows to Our Lady of Rocamadour brought any relief. 25 Frenchmen perished up to the 18th of April, and there were not 4 amongst them who were not attacked by the malady. But at this time a savage chief informed Jacques Cartier that a decoction of the leaves and the sap of a certain tree, probably either the Canadian fir tree or the barberry, was very salutary. As soon as 2 or 3 had experienced its beneficial effects, there was a crowding as if they would have killed each other to be the first to get the medicine. And one of the tallest and largest trees I ever saw was used in less than 8 days, which had such an effect that if all the doctors of Louvain and Montpellier had been there with all the drugs of Alexandria, they had not done as much in a year as the said tree accomplished in 80 days. Some time after, Cartier, having noticed the Donnacona were trying to excite sedition against the French, caused him to be seized as well as 9 other savages, that he might take them to France, where they died. He set sail from the harbour of St. Croix on the 6th of May, descended the St. Lawrence, and after a voyage which was not marked by any incident, he landed at St. Malo on the 16th of July, 1536. Francis I, in consequence of the report of this voyage, which the St. Malo captain made to him, resolved to take effective possession of the country. After having appointed François de la Roque, Sieur de Roberval, Viceroy of Canada, he caused 5 vessels to be fitted out, which being laden with provisions and ammunition for 2 years, were to transport Roberval and a certain number of soldiers, artisans, and gentlemen to the new colony, which they were about to establish. The 5 vessels set sail on the 23rd of May, 1541. They met with such contrary winds that it took them 3 months to reach Newfoundland. Cartier did not arrive at the harbour of St. Croix until the 23rd of August. As soon as he had landed his provisions, he sent back 2 of his vessels to France, with letters for the king telling him what had been done, also that the Sieur de Roberval had not yet appeared, and that they did not know what had happened to him. Then he had works commenced to clear the land, to build a fort, and to lay the first foundations of the town of Quebec. He next set out for Hochelaga, taking with him Martin de Paimpont and other gentlemen, and went to examine the 3 waterfalls of Sainte Marie, Le Chine, and Saint Louis. On his return to St. Croix, he found Roberval had just arrived. Cartier returned to St. Malo in the month of October, 1542, where probably 10 years later he died. As to the new colony, Roberval having perished in a second voyage, it vegetated, and was nothing more than a factory until 1608, the date of the foundation of Quebec by Monsieur de Champlain, of whom we shall relate the services and discoveries a little further on. We have just seen how Cartier, who had set out first to seek for the Northwest Passage, had been led to take possession of the country and to lay the foundations of the colony of Canada. In England, a similar movement had begun, set on foot by the writings of Sir Humphrey Gilbert and of Richard Wills. They ended by carrying public opinion with them, and demonstrating that it was not more difficult to find this passage than it had been to discover the Strait of Magellan. One of the most ardent partisans of this search was a bold sailor called Martin Frobisher, who, after having many times applied to rich shipowners, at last found in Ambrose Dudley, Earl of Warwick, the favourite of Queen Elizabeth, a patron whose pecuniary help enabled him to build a pinnace and 2 poor barks, of from 20 to 25 tons burden. It was with means thus feeble that the intrepid navigator went to encounter the ice in localities which had never been visited since the time of Northmen. Setting out from Deptford on the 8th of June, 1576, he sighted the south of Greenland, which he took to be the Frisland of Zeno. Soon stopped by the ice, he was obliged to return to Labrador without being able to land there, and he entered Hudson's Straits. After having coasted along Savage and Resolution Islands, he entered a strait which has received his name, but which is also called by some geographers Lunley's Inlet. He landed at Cumberland, took possession of the country in the name of Queen Elizabeth, and entered into some relations with the natives. The cold increased rapidly, and he was obliged to return to England. Frobisher only brought back some rather vague scientific and geographical details about the countries which he had visited. He received, however, a most flattering welcome when he showed a heavy black stone in which a little gold was found. At once all imaginations were on fire. Several lords and the Queen herself contributed to the expense of a new armament, consisting of a vessel of 200 tons, with a crew of 100 men, and 2 smaller barks, which carried 6 months' provisions both for war and for nourishment. Frobisher had some experienced sailors, Fenton, York, George Best, and C. Hall, under his command. On the 31st of May, 1577, the expedition set sail, and soon sighted Greenland, of which the mountains were covered with snow, and the shores defended by a rampart of ice. The weather was bad. Exceedingly dense fogs, as thick as pease soup, said the English sailors, islands of ice 1.5 miles in circumference, floating mountains which were sunk 70 or 80 fathoms in the sea. Such were the obstacles which prevented Frobisher from reaching, before the 9th of August, the strait which he had discovered during his previous campaign. The English took possession of the country, and pursued both upon land and sea some poor Esquimaux, who, wounded in this encounter, jumped in despair from the top of the rocks into the sea, says Forster in his Voyages in the North, which would not have happened if they had shown themselves more submissive, or if we could have made them understand that we were not their enemies. A great quantity of stones, similar to that which had been brought to England, were soon discovered. They were of gold marcasite, and 200 tons of this substance was soon collected. In their delight, the English sailors set up a memorial column on a peak to which they gave the name of Warwick Mount, and performed solemn acts of thanksgiving. Frobisher afterwards went 90 miles further on in the same strait, as far as a small island, which received the name of Smith's Island. There the English found 2 women, of whom they took one with her child, but left the other on account of her extreme ugliness. Suspecting, so much did superstition and ignorance flourish at this time, that this woman had cloven feet, they made her take the coverings off her feet, to satisfy themselves that they really were made like their own. Frobisher, now perceiving that the cold was increasing, and wishing to place the treasures which he thought he had collected in a place of safety, resolved to give up for the present any farther search for the northwest passage. He then set sail for England, where he arrived at the end of September, after weathering a storm which dispersed his fleet. The man, woman, and child who had been carried off were presented to the Queen. It is said with regard to them, that the man, seeing at Bristol Frobisher's trumpeter on horseback, wished to imitate him, and mounted with his face turned towards the tail of the animal. These savages were the objects of much curiosity, and obtained permission from the Queen to shoot all kinds of birds, even swans, on the Thames, a thing which was forbidden to everyone else under the most severe penalties. They did not long survive, and died before the child was 15 months old. People were not slow in discovering that the stones brought back by Frobisher really contained gold. The nation, but above all the higher classes, were immediately seized with a fever bordering on delirium. They had found a Peru, an El Dorado. Queen Elizabeth, in spite of her practical good sense, yielded to the current. She resolved to build a fort in the newly discovered country, to which she gave the name of Meta Incognita, unknown boundary, and to leave there with 100 men as a garrison, under the command of Captains Fenton, Best, and Philpot, 3 vessels, which should take in a cargo of the auriferous stones. These 100 men were carefully chosen. There were bakers, carpenters, masons, gold refiners, and others belonging to all the various handicrafts. The fleet was composed of 15 vessels, which set sail from Harwich on the 31st of May, 1578. 20 days later, the western coast of Frisland were discovered. Whales played around the vessels in innumerable troops. It is related even that one of the vessels, propelled by a favourable wind, struck against a whale with such force that the violence of the shock stopped the ship at once, and that the whale, after uttering a loud cry, made a spring out of the water, and then was suddenly swallowed up. 2 days later, the fleet met with a dead whale, which they thought must be the one struck by the Salamander. When Frobisher came to the entrance of the strait, which has received his name, he found it blocked up with floating ice. The bark Dennis, 100 tons, says the old account of George Best, received such a shock from an iceberg that she sank in sight of the whole fleet. Following upon this catastrophe, a sudden and horrible tempest arose from the southeast. The vessels were surrounded on all sides by the ice. They left much of it, between which they could pass, behind them, and found still more before them, through which it was impossible for them to penetrate. Certain ships, either having found a place less blocked with ice, or one where it was possible to proceed, furled sails and drifted. Of the others, several stopped and cast their anchors upon a great island of ice. The latter were so rapidly enclosed by an infinite number of islets of ice, and fragments of icebergs, that the English were obliged to resign themselves and their ships to the mercy of the ice, and to protect the ships with cables, cushions, mats, boards, and all kinds of articles which were suspended to the sides, in order to defend them from the fearful shocks and blows of the ice. Frobisher himself was thrown out of his course. Finding the impossibility of rallying his squadron, he sailed along the west coast of Greenland, as far as the strait which was soon to be called Davis's Strait, and penetrated as far as the Countess of Warwick Bay. When he had repaired his vessels with the wood which was to have been used in the building of a dwelling, he loaded the ships with 500 tons of stones, similar to those which had already been brought home. Judging the season to be then too far advanced, and considering also that the provisions had been either consumed or lost in the Dennis, that the wood for building had been used for repairing the vessels, and having lost 40 men, he set out on his return to England on the 31st of August. Tempests and storms accompanied him to the shores of his own country. As to the results of his expedition, there were almost none as to discoveries, and the stones, which he had put on board, in the midst of so many dangers, were valueless. This was the last Arctic voyage in which Frobisher took part. In 1585 we meet with him again as Vice-Admiral under Drake. In 1588 he distinguished himself against the Invincible Armada. In 1590 he was with Sir Walter Raleigh's fleet on the coast of Spain. Finally, in a descent on the coast of France, he was so seriously wounded that he had only time to bring back his squadron to Portsmouth before he died. If Frobisher's voyages had only gain for their motive, we must put this down not to the navigator himself, but to the passions of the period. And it is not the less true that in difficult circumstances, and with means the insufficiency of which make us smile, he gave proof of courage, talent, and perseverance. To Frobisher is due, in one word, the glory of having shown the route to his countrymen, and of having made the first discoveries in the localities where the English name was destined to render itself illustrious. End of second part, Chapter 3, Part 2a. Recording by Stephen Reynolds, Durham, Connecticut.